Chapter 24. You're as dry as a cornstalk in August. David poked and probed, but although it was uncomfortable, Vanessa didn't protest. Her pleasure was derived from his futile attempts to penetrate her. All my juices are gone, David. You dried them up. No, you used them up creaming for Bondurant. Wedging his hand between their bodies, he separated the tender folds of flesh and rammed into her. She bit her lip to keep from crying out and giving him the satisfaction of knowing he'd hurt her. This travesty of making love wasn't even sex. It was domination. He was exercising his power over her, wanting to leave no doubt of his supreme authority. His insults had lost the impact they'd once had. Repetition had weakened their effect. With another guttural litany of obscenities, he climaxed. As he rolled off of her, he was gloating. Before congratulating yourself, David, keep in mind that there's no life in you. She plucked a tissue from the box on the nightstand and wiped away the semen between her thighs. You're sterile, remember? Exclusive 233, shut up. Even if I'd known about your secret vasectomy, I probably would have taken a lover just for the experience of making love with a man who's capable of giving life. If you say that again, You'll what, David? I don't think you want to know. Threatening me? You want threats? Okay, what about the night Robert Rushton died? Why do you keep dredging that up, Vanessa? It serves us both best to bury it, just like we did the kid. She came off the bed but remained at its side, confronting him. Naked, the physical effects of her recent ordeal were startling. She had lost so much weight that her pelvic bone protruded grotesquely from her concave abdomen. Her skin had lost its elasticity and hung in loose pouches where toned muscles had been. Ordinarily, she would have been frantic over such unsightly changes in her form, but she was unmindful of everything except her consummate loathing for the man lying supine on the bed. She'd been semi-conscious when they transported her from High Point to Washington this morning. She'd been as taut as a high wire, drug juggling. That's what George was doing for David. He was playing with her medication, keeping her high or low to suit her husband's purposes. How much could her system stand? More stabilized now, and able to assess her situation clearly, she wasn't certain that she preferred this soundness of mind. Cognizance bore a shocking reality, namely that Nurse Gaston's untimely death had halted David's plans for her. She had endured the press conference like the well-bred politician she was, standing between her husband and her 234 Sandra Brown father, facing the lights and cameras and microphones which had been part of her life for as long as she could remember. She wondered if anyone watching was aware of the terror that gripped her, or if anyone had noticed the jewelry she was wearing. More to the point, had anyone noticed the piece of jewelry she wasn't wearing? David hadn't noticed. Emboldened by that small success, she said, "You think you're so smart to have everybody believing that little Robert died of SIDS, which is preferable to everybody knowing the truth about him, isn't it? Wouldn't you rather everyone believe the lie? You like being First Lady? What would happen to you if the world learned the truth? You're not thinking of what would happen to me," she said scornfully. "You're thinking of what would happen to you."
To make damn sure the truth never comes to light, Dr. Allen was going to kill me with my medication, wasn't he?
You're delusional, Vanessa. No. Tonight I'm seeing things with frightening clarity, she laughed, mirthlessly. Too bad, David. You failed. I'm still here. Weaker maybe, but with every intention of making your life a living hell, just as you've made mine. Yes, anyone can see how hellish your life is. He sat up and gazed around at the luxurious surroundings. You live in the most prestigious house in the nation. You're married to the most important man in the world. You have so many people granting your every whim. You can't possibly keep track of them all. You don't even know the names of the people who make your life so comfortable and seamless. Clothing designers line up begging for the opportunity to outfit you. You travel on Air Force One and have access to several yachts. A fleet of chauffeured limousines is at your disposal. An entire nation and half the rest of the exclusive 235 world adores you. He reached out to stroke her thigh. It's no wonder you're so miserable, Vanessa. She slapped his hand away. Why didn't you just break my heart years ago, David? When I was young and helplessly in love. Why didn't you abuse my love then and be done with it? Because it's been fun to be the monster in your fairy tale life. You think you're miserable, Vanessa, but you don't know what misery is. Misery is being poor and helpless to do anything about it. Misery is living with two stinking drunks who make no secret of despising you just for being born and knock you around for amusement. You grew up rich. Every goddamn thing you ever wanted was handed to you on a silver platter. You never had to beg or scrape or even wish for a single thing in your whole fucking life. Is that why you're punishing me? She cried incredulously. Because as a child, I had more advantages than you. No, he said evenly. I'm punishing you because you spread your legs for a man I trusted and called my friend. That, he said scornfully, pointing toward the V between her thighs, caused him to betray me. His voice had risen and his face had become congested with rage. You betrayed me first, she shouted, with dozens of other women, hundreds maybe, God knows how many. Her hands formed tight fists of anger and despair. I worshipped you, David. I was 16 when you joined Daddy's campaign. I couldn't wait to grow up so I could marry you. I've always loved you. The only reason I broke my marriage vows was to hurt you. Despite the other women, I wanted our marriage to last. Even after I learned about your vasectomy and realized that the baby wasn't yours, I was willing to make a clean start. I wanted us to be in love again. 236 Sandra Brown. David began to laugh, shaking his head sadly, indulgently. Vanessa, I was never in love with you. Do you really think that if your name had been anything other than Armbruster, I would have shackled myself for life to a stupid, shallow, sick bitch like you? She took in a quick breath and expelled it on a broken sob, seeing his cold, implacable heartlessness. She wondered how she had ever been suckered in. What an amazing talent he had for charming people. Her father, a nation of voters. You're evil, she said, and you're crazy. Anybody who knows you knows that. He brushed her aside as he rose from the bed and reached for his robe. Vanessa gripped the back of a chair. I'm not as stupid and shallow as you seem to think. I won't let you get away with trying to murder me. Careful, Vanessa, he said softly. Threatening the President of the United States is a serious crime. I don't care what they do to me. I'm going to destroy you. Is that so? When he came toward her, it was difficult not to cower, but she stood her ground, until he backhanded her across the face. She fell against the wall, holding her hand to her cheekbone, which felt like it was dismantling beneath her skin. Never threaten me again, Vanessa. You'll do nothing except continue being the vapid, obedient nonentity you've always been, first for your father, then for me. And speaking of Cleet, don't imagine that you can topple me without dragging him down, too. He's been in on every crooked deal in Washington since the Johnson administration. You can't destroy me without destroying Daddy dear in the bargain. So call all the goddamn reporters you exclusive 237 want and drop hints about malcontent in the White House, but be prepared to see the end of Senator Cleet Armbruster. He strode to the door but got in a parting shot. At one time you were a pretty good piece of ass, now you're not even that. He walked quickly across the corridor to his own bedroom, giving cursory nods to the Secret Service agents who wished him a good night, even though he'd won the round with Vanessa. And it hadn't even been a close contest. He'd come away from it angry. The problem of what to do about her was still unresolved. God damn that nurse. His bed had been turned down, the nightstand lamp was low, the chamber looked intimate and inviting. He thought about summoning one of his regulars, the syndicated columnist who was a strong advocate of women's rights in print, but whose blowjobs were legendary. She thought that being sneaked into the White House was a big turn-on and usually rewarded him well for the thrill, but Vanessa's whining had squelched his desire, which only gave him more justification to be steamed. He poured himself a glass of water, added a dash of whiskey to it, and carried the glass into the bathroom. He brushed his teeth, rinsed, and spat into the sink. When he reached for his whiskey-spiked water, he caught movement behind him in the mirror. As he spun around, the glass slipped from his hand and shattered onto the floor. Clutching his chest, he fell back against the sink. Mr. President, you look like you've just seen a ghost. Jesus. David sank down onto the commode. He was trembling. I thought you were dead. 238 Sandra Brown Spencer Martin leaned negligently against the door jamb. For all his nonchalance, he looked worse for wear. His clothes were Kmart stock and appeared new, but he was unshaven and it looked as though he hadn't showered or washed his hair in weeks. Having recovered from his initial shock, David said, "Where in hell have you been? You look like shit, smell like it too." Before making good my escape, I lay in my own waste for several days. Your escape from what? I think the pioneers quaintly referred to it as a root cellar. Actually, it's a hole in the ground in this case beneath the barn of your friend and mine, Gray Bondurant. Spence sneered. Can you believe it? That motherfucker shot me. David listened as Spence described the casual breakfast they'd shared. He admitted Barrie Travis had been to see him, but apparently he was on to me from the beginning. He got off a shot before I could fire, his lips narrowed to a thin, bitter line. He's going to regret not killing me when he had the chance. Being the Boy Scout he is, he didn't aim to kill. What happened then? He packed my shoulder wounds, stripped me naked, trussed me up like a Thanksgiving turkey, and placed me in the cellar. My hands were tied, but I could reach the food and water with my mouth. If I rationed it well, it was enough to last for several weeks. Just before he closed the door on me, he reminded me that I had aced survival training. "So survive, you son of a bitch," he said. The gunshot wound was painful, but I knew that if it didn't get infected, it wasn't life-threatening. It took me 24 hours, I'm guessing, to get my hands free. He knew I would eventually, but he also knew it would take me a while, if ever, to get out. Exclusive 239, the area was about 8 feet square, the ceiling was about 4 inches above my head, and from the ceiling to the barn floor was a foot of hard-packed earth supported by lodge poles. Of course, I didn't know that until I got out. What about the door, Wood? But he'd placed 2 steel I-beams over it. I suppose they were leftovers from the construction of the house. He'd drilled 3 holes into the door for ventilation. The beams were placed parallel, about 1.5 inches apart, just the diameter of the air holes lengthwise along the door. Then he'd scattered hay over them. A casual observer would never have noticed. I sent a man out there, one of mine. When David nodded, Spence said, "Then he's dead meat." He should have gone over every square inch of that place. How'd you get out? I clawed my way. The food dried pasta and bread mostly. Some cereal didn't provide me anything to work with. What about the water containers? Styrofoam, no lids, no straws. I had nothing but these, he said, holding up his hands. Eventually, I was able to create a hole outside the perimeter of the door and away from the beams, large enough for me to wiggle through. If the ceiling of the cellar had been any higher, I couldn't have reached it. There was nothing to stand on except my bare feet. Lucky for you, the barn floor wasn't concrete. Gray built that place on the site of a pioneer home and probably wanted to preserve some of its character. Spence grinned, but it was a chilling expression. He's always been stupidly sentimental. He's here, you know. I figured 240 Sandra Brown. David told Spence about his unannounced visit from Gray Bondurant, then filled him in on the events that had taken place during his absence. It was damn rotten luck, he said of Jane Gaston's death. George was gradually increasing Vanessa's dosage of lithium, but recording what it should have been. When he ordered a stronger sedative, the nurse staged a revolt. He tried to have her forcibly removed. She went into cardiac arrest and died. Then your favorite reporter and mine, I know, Spence said. I read the article in the Post and couldn't believe she was still among the living. Nobody could have walked away from that explosion, David. Her dog went into the townhouse ahead of her. Talk about rotten luck. After the incident in Shinland, Cleet is on her case. She's been publicly humiliated and professionally trashed. Hopefully she's learned her lesson. Hopefully, but she's a slow learner. You're right. David nodded solemnly. What about Gray? For now, I think my return should be kept our secret, don't you? But surely you were seen coming in tonight. I'll have the guards told that keeping my return confidential is a matter of national security. My men will circulate the rumor that there have been threats made on the life of the First Lady, something to that effect. That's good. It'll serve our purpose. Spence looked at him. Then you're still committed to it? David, thinking back on the recent scene with Vanessa, said, more than ever. I've been with her tonight. She's still obsessed with the baby's death. Our problem hasn't gone away. Exclusive 241 Spence, looking directly into his own reflection in the mirror above the sink, said, then we have a lot of work to do. First things first. David rose. I can't tell you how much I missed you or how glad I am to have you back. Now please, for God's sake, take a bath. Chapter 25. W's, Travis, your conduct is inexcusable. I'm well aware of the magnitude of my mistake, Mr. Jenkins. It's been a humiliating experience for me. Frowning sternly, WVUE's general manager continued. Senator Armbruster called personally to give me his version of what happened. His account was even more detailed than the news stories. I listened with increasing dismay over your rank unprofessionalism, and I'm flabbergasted to know that an employee of this station could behave in such a manner. I regret causing you and WVUE any embarrassment. If I could undo it, I would. It was in her best interest to appear penitent, and she was for the mistake she'd made, but she resented Armbruster, going behind her back and tattling as though she were a wayward child. If he'd had more to say to her, he should have said it to her face. Compared to the enormity of your error, the consequences were minimal. Thank God, the president's press conference helped to put the incident in perspective. Exclusive 243. Yes, sir, it did. All's well that ends well. This chirping comment came from Howie Fripp, who'd been called in on the carpet with her. Up till now, he'd been gnawing on a hangnail and sweating rings into the underarms of his dingy white shirt. Barrie knew that his anxiety wasn't for her. He cared only about his own hide and how intact it would be when the general manager was finished. Jenkins pounced. It was you who actually dispatched the cameraman, wasn't it, Fripp? Yeah, but only because Barrie called and told me to. She said she was sitting on the story of the century. God forbid, Jenkins said. It stuck in her craw, but she felt obligated to defend Howie. Howie can't be held responsible, Mr. Jenkins. I called him at home and asked him to dispatch a photographer. Her cheeks grew hot beneath the general manager's baleful stare. One of the many decisions I've come to regret. She regretted it because having the media there had turned a bad situation into a disaster, but that call also twinged her conscience because it had been made out of spite. She'd been miffed at Gray for rejecting her expression of sympathy. She'd never been a Cleet Armbruster fan. As to Vanessa, until Barrie had been swept up into a phantom intrigue that threatened her life, she had looked upon the First Lady with barely concealed derision, and as long as she was being honest with herself, she confessed to feeling jealous of Vanessa because Gray was still in love with her. So when Barrie dialed Howie and delivered her urgent message that night, she hadn't been feeling charitable toward any of them. Exit objectivity. Oh, the call had been justified. Selfish, maybe, but justified. Given that set of circumstances, no reporter in the His 244 Sandra Brown Tory of journalism would have failed to call for backup. It could have been the story that launched her career into superstardom. In retrospect, however, it made her appear as insensitive as a dyspeptic vulture. She supposed she was getting her just deserts. Jenkins said Armbruster could sue our ass 9 ways from Sunday over this, and frankly, I couldn't blame him if he did. Senator Armbruster had good reason to be upset, Barrie said meekly. I put him through several minutes of hell, for which I apologize profusely. I've also called the White House numerous times, hoping to personally make amends to the President and First Lady. They refused to take my calls. I can't imagine why, Howie muttered. Jenkins shot him a dirty took. Barrie continued, I wish to let President and Mrs. Merritt know how grievously I regret my mistake and to apologize for any distress I might have caused them. Very noble of you, Miss Travis. But if and when they accept your call, do not represent yourself as an employee of WVUE. He clasped his hands together on his desktop and looked at her levelly. As of now, your association with this TV station is terminated. She had fervently feared this. Just as fervently, she had denied that it could actually happen. White dealing with the more immediate repercussions of her blunder, She'd managed to hold off her dread of dismissal. Now she was forced to confront the reality of it. I'm fired. You have 1 hour to clear out your desk and leave the building. Please reconsider, Mr. Jenkins. I've learned my les exclusive 245, son. From now on, I'll be scrupulously careful. I'll check out every fact. It's too late, Miss Travis. Nothing you say will change my mind. She threw herself on his mercy. You know about my townhouse? Yes, bad timing. I need my job. I'm sorry. The decision has been made. Her mind in chaos, she began grasping at straws. Okay, take me off the street and keep me in the newsroom. Miss Travis, I'll write copy, I'll edit scripts, I'll answer the telephone, run the teleprompter, deliver the mail, go for sandwiches. It'll be like probation. Then in a few months you can reevaluate me. Please don't embarrass yourself further, he said in the firm but kindly voice one reserves for the hopelessly doomed. You no longer fit in with our program. What does that mean? It means that your standards don't meet ours. It means that you haven't lived up to our expectations of you. It means that I'm terminating you for an accumulation of offenses, not just for this one in particular. Bullshit. Howie winced. Jenkins looked rather taken aback himself. I beg your pardon. Why don't you try being a man about it, Jenkins? Admit the real reason you're firing me, because Armbruster demanded my head on a platter. Jenkins's face turned red, letting her know she'd hit the nail on the head. She stood up and pulled herself to her full height. You've got it backward, Jenkins. This piddling TV 246 Sandra Brown station with its second-rate reputation and chicken shit management no longer fits in with my program. Want fries with that? Barrie considered the fat and calorie content of the French fries against her craving for them. Sure, why not? Large. She paid for the takeout cheeseburger and fries and returned to her car. She was dining alone tonight after months of encouraging Daly to get out more. He had chosen tonight to heed her advice and had accepted the invitation of an old newsroom crony to go to a Brigitte Bardot film festival. Is he driving you? Any time he went out alone, especially after dark, she worried about him. Yes, Mother, he's picking me up and bringing me home. And before you ask, I'll check my oxygen tank and make sure it's full, although if I pant over the young Bardot as much as I hope to, I might run out of air before I get home. And if I jerk off, I'll die gasping. But happy, he'd added that last, just to irritate her. She hadn't told him that she'd been fired because she knew he would insist on staying home to console her. No sense in both of them being miserable. Following the meeting in Jenkins's office, one of the station's rent-a-cops had escorted her back to her cubicle and hovered over her as she cleaned out her desk. She was so infuriated at being treated like a criminal that she said snidely to the guard, "What does this dump have that I could possibly want to steal?" "Nothing personal, Miss Travis. Company policy." Yeah. Having already removed everything from her hard drive and stored it on diskettes, she emptied her desk drawer exclusive 247ers of files, notes, and scripts dating back almost to the day she was employed. She unceremoniously dumped everything into crates, which the station had provided. Then the guard helped her carry the boxes to her car and load them into the trunk. Disinclined to spend the evening alone in Daly's depressing house, she debated where to take her picnic supper. The Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson, both looked beautiful by night. Still undecided, she pulled out into traffic. Barrie? She screamed and stomped on the brake. Don't look back and don't stop. The car behind her screeched to a halt, missing her rear bumper by a hair. The furious driver leaned on his horn, then whipped his Honda Civic around her and shot her the finger. Take a right at the next intersection, Gray instructed from the corner of the back seat. He was slouched so low his head wasn't visible in the rearview mirror. You scared the hell out of me, she shouted angrily, but she followed his instructions. It's really stupid for a woman alone not to check the back seat before she gets into her car. The car was locked. I got in. His reasonable remark infuriated her. I figured you were back in Wyoming playing cowboy by now. Why'd you leave me the other night to face the music alone? That was damn cowardly of you. And what are you doing in my car anyway? How'd you know where I was? Go left up ahead, then immediately get into the right-hand lane and take the first street. Is there a green sedan about 3 cars back? Am I being followed? 248 Sandra Brown. Check your rearview mirror, but don't make it obvious. No? Yeah, there's a green car half a block back. Lose them, Barrie? Lose them? You've lost me. How do you know that car's following me? You've had a tail all day. How do you know? Because I've been tailing the tail. Pray tell, Mr. Incredible Vanishing Man, why I should believe you. Lose the tail and lose the attitude, okay? Try not to let them know you're dodging them. Although she had 100 questions to ask him, she concentrated on her driving. This is fun, she said when she managed to speed through a light that trapped the green sedan. Oh yeah, lots, Gray grumbled from the back seat. After about 10 minutes of erratic driving, she told him that the green sedan was no longer in sight. Get on a straightaway, head out of the city, make sure another car hasn't taken up where the other left off. She kept a close watch on her mirror. After a while, she told him she was almost certain no one was following them. Okay, first chance you get, turn around and go back the way we came. What for? I've got a room. In the motel room registered to him under an assumed name, Barrie shared her cheeseburger and fries. There was a small end table and one chair near the window, but they dined sitting cross-legged in the center of the double bed. Exclusive 249. I got fired, she told him as she stuffed the used napkins and wrappers back into the sack. My sincere apologies weren't enough for Senator Armbruster. He called the station manager this morning and got me canned. You can't be surprised. I guess not. Armbruster hasn't survived this long in politics by fighting fair and serious ass-kissing as part of Jenkins's job. So, no, I'm not all that surprised. Then, to make a lousy day even loasier, I learned that Cronkite died as a result of my own carelessness. How's that? That was the ATF's ruling on the explosion. My dog tripped over an electrical cord when he entered the kitchen through his trapdoor. The socket sparked and ignited natural gas from the oven, which I'd left on when I went to Wyoming. Without any ventilation, the gas had compressed. It wouldn't have taken much of a spark to ignite it, they said. Luckily, my homeowner's insurance will cover the full loss. With a sad smile, she added, of course Cronkite wasn't covered. Your house was torched and your dog was killed, but don't worry, ma'am, it's covered by insurance, he said bitterly. Didn't you hear me, Gray? It was an accident like hell. When did you last use your oven? I don't remember. Have you ever turned off the pilot light? No. Have you ever stretched an electrical cord across the path of the back door? He was voicing questions she'd already asked herself. Hearing them from him only made her more determined to deny the obvious answers. But the investigation was right on. That's exactly how the explosion 250 Sandra Brown occurred, because somebody set it up to happen like that. Spence wouldn't have had his guy plant a sophisticated bomb. Anything elaborate would have created complications in the cover-up. He arranged it before leaving for Wyoming, and he opted for simplicity. Actually, it was a no-brainer. Duck soup, you lived alone, so a lover or elderly parent or roommate wasn't going to be an obstacle. You were out of town, so there was time for the gas to accumulate. The explosion was planned and executed to look like an accident due to your oversight. It was a fluke that Cronkite went in ahead of you. They couldn't have foreseen that. David Merritt sanctioned it. She shook her head. Baloney, you're basing that on the assumption that he had a big, bad secret and I was getting too close to uncovering it, she said. We know better now. I was wrong about Vanessa and the baby's death, and everything, so were you. We were wrong, right? Why'd you have someone tailing you all day today? Even if there's nothing to your story, and I still contend there is. David never forgives a slight. Whether or not the allegation is true, your implied accusation pissed him off enough to have you killed. Her bravado collapsed. Do you think he'll try again? That's a safe assumption. Good thing I've already had my supper, she murmured. I just lost my appetite. There's one last French fry. I'll split it with you. She broke the cold French fry in two, put one half in her mouth, and extended the other to him. He surprised her by nibbling it straight from her fingers. At the touch of his lips against his fingers, delicious sensations spiraled through her. Her limbs suddenly felt exclusive, 251 heavy, but her tummy floated weightlessly. She began to tingle, even to the tips of her toes that she set firmly on the floor as she stood up. "I'm not going to sleep with you, Bondurant, in case that's what you have in mind. I want to save you the embarrassment and the physical discomfort of getting all worked up for nothing. I don't embarrass, and I'm very comfortable. Thanks. Am I to assume that you use the word sleep euphemistically? You know what I meant?" He looked at her for a moment. "I know what you meant, but I don't recall asking." "That's right, you didn't. You don't. You didn't ask the first time. I didn't have to. There was no point in arguing that he hadn't needed to woo her that morning in Wyoming. So why had she presumed that he planned a fancy seduction tonight? "I'm going to take a shower," she mumbled. She picked up her satchel, carrying it and her smarting pride into the tiny bathroom and closing the door. Chapter 26. Man painted me once. Painted you? She'd come out of the bathroom wearing only her sweater and panties. She smelled like soap and damp skin, some of which he'd glimpsed when she quickly pulled her sweater over her head before sliding between the sheets. He'd taken up a sentry post in the chair near the window, where he took periodic peeks through the blinds and was doing his damnedest not to think about a clean-smelling, semi-naked Barrie Travis only a few yards away. "I don't mean he painted my body," she clarified. "He painted me on canvas. I posed nude for him. How come? Need the money?" "No, it wasn't that. I was in college feeling frisky and rebellious and wanting to do something outrageous and that my parents would definitely disapprove of. He asked and I thought, what the hell, as long as he kept his studio warm." "How'd it go?" Gray asked. His studio turned out to be a ratty attic apartment that exclusive 253 smelled of turpentine and unwashed artist. He smoked a lot of pot, drank a lot of cheap wine, and was very morose and moody. "What about the painting?" "It was a disaster. A few of my body parts got lost in the translation." He felt he'd been betrayed by his own labor of love. He was in the throes of an artistic tirade when I collected my clothes and sneaked out. But he did hold to his promise to keep the place warm. Gray's snuffle could have passed for a laugh. "Was he the one who taught you how to give head?" After a moment, when it became obvious that she wasn't going to reply, he turned toward her. She was lying on her side, facing him, knees drawn to her waist. Her hair was tumbling around her face and over her bare shoulders, childlike, which had been one of the first things he'd found intriguing about her, that irresistible combination of womanly allure and childish vulnerability. Of course now, weeks later, when the snug heat of her was still vivid in his memory, there was no question that she was more woman than child. Her expressive eyes showed a mix of innocent perplexity and hurt. "Why do you do that, Bondurant?" "What?" he asked. "Why do you say things intentionally crude, insulting, and hurtful? It wasn't meant that way. I was trying to tease you. I guess I'm not very good at it. I'd say you're pretty lousy at it. Character flaw." A long moment passed before she said in a whisper, "The artist taught me nothing except to keep away from artists. As for learning how to, I sort of, developed my technique as I went along." After a significant pause, she 254 Sandra Brown added in an even softer voice, "That morning at your ranch house." His body responded to the erotic memory, making the damned uncomfortable chair even more uncomfortable. Nor could he comfortably look into her eyes. He didn't want to be her virgin voyage on any sexual adventure that gave him significance. With significance came a responsibility he wasn't certain he could handle. Changing the subject, he asked what brought that story to mind about the painter. She gave a shrug. "I don't know. I guess I didn't know what else to say. That's a real thing with you." "What?" "Always feeling the need to say something. That's not true. See?" She made a face. Very funny. "Yeah, I'm a regular comedian. People tell me that all the time, that I'm a comedian and a tease." He didn't even crack a smile, but she laughed. Giggled, actually, rolling onto her back and flinging her arms over her head. He hadn't been around laughter much, not since he'd been an adult. Her laughter was as enticing as her voice, genuine and spontaneous. He liked the sound of it. Thanks, Bondurant, she said. After the day I've had, I needed a good laugh. Although I should be used to it by now. What? He asked. Getting sacked. This isn't the first time. Was Daly the first to fire you? She cocked her head inquisitively. He told me. Oh, well, that was good of him, she said, meaning exactly the opposite. Exclusive 255 idle conversation. Yeah, right? While enlightening you on my turbulent professional history, did he happen to mention why he had fired me? He shook his head. He was lying. Daly had told him the story with a great deal of elaboration, but he couldn't get enough of her voice, even though a steady diet of it was jeopardizing his resolve to keep his hands off her. When Running for Your Life, a romantic interlude, isn't in the program, well, she began, smiling at the memory, Daly and I didn't start out as friends. He gave me my first job in TV news. Of course, I thought I knew everything there was to know about broadcast journalism. So from the get-go, I resented even constructive criticism. Daly thought I was an airhead who had nothing to contribute to the profession. Not long after he hired me, he started looking for reasons to fire me, but he was shackled by FCC and EEO and a whole alphabet soup of hiring and firing regulations. But Daly got a break. I self-destructed. She'd been first on the scene at a county courthouse where a gunman had opened fire inside a courtroom. Based on the testimony of a woman who'd narrowly escaped a hail of bullets, Barrie reported that dozens of people had been wounded in the bloody melee. I think that was my exact wording. Then on live television, she reported that the shooting was taking place in Judge Green's court. That made it even more of a story, because it was rumored that he was under consideration for a seat on the Supreme Court. On camera, I speculated on whether the shooting was politically motivated. Was Judge Green the target of an opposing radical? Or was this retribution for an unpopular ruling? Had he survived, or was he wounded? 256 Sandra Brown, as it turned out, Judge Green was on the golf course when a caddy came to tell him of the unfolding story. The incident had occurred in another court, and the only thing wounded was the ceiling light fixture, which had been shot out during the struggle between the bailiff and a man who'd brought his deer rifle to court to use as evidence in a civil suit involving poaching. My eyewitness was later identified as the mentally challenged woman who refilled iced tea and water glasses in the basement cafeteria. As far as anyone knew, she had never been above the first floor of the building. Sealing my fate was the fact that my special report had interrupted the young and the restless. Judge Green's wife never missed an episode. When she heard my report, she ran from the house, fell over a sprinkler head in their yard, and broke her right wrist. Other viewers were incensed over the program interruption, especially when they learned that there had been no drama at the courthouse, certainly none to rival the soap opera script. They melted the switchboard with irate calls. My credibility was shot to hell. The stations as well. The newsroom suffered the scorn of our competitors. And just in case somebody missed it, the TV critics in the local newspapers used it as fodder for days. Daly was taken to the woodshed and thrashed by the station's management for hiring me. It's a wonder he kept his job. He fired me in a heartbeat. The only one who benefited was Judge Green, who is now a Supreme Court justice, an unpopular one. Which is another point in my loss column. More than one pundit editorialized that if not for the sympathy Judge Green garnered as a result of my fiasco, his nomination would never have been approved. The American people have me to thank for sticking them with an ineffectual, exclusive 257 Supreme Court justice. Daly holds to that theory. By the way, with all that between you, how'd you get to be friends? A few years ago, I heard through the press corps grapevine that he'd been forced to retire because of his emphysema. I felt duty-bound to pay him a courtesy call. She gave a small Mona Lisa smile, and Gray asked what the secret was. Daly admitted that he'd been unusually hard on me because what I lacked wasn't talent, but maturity and common sense. He was willing to help me if I'd shut up and listen. He's been my best friend ever since. Why do you keep your friendship a secret? Mainly because it's personal, and I've always been a stickler for keeping my personal and professional lives separate. Second, because if it got around that you'd kissed and made up with your former enemy, you'd lose the respect of your colleagues. Very perceptive, Mr. Bondurant. When you burn a bridge in broadcasting, It's usually a conflagration, and usually for keeps. If anyone knew I was friends with Daly now, I'd be regarded as softy trying to hack it in a cutthroat career. Her smile was so ingenuous, he hated to be the one to ruin it. Your secret's out, Barrie. I've been following them, following you. They know where you're staying. At her anguished groan, he added quickly, I don't think they'll bother Daly, but we should advise him first thing tomorrow. Why are they following me? Most of the Secret Service agents assigned to David, Vanessa, and the White House are Spence's men. They went 258 Sandra Brown through the recruitment program and met all the standards, but they're his. How can they flout the regulations? That's the beauty of it. They don't flout them. They maneuver with the adaptability of Quicksilver. If anyone questions them, they can say that you fall into the category of an emotionally disturbed person who merits watching. To say the least, she muttered. Try and get some sleep. He got up and turned off the lamp, then returned to the window and peeked through the blinds. For 5 minutes he watched the parking lot for any suspicious cars or movement. Satisfied that they had eluded the surveillance, he glanced at the bed and was disconcerted to find Barrie watching him. I thought you'd gone to sleep. Again, she was lying on her side, but now her hands were stacked palm to palm beneath her cheek. Who are you, Gray Bondurant? Me? I'm nobody. Not true, she said sleepily. You're somebody. Go to sleep. You need rest too. The bed is wide enough for both of us. No way in hell could he crawl in with her and not partake of that skin, that voice. I'm going to sit up for a while. What for? So I can think about what? Go to sleep, Barrie. One more question? Okay, he sighed. That morning at your house, that was no strings attached sex, right? Exclusive 259, right? She lowered her eyes for several seconds, then looked up at him again. Pretty terrific sex, though. He smiled in the darkness. Pretty terrific, but you didn't kiss me? Not on the lips. What have you got against mouth-to-mouth kissing? That's 2 questions. Good night, George. His wife's voice seemed to come to him from a distant shore across an ocean of scotch. Dr. Allen raised his head. Edie saw Amanda silhouetted in the open doorway of his home office. She looked lovely, desirable, and strong. He couldn't stand the sight of her. Her strength accentuated his weakness. She came into the room. When she reached the desk, she picked up the liquor bottle and checked the amount remaining in the bottom of it. Even in his inebriated state, the silent rebuke didn't escape him. Querulously, he said, What is it, Amanda? So you do remember me? I'm glad to know that. Do you by any chance recall that you also have 2 sons? Is this a riddle? Your older son is withdrawing a little deeper into himself each day. I begged him to tell me what's troubling him, but he becomes sullen and silent. His teachers at school have had similar experiences lately. He bottles up his problems inside himself and no one can pry them out. He's so like you, it frightens me. I've just come from your younger son's bedside where I listened to his prayers. He asked God to help Daddy, then he started crying, and I had to hold him until he fell asleep. 260 Sandra Brown. George rubbed his tired, bloodshot eyes. I'll go in and kiss them good night later. You're missing the point. I don't want you to kiss them good night, not in your present condition. They're not stupid, you know. They know that something is terribly wrong with you, and it goes beyond the drinking. The drinking? Like it's a proper noun? It's become one. What's the matter with you? Nothing. Oh, really? Would you call the last 48 hours typical? You came home yesterday morning looking like something out of a fright film. God knows how long it had been since you slept. You didn't offer me a single word of explanation for your lengthy absence or how you looked. You didn't ask after my well-being or the children's. You came straight up to this room and sequestered yourself and haven't come out since. For emphasis, she slammed the bottle back onto the desk. You're stinking drunk, and I've heard you crying. The first makes me angry, and the second breaks my heart. George, she said imploringly, how can I help you if you won't tell me what's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Damn it, George, when did your definition of marriage change? What do you mean? If you won't confide in me, then we don't have a marriage. Not the kind we pledged to each other, but on paper at least, I'm still your wife. and I demand to know what the hell is going on. Christ, are you deaf? He shouted. Nothing's wrong. She didn't back away from his mounting anger. Coldly, she said, don't lie to me. You're coming apart before my eyes. Exclusive 261. Leave me alone. No, I won't, she said, giving her smooth bob a hard shake. You're my husband. I love you. 11 defend you with my dying breath. But first, I have to know what has turned you from a fine physician, husband, and father into a blubbering drunk. He glared at her, but she didn't back down. Amanda had a merciless, stubborn streak. Your problem has something to do with David, doesn't it? Don't bother to lie. I know he's at the root of your personal crisis. What brought it about? Drop it, Amanda? What did he ask you to do? I said to drop it. What kind of control does he have over you? He doesn't. He does, she shouted right back. And if you don't break that control, he's going to destroy you. He lunged to his feet, banging the desktop with his fists. The woman died, okay? What? There, I've said it. I've confided my problem to you. Are you happy now? Satisfied? You're talking about the nurse. Yeah, the nurse. The one who died in our lake house 3 days ago. Sudden cardiac death. He bowed his head and clasped it between his hands. I tried to get her back, but I failed. I failed, and she died. His shoulders heaved on a sob. Were you drunk? I'd taken 1 Valium, that's all. Did you do everything you could? He nodded. I tried for half an hour to resuscitate her. Finally, the Secret Service agents pulled me off her and said it was no use, that I was wasting my time. 262 Sandra Brown. Amanda drew a staggering little breath and laid her hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, George, she said gently. He longed to accept her sympathy. He knew her arms would welcome him in spite of the angry words they'd exchanged. Her breasts would be soft, her voice soothing, her embrace a haven he could crawl into and perhaps hide from his demons for a while. But he didn't deserve her consolation or her forgiveness. His rank unworthiness caused him to resent her for extending such unconditional love, so he rebuffed it and shrugged off her hand. What could you have done? He asked belligerently. What miracle would you have worked to make the problem disappear? He turned his back on her and lurched to the liquor cabinet. Opening another bottle of scotch seemed to require more dexterity than his fingers were capable of, but he managed to get it open and pour himself another drink. Oh, no, wait, he said, turning back to Amanda. You can solve any problem, right? You can do everything you set out to do. Achievement is your middle name. No, make that Excel. Excel is your middle name. He knew that the scathing words hurt her deeply, but he couldn't stop himself from saying them. He wanted somebody to feel as rotten as he did, and Amanda was the only one around, but she refused to be provoked. She maintained her composure. I couldn't have solved your problem, George, but I could have sympathized. Lot of good that would have done. You've lost patience before. Because you're a healer, you naturally take it hard when nothing you do can save a patient. But you've never been this disconsolate. Tilting her head, she peered into his eyes. He was drunk, but not so far gone that he didn't fear she would read, exclusive 263, more in them than he wanted her to know. He looked away, not soon enough. I'm getting the expurgated version of this story, aren't I? She said. What else happened at the lake house? Who says something else happened? She gave him a retiring look. I know you, George. You're omitting some crucial element of the story. The nurse bought it. That's it. It concerns Vanessa, doesn't it? No. Then what made this woman's death? What do you want from me? He bellowed. You asked what was bothering me, and I told you. Now get the fuck out of here and leave me the fuck alone. He'd never used that kind of vituperative language with her. He couldn't believe he had now, although the words seemed to reverberate off the paneled walls, echoing their vulgarity. Had he stooped so low as to verbally abuse his wife? The thought was like an anchor that dragged him deeper into an abyss of depression and self-disgust. He downed his drink quickly. Amanda, her own disgust apparent, walked away from him. At the door, she turned around. Yell and curse at me, George, if it makes you feel any better. I'm tough. One can take it. She raised her left fist so he'd be certain to see her wedding ring. David Merritt took an oath of office, but so did I at the altar on our wedding day. I pledged that nothing short of death would part us, and I meant it. You're my husband, and I love you. I'm not going to surrender you without a fight. I'll do everything within my power to prevent this man from destroying you, even if he happens to be the President of the United States. Chapter 27, Zot that, again, Daly groused. Barrie had tuned his TV to VH1 and set the volume at a deafening level. Gray thinks your house is under surveillance. Bug too? They don't need to bug it to eavesdrop, Gray told him. The equipment is so sophisticated they can listen to conversations from blocks away. They? Spence's men? Bastards? Daly muttered. Then he nodded toward Gray and said to Barrie, I thought he split. So did I. He, surprised me last night. I got home from the Bardot Film Festival late, he said. You weren't here. I worried all night. Meekly, she said, I forgot to call. Daly indicated that they should take their usual seats on the sofa. Am I to assume that the story's not over yet? You still think the baby's death was no accident? I think that's a given, Gray replied. This whole thing exclusive 265 started with that, and now it's escalated into something even bigger. David's trying to keep a cap on it, but he's having a hard time of it. Spence failed to take me out. Things at George Allen's lake house went awry when the nurse died. Her death left Dr. Allen exposed at a time when neither he nor David wanted exposure, he conjectured. It brought a halt to whatever witch doctoring he was practicing on Vanessa. Barrie picked it up from there, because the nurse's death would eventually come to light and focus attention on Vanessa's health. He had to. Revive her, for lack of a better word, and hustle her back to Washington. On the morning of the press conference, they made her visible to the whole world. Gray said, to anyone who doesn't know her well, she appeared normal. I think she's still in danger. What makes you think so? Daly asked. It all seemed very pat to me. Neely read the First Lady's eulogy to the nurse. The Merritt's thoughts and prayers are with her family. Blah, blah, blah. Vanessa was sending a distress signal, Gray said. She wasn't wearing her mother's wedding ring, he explained. It's been on the ring finger of her right hand since Cleet placed it there the day her mother died. That morning it was notably absent. She kept bringing her hand into view, especially when she knew the cameras were on her. I think she wanted someone to notice that she wasn't wearing it. Daly said, You really think she was signaling for help? Yes. The ring could have been misplaced, Barrie argued. Maybe it wouldn't stay on because of all the weight she lost, or she might simply have grown tired of it. It could 266 Sandra Brown have been at the jeweler's being resized or cleaned. There are dozens of plausible reasons for her not wearing it. That's right, there are, Gray said. If I were back in Wyoming watching her on TV and saw that she wasn't wearing it, I might be mildly curious, but not necessarily alarmed. However, he continued, coming to his feet, since Spence was sent to ice me, since I witnessed your house being vaporized, and since I know that surveillance teams are following you, I'm inclined to be more than mildly curious. And I think you're right, Barrie admitted grudgingly. That press conference was Vanessa's only public appearance since her seclusion. If she's as healthy as the White House claims, she would have launched back into her schedule, right? On impulse, she picked up Daly's phone and dialed a number she had committed to memory. Who are you calling? Gray asked. Vanessa's office. Remember, everything you say is probably being monitored? They'll just assume I'm up to my old tricks. Turn down the TV. The sudden silence was as jarring as the racket had been. Good morning, Barrie said pleasantly when her call was answered. My name is Sally Mae Henderson. I represent the Daughters of the American Revolution. We would very much like to present the First Lady with one of our Distinguished Service Awards in recognition of her ongoing campaign to feed and shelter the homeless. She emphasized that the organization wished to present the award in person. The publicity would bring to the nation's attention the continued need for the shelters and soup kitchens the First Lady has been so instrumental in organizing. Politely but firmly, she was told that a meeting exclusive 267 wasn't possible in the near future. The First Lady was still recovering from her recent indisposition. I see. Well, please extend to her our warmest regards. We'll be in touch again. She hung up and turned to Daly and Gray. Her staff has been instructed not to schedule any appointments for her until they get the go-ahead from Dr. Allen. Gray turned up the volume on the TV again, then said, "David is going for broke." "It seems so." Daly was rubbing his jaw, looking worried. "Are you suggesting what I think you are?" Bondurant said, "Vanessa has become less of an asset and more of a liability. David eliminates liabilities. You're guessing?" Daly stressed. I know." Gray returned to the sofa and sat down. For a moment, no one said anything. Finally, Barrie spoke up. "My career has been a joke. I've screwed up more often than not, God knows. My gut instinct is anything but reliable. But this time, I know I'm right. Our president is a criminal." She looked up at Gray. "I may distrust my instincts, but I trust yours." "Thanks." He glanced at Daly, then back at her. "Look, you two should take an extended vacation somewhere out of the country. If David is convinced that you've given up, that you're no longer a threat, he'll relax his vigilance. I'll take it from here, and hopefully save Vanessa before David can implement Plan B. Not bloody likely," Barrie said heatedly. "We're talking about the attempted murder of the First Lady. As a citizen, I can't turn my back on that. Not only that, but I was the first one Vanessa approached for help. If I hadn't misread the signs, she might be safely with her father now. Because I dropped the ball, she's still under her husband's tyranny. 268 Sandra Brown, and it's because of his treachery that I've lost everything that was important to me. Cronkite, my home, my job. I've got a vendetta against that son of a bitch in the Oval Office, and God help him, because I'm the worst kind of enemy to have, one who has nothing left to lose. Except your hide," Daly said, wheezing. "No," she said softly, "except you, Daly." "Don't turn those teary eyes on me, Missy. You've got shit for brains. Both of you," he said, cutting his eyes between her and Gray. "How can we not expose Merritt for what he is?" she asked gently. "You're talking crazy. Have you two listened to yourselves? He's the freaking president of the United States, the highest office in the land and the most powerful individual in the world. You fuck with him, you'll wind up dead." Barrie looked at Gray and saw in his eyes a commitment that matched her own. Ironically, the very thing that had kept them apart now bound them together. Turning back to Daly, she said, "If Merritt plans to have me killed, I at least want to put up a fight. But I refuse to place you in danger. Take the long vacation. You should leave this afternoon as soon as arrangements can be made," Gray urged. "Where would you like to go, Daly, Mexico, and get the trots? Hell no. The Bahamas. There's a hurricane in the Caribbean. Don't you watch the news? Australia. I'm not going anywhere," he said firmly. "Why would I leave and let you two have all the fun? It's not going to be fun, Daly," Gray said with the manner of an undertaker. "You can't fuck around with these exclusive 269 guys when it comes to carrying out an assignment. They mean business. So we must mean business, too, at the risk of sounding melodramatic. This could easily become a life or death situation." "I'm already in a life or death situation," Daly retorted. He spread his arms to encompass the shabby room. "I've got less to lose than Barrie. I have an incurable disease. I've got no wife, no kids, nothing. The way I figure it, if I can help you, I won't die forgotten." Barrie crossed the room, leaned down, and kissed the top of his head. "You're decrepit and ugly, but I love you dearly." "Cut that out. I hate that mushy shit." He waved her off. "Okay, Bondurant, what do we do first?" Chapter 28:3 Airy smiled at Jane Gaston's son across the threshold of his home. "Hello, Mr. Gaston. Barrie Travis, do you remember me? All too well? What do you want?" "I brought you this," she said, holding out a potted blue hydrangea. "May I come in?" He hesitated, deciding whether he would speak with her. Finally, he stepped aside for a few minutes. Ralph Gaston Jr. was a mild-mannered man in his mid-30s who had gone soft around the middle. He lived in a neat brick house in the middle of the block in a middle-class suburb of D.C. Barrie, had located him through the telephone directory. She was led through rooms that were clean but littered with toys. "My wife took the kids to the mall," he explained as he stepped over a Play-School lawnmower. "I'm sorry I missed them. I wanted to convey my condolences to them as well." She followed him onto a screened back porch where it appeared he'd been watching an NCAA football game on an exclusive 271 portable TV. He turned down the volume and took a sip of the beer on the end table. He did not offer her anything to drink. She took a seat in the aluminum lawn chair he indicated. Barrie began by clarifying that anything they said was strictly off the record. "I'm not here as a reporter. It might actually make you feel better to know that I was fired from WVUE. In fact, it does make me feel better," he said bluntly. "You got no less than you deserved, Ms. Travis. My mother was a lady. She had dignity and rarely called attention to herself. You made a black comedy out of her death. After the media circus you created at the hospital, I find it difficult to be civil to you. I don't blame you. More than anything, I regret that your bereavement was made so public. Are you trying to apologize?" "Very much so. Apology accepted." He started to get up. "Now, if you'll excuse, your mother must have been enormously excited when Dr. Allen hired her," Barrie said, forestalling him. "What makes you say that?" His voice cracked like a whip, surprising her. Well, because he placed so much trust in her." "Oh," he said, visibly relaxing. "Yeah. She felt really fortunate to get such a good job. She said it was particularly gratifying to have such an important patient." Barrie's journalistic instinct was sizzling like bacon in a hot skillet. What had she stumbled upon here? Her initial motive had been sincere. She had wished to apologize for her gaffe and its effect on the Gaston family. But this meeting with Ralph Gaston was also part of her and Gray's strategy to protect Vanessa. They could hardly report the president's alleged crimes to the local police. 272 Sandra Brown. They had nothing substantive to take to the Justice Department. They couldn't assault the White House with guns blazing. Their attack had to be much more subtle. Gray's view, with which Barrie and Daley concurred, was that the administration must be destroyed from within. It must collapse upon itself like a dying star. The energy of Merritt's presidency must paradoxically cause its own extinction. Information was the only weapon available to them. They needed to know exactly what had happened in George Allen's lake house. Barrie had volunteered to start with Jane Gaston's son. She hadn't really expected to learn anything of monumental importance, but maybe she had underestimated the potential of this interview. Ralph had used words like fortunate and gratifying to describe his mother's feelings about her job as the First Lady's private nurse, which implied that she had felt unworthy of the post. Why, Barrie wondered. Did your mother have a history of heart problems? Only for the past couple of years, Ralph said, somewhat defensively. But she stayed on top of it. She got regular checkups, took her medication religiously. You couldn't keep Mom down if you tried. She loved her work. She was an excellent nurse. That's what I've heard. Dr. Allen raved about her. So did the president. He sent flowers to the funeral. Really? He sent me flowers once in another lifetime, before she knew that he was a killer. Had your mother suffered a previous heart attack? It was mild, he replied, resuming his defensive posture. She recovered quickly. It never affected her work. No one has questioned her skills or her performance, Mr. Gaston. Exclusive 273. He rubbed his hands over the tops of his thighs. Barrie recognized it as a nervous gesture. The middle-class suburbanite with the soft middle was no longer quite so mild-mannered. He said, if Mom was good enough to attend the First Lady, she was good enough to attend anybody. Precisely. She was eminently qualified. I'm sure she was. How did she like working for Dr. Allen? What do you mean? Barrie flashed him an insider's smile. Just curious. You know how egotistical doctors can be. Some of them think they walk on water. I just wondered if that had been your mother's experience with Dr. Allen. She never said. Barrie knew immediately that he was lying. I take it your mother was satisfied that the First Lady was getting the proper treatment for her illness. Mrs. Merritt didn't have an illness. She just needed a long rest. Of course, that's what I meant.
No, he said, shaking his head. You meant to imply that my mother would deliberately overlook it if a patient was receiving improper treatment? I implied no such thing, Mr. Gaston. The president has gone on record praising your mother and Dr. Allen for the excellent care they provided Mrs. Merritt. So what's your point? What was her point? It's just a shame that for all his healing talent, Dr. Allen couldn't save your mother's life. He said he did everything he could.
And you believe him? Why wouldn't I? He's a great doctor and a decent man. He gave Mom a chance when no one else would. 274 Sandra Brown. A chance? To work. Suddenly he shot to his feet. I don't want to talk about this anymore. My mother died only a few days ago. I'm still very upset. Of course, I'm sorry. Barrie did not pressure him. She was coming away with much more than she had hoped to gain. Actually, she was leaving with more questions than answers and was eager to do some further investigating. It was awfully kind of you to see me. At the front door, she clasped his hand warmly. She believed that, like the rest of the nation, he had been conned by the men in power. So, although he had been borderline rude to her, she felt only pity for him. Please convey my sympathy to the rest of your family, and again, I apologize for any heartache I contributed. Ralph Gaston, Jr. Watched as Barrie Travis made her way down the sidewalk and got into a car parked at the curb. He waited until she had driven away before moving hastily to the telephone. His call was answered on the second ring. Ralph had spoken with a federal agent only twice in his life, the day before yesterday when one had appeared at his mother's wake asking to speak with him alone, and now, both times his mouth had gone dry and his palms had grown wet. You told me to call if that reporter showed up? Well, she just left my house. You spoke with her? Yes, sir. One wanted to slam the door in her face, but I did as you told me and tried to act casual. What did she want? Exclusive 275 to apologize. He recounted their conversation, then answered all the man's questions with the crisp precision of a new recruit. Mostly she asked leading questions about my mother's medical history and the treatment Mrs. Merritt received from Dr. Allen. After a tense silence, the government man said, "You did well, Mr. Gaston. President Merritt will appreciate your assistance." Ralph swallowed a lump of pride. His orders had come directly from the commander-in-chief. He'd been told that Barrie Travis's desire to malign the administration was fueled by an unnatural jealousy of the First Lady. Barrie Travis was intensely antagonistic toward the White House. Ergo, she was an enemy of the nation. It was still undetermined how far her subversive tendencies would go, but after the incident in Shinland, they were operating on the side of caution. That's why the president had asked to be notified immediately if she called on the Gaston family seeking information, which she then might use to further her destructive purposes. I'll pass this information along to the president immediately, Gaston was told. You executed your duty well. Thank you, sir. Glad to be of service. Is there anything else I can do? Please notify me if she comes around again. I don't think she will, Gaston said. She's been fired from the TV station. She wasn't here today as a reporter, just as a person. I seriously doubt that. Spence replaced the telephone and turned to the president. That was Gaston. He still thinks he's talking to an FBI agent. Guess who just paid him a courtesy call? 276 Sandra Brown, damn it. When was this problem going to disappear? He had more important things to think about. He was on his way now to attend a meeting with the Joint Chiefs. Some disturbing intelligence reports had been coming out of Libya. In a few weeks, he'd receive the reconciliation bill on next year's budget. The cuts worked out by both houses of Congress would evoke the ire of special interest groups, and it would fall to him to pacify them. At the crux of every decision, of course, was how it might affect the outcome of next year's election. These administrative matters required his concentration, but of necessity they were taking a back seat to this persistent problem. She's worse than a stubborn dose of the clap, he grumbled. She won't go away. She can, and so can Gray. We can pop them. Too risky, Spence. They've made too much news lately, but mostly with Cleet. He's gone on record lambasting them. If they met with a violent end, the senator would be the first to fall under suspicion. Merritt chewed on that. It was an appealing idea. One stone, two birds. 3, counting Cleet. Spence's surveillance team was keeping them informed of every move made by Gray and Barrie Travis and that old man they were shacked up with. Wiping them out in one fell swoop was tempting. It would be expedient and neat. It was an enticing proposal, but too dicey. No, Spence. I've got people who could handle it. It would be so far removed from the White House that Merritt held up his hand. Bill Yancey is too much of a wild card, he said of the Attorney General. I can't chance it. Besides, he added, your idea is self-serving. You want a shot at Bondurant exclusive 277. True, but it would also solve your problem. I want to solve the problem, but we've got to play it smart. They can't do too much harm as long as they don't get to Vanessa. Be reasonable. David, we can't keep her prisoner inside the White House indefinitely. He looked at his aide. No, we can't. Not when her condition is worsening again. Their telepathy worked again to communicate Merritt's message. Spence nodded his understanding and reached for the telephone. I'll call Dr. Allen to come immediately. Merritt took the receiver from him and have another heart attack victim on our hands. George assumes you're dead. Better let me make this call. Chapter 31. Z. Fear the hell have you been? Gray demanded as soon as Barrie came through the front door. You were due back 2 hours ago. I've been uncovering some very interesting information, she said. Relax. I'm okay. I had my tail for company all afternoon. He peeled off at the last corner. I'm starving. She pitched her car keys to him. Go get supper while I take a shower, then we'll talk. An hour later, all three were clustered around the table in Daly's kitchen, the remains of their carry-out meal congealing in white pasteboard containers. The radio was blaring from the corner. Barrie apologized for worrying them. I didn't call because I couldn't have said anything significant. You'll forgive me when I tell you what I found out. From Ralph Gaston, Jr., indirectly. Keeping her voice well below the level of the radio, she described her meeting with the late nurse's son. What was strange, he kept insisting that his mother was an excellent nurse, exclusive 279 Soye 7 Burring. So nobody that I know of ever suggested otherwise. Why would he argue a point that hadn't been raised? That struck me as odd, so after I left him I did some investigating, including a call to one of my sources in the Criminal Justice Building who fed her name into the NCIC. Voila, an arrest record and an AKA turned up. The two men quickly looked at each other, then back at Barrie. For years following her marriage to Ralph Gaston, the nurse continued to use her maiden name professionally, Jane Heiselman. That rings a bell, Daly said. How come? Because a few years ago, a terminally ill patient died while in Heiselman's care. Euthanasia was suspected. She adamantly denied the allegation, but the devout Roman Catholic family of the patient went to the DA and demanded an investigation. The grand jury no-billed her for lack of evidence. The patient's death was ruled a consequence of pancreatic cancer, and Heiselman was cleared of all suspicion. I remember now, Daly said. I should have, Barrie replied with chagrin. It was one of the first stories I covered for WVUE. I didn't recognize her in the morgue. She had aged, and, well, the situation there wasn't conducive to instant recollection. Even though she was cleared of any criminal activity, the accusation brought on enough stress to cause her a heart attack. This, too, was documented in the press. She recovered, and after 6 months was given the green light to return to work, but not so easily done. The investigation left an indelible blot on her previously flawless record. She had been forced to leave the healthcare facility where the incident had occurred, and even after switching to her married name, she was turned down for job after job. 280 Sandra Brown. Let me guess, Gray said, until she was hired by Dr. Allen. Barrie formed a pistol with her fingers and fired it at him, right on, sport. They hired a nurse who had been suspected of mercy killing in the event that Vanessa died mercifully. Or if she died by other means and the nurse intended to talk, she could conveniently succumb to a heart attack, which would have been feasible because of her history of cardiac complications. Their thoughts were so in tune that they could complete each other's sentences. She finished by saying, however it went down, they had an ideal scapegoat. Good work, Daly told her. Thanks, she said, basking in his compliment. Do you think Dr. Allen killed the nurse and passed it off as another heart attack? He asked. Gray absently scratched his cheek. Possibly, but I don't think so. George is, weak. He doesn't strike me as ruthless, as a man who could snuff someone in cold blood. He's not like Spence or David. I think the heart attack caught them all off guard at the hospital. The doctor didn't act so much guilty as flustered. Turning to Barrie, he asked, "What about Gaston? Is he a player?" No. His only concern was for his mother's reputation. "So where does all this leave us?" Daly wanted to know. "I haven't the vaguest," Barrie replied with deflating honesty. After a few moments of silent reflection, Daly said, "Well, I'm beat. Besides, that damn thing's driving me nuts." He shot the radio a murderous glare, exclusive 281. "Just don't let your frustration get the best of you again." Too late, Barrie realized her mistake. She'd spoken without thinking. Daly gave her a fulminating look, which Gray's radar-like perception intercepted. "What's going on?" Daly said defensively. "See here, Bondurant, this is my house, and I do in it what I like when I like." Gray's expression was growing darker by the second. "If something happened that I need to know about too—" "Oh, for heaven's sake," Barrie cut in. "Let's not make a federal case of it. Daly got a little upset this morning while you were out. A sedan kept driving past the house. He lost his temper, went out on the porch, and gave it the finger. That's all there was to it, except that now they know we've marked them." Gray said, his displeasure clear. "Daly didn't mean to." "I'll thank you not to defend me," Daly said curtly. Then he turned to Gray with as much defiance as he could muster. "Who are you to order me around in my own house?" "This isn't a pissing contest between us, Daly." Gray's voice was softer and kinder than Barrie would have expected. "Anything I advise you to do is for your own safety. And Barry's, I can't impress upon you enough how dangerous these men are. They're spoiling for a fight. Please don't give them one. I don't want your death on my conscience." Daly looked like a child who'd been unfairly reprimanded. With a brief nod, he yielded to Gray's expertise. "Hell," he grumbled as he stood. "I'm going to bed." Barrio volunteered to clear the kitchen and bade him good night. Gray followed him from the room. Since their treasonous conversation for the night was concluded, she 282 Sandra Brown turned off the radio and blessed the silence. When the kitchen was tidy, she turned out the light and went into the living room. Gray was slumped in the far corner of the sofa, his head resting on the back cushions, his legs and feet stretched out in front of him. Barely make out his form in the darkness, which was unrelieved except for the jaundiced glow of the street light through the draperies. For the first 18 years of her life, she'd been overlooked by two people more intent on making each other unhappy than on the happiness of the child they'd conceived in a rare second of marital harmony. Perhaps that's why she'd chosen a profession where she was constantly seen and heard. Broadcast journalism wasn't for anyone who wished to keep a low profile. Once a neglected child, she now had high visibility. She'd been ridiculed and rebuked, but rarely was she ignored, except by Gray Bondurant. It was galling that he could so easily ignore her. Not her specifically, but the intimacy they'd shared. Since the morning they met, there had been little personal exchange between them. True, that morning in Wyoming had been a chemical reaction, an accident. Certainly not an act of love or even affection. She didn't expect him to blow a trumpet every time she entered a room, but wasn't some acknowledgement called for. It was as though it hadn't happened. When he'd had the opportunity to get into bed with her in the motel, he hadn't even tried. That was the worst possible insult. Tonight, he seemed withdrawn and particularly self-absorbed. She debated the wisdom of walking into this lion's den, but cautious approaches had never been her style. She crossed the room and planted herself directly in front of him. Without preamble, she said, "You can't just act like it never took place." Exclusive 283. Why not? At least he didn't play dumb. "I thought we agreed that it was no strings-attached sex." "We did." He shrugged as though to say, "So, case closed." "Even if it was casual sex," she said, "can't we still acknowledge that it happened? What purpose would that serve?" "Well, it would. It would," she sighed with exasperation. "I don't know. I just feel that we shouldn't ignore it because of your father. If he had started speaking in tongues, she couldn't have been caught more off guard. What do you know about him? That he was never there for your mother or for you. That he was a habitual adulterer who died among satin sheets with a lover, and that your mother killed herself over it." "Daly certainly was thorough, wasn't he?" she said bitterly. He had no business discussing my personal life with you. I held a gun to his head, figuratively speaking. Why so interested, Bondurant? Why so testy? You've been testy whenever I approached the subject of your past. She couldn't see his eyes in the darkness, but she felt their lingering, thoughtful appraisal. You're a contradiction, Barrie, and I was trained to study and analyze contradictions because they're usually very significant. Okay, I'll bite. In what way am I a contradiction? For instance, the more grim the situation, the more jokes you crack. With men, you send mixed signals. 1 second, you're fending off anything remotely sexual. The 284 Sandra Brown next. He let the sentence trail. Chivalry demands I stop there. You're a real prince. I wanted to know why you run so hot and cold after what Daly told me. I have a better understanding of you. Your father's rejection is what made you so ambitious. She threw her hip out and rested her hand on it. You don't say. You work hard to win Daddy's notice and approval. You seek affection, but you're also afraid of it. You assume a feminist air, rejecting a man before he can reject you. But that hardcore posture conflicts with your natural tendencies, which are altogether feminine. Your father made you wary of men. I'm not wary, Bondurant. I'm smart. And I'm not mistrustful of all men, just some, most. Most are untrustworthy. Unlike my mother, I'll never let a man treat me as though I'm invisible. Which brings us around to you and the purpose of this conversation. I don't expect chocolates and roses from you, just don't look through me and pretend that I don't matter. Fair enough. Good. Fine. Good night. Good night alone in the cramped bedroom lying on the narrow cot. Barrie realized that she'd made her point, but it was a very empty victory. Chapter 32. Vanessa Merritt was having breakfast in bed. She hadn't been out of her bedroom in 3 days ever since the night David had struck her. He hadn't been to see her either. Propped against a mound of pillows, she watched Katie Couric interview the defense secretary who'd recently returned from North Africa. There had been reports of a military buildup in Libya and airstrikes against Israel. The Libyan government denied responsibility for the bombings. The secretary had advised President Merritt not to take any drastic measures, either political or military, until intelligence networks had substantiated the reports. David would be furious if he was forced to take aggressive action. That kind of executive decision invariably provoked strong bipartisan responses and public outcries. Engaging in even a skirmish with hostile forces could cost votes. Vanessa smiled at the thought of the dilemma this might cause him. Her smile disappeared when an assistant tapped on the door and announced that Dr. Allen wished to see her. What? 286 Sandra Brown. Do you want George? She asked ungraciously as he approached her bed. Is that any kind of greeting? He asked, his bedside manner impeccable. I came to check on you. Did David order it? He pretended not to see the unsightly bruise and swelling beneath her eye. He left this morning for the Caribbean to check on the hurricane damage. She nodded toward the TV. The news covered his farewell wave as he boarded the plane at Andrews. He looked very resolved. I'm sure that single-handedly he'll slay the hurricane like a dragon. Sir David the Dauntless. Sarcasm doesn't flatter you, Vanessa. He slipped a blood pressure cuff on her arm. Neither does this bruise on my cheek, which you've so admirably tried to ignore. Was David afraid I might need reconstructive surgery on my cheekbone? Is that why he sent for you to assess the damage and give him an estimate on repairing it? I came because it's time for another blood level check. He removed the blood pressure cuff and replaced it with a strip of rubber, which he wrapped tightly around her biceps to form a tourniquet. And David thought that perhaps more rest might be required before you're fully recovered. Rest? You mean seclusion? God, no, she screamed, silently. What good would it do her to scream out loud? The Secret Service agents would come running. She would accuse George of trying to kill her a second time. Her guards and the assistant who'd shown George and she looked like the kindliest of grandmothers in her baggy sweaters and sash shoes, but was undoubtedly one of David's well-placed spies, would look upon her with pity for being so far gone. She would be drugged and carted off anyway. Exclusive 287. There was no one to help her. She was trapped. During the press conference, she had tried signaling for someone to come to her rescue. Hadn't anyone who knew her well noticed that she wasn't wearing her mother's wedding ring? Apparently not. Not Gray. Anyway, Spence had disappeared, but his loyalty was strictly to David anyway. She remembered her father's whispered promise that he had everything under control. But where was he this morning? "I want to call my father," she said as George swabbed the inside of her elbow with icy alcohol. "I'll phone him for you later. Make a fist for me so I can draw some blood." "I want to call him now," she said in a voice made shrill with fear. She threw off the covers and swung her legs over the side of the bed. Unmindful of her nakedness, she reached for the telephone on her nightstand. Nervously, she juggled the receiver and wound up dropping it. She dropped to the floor on all fours and scrambled to pick up the telephone. "Vanessa, for God's sake!" George placed his hands around her waist and tried to pull her up. "Let go of me, you son of a bitch!" She fought him, but he knocked the phone from her hand and hauled her to her feet. She flailed her arms, curling her fingers. She tried to rake his face with her nails. "I won't let you do this to me again. I'm only trying to help you." "You lying hypocrite," she hissed. "Stop pretending. We both know why you're here. You've been ordered to put me out of commission again, right? At least until the evidence of my husband's abuse has healed. Bad press for the First Lady to be sporting a shiner after a domestic quarrel, huh?" Again, she struggled, but his arms held her fast. "Don't work yourself up, Vanessa, or I'll have to sedate you. 288, Sandra Brown. If he asked you to, would you kill me, George? Jesus, no. Liar, you tried up at High Point. What's he got on you? I don't know what you mean. You're covering a murder for him, so he must have a secret on you. What is it, George? I don't know anything about a murder." "Oh, yes, you do. But you won't tell because David's got you, doesn't he? I know him, you see. That's the way he operates. What axe is he holding over your head? Something to do with Amanda that would get you where you hurt most, wouldn't it? You've always been so fond of that insipid wife of yours, or has David threatened the lives of your children? He's good at that, too. Take it from me, he's out." Without her noticing, he'd reached for a prepared syringe and driven the needle into her thigh, depressing the plunger before she could stop him. "I'm sorry, Vanessa, you gave me no choice. You had a choice, George. We all have choices. Damn you," she cried, her voice cracking. "Damn you and David to hell." That evening, Dr. Allen pulled his car into the driveway of his home, but made no effort to get out and go inside. He sat staring without seeing through the windshield, his hands lying listlessly in his lap. He was exhausted, lacking the initiative even to open the car door. Lights were on inside the house, and he took comfort in that. Each time he returned, he feared he would find all the windows dark, the rooms deserted, the closets and bureau drawers empty. He lived in dread of Amanda moving out and taking the boys with her. Exclusive 289. She had sworn she would fight for him, but at what point would she give up? When would she come to the realization that he might not be worth saving? He saw the disgust in her expression every morning when he appeared at the breakfast table, trembling and bleary-eyed, hungover from drink and guilt. He loved Amanda for still caring enough to ask where he'd been and what he'd been doing, but he also resented her keen perception. She possessed an innate lie detector that was more accurate than any available to law enforcement agencies. Plausible explanations were increasingly harder to come by. Guilt made him defensive and verbally abusive. After several nasty scenes, she had stopped asking him about the medical duties he was performing at David Merritt's behest. Probably she'd stopped prying because she was sick of his lies, and possibly to spare their sons the trauma of overhearing the vicious quarrels. Eyes conveyed censure and contempt. He felt her patience wearing thin, her tolerance diminishing, her love dwindling. Any day now, she might leave him. Then he would die of shame and despair. He took a hefty swig from the liquor bottle he'd kept tucked between his thighs on the drive home. He almost wished that a traffic cop had stopped him and arrested him for DUI. he would gladly have pleaded guilty to the charge. Jail time served for drunk driving would be preferable to the life sentence he was serving for David. If he were in jail, David would have to find another doctor to solve his problem. George would be more than happy to relinquish the duty. He'd waited in the Oval Office until David returned from his hasty trip to the Caribbean, where his goodwill mission had been well documented by the media. The young 290 Sandra Brown, handsome, vital President Merritt was photographed sifting through storm damage and consoling islanders who'd lost homes and loved ones to a fierce force of nature. If they only knew, George had thought, how much more destructive the man dispensing the platitudes is. In spite of his long day, it seemed the trip had invigorated him. He sailed into the Oval Office looking robust and slightly suntanned. "George, what's up?" As if he didn't know. "I regret to inform you that your wife has become ill again this morning. I took it upon myself to move her to a private facility where she'll be well cared for." The son of a bitch actually pretended to take the news badly. Subdued, he asked if his father-in-law had been notified. "I thought you might wish to tell Senator Armbruster personally." David asked George to speak with Dalton Neely about the proper wording for a press release, and George agreed to do so first thing tomorrow morning. If he noticed Dr. Allen's haunted expression and lack of enthusiasm for his current project, he gave no sign of it. He was confident that his instructions would be carried out to the letter, no matter how George felt about them. "What axe is he holding over your head?" George rued the day he'd met David Merritt. What had seemed at the time an auspicious occasion had turned out to be the most ill-omened event in his life. Quite by accident, or had it been as random as David made it seem, the promising young resident had met the up-and-coming young congressman on a racquetball court. When the two shook hands, George experienced a power surge in his arm. It was as though he'd received an injection of David's charisma and energy. That infusion forged a friendship. Exclusive 291. They began meeting to play racquetball or to have a drink or a quick lunch. The Allens, newlyweds on a tight budget, couldn't entertain lavishly, but David seemed perfectly at ease having hamburger dinners on the patio of their modest apartment. When he married, his bride was less enthusiastic about these casual evenings with the Allens. Vanessa and Amanda hadn't bonded as their husbands had. George guessed it was because Amanda was so intellectually superior to Vanessa. The two women couldn't have had more dissimilar personalities and interests, but their indifference to each other hadn't hampered the friendship between him and David. It wasn't long before George considered David his best and most trusted friend. So naturally, when his life seemed on the verge of disaster, David was the person to whom he ran for help. The patient admitted to the emergency room, a young black male, had collapsed during a neighborhood basketball game. Judging by the age and appearance of the patient and his friends, George immediately suspected a drug overdose. He asked the gang what drugs their friend had been doing that day. "He wants to play in the fucking NBA," one of the boys informed him. "He don't do no heavy drugs." George wasn't convinced. Every symptom screamed barbiturate OD combined with alcohol. He ordered a gastric lavage and ipecac. What George didn't know, but was told by the patient's mother when she arrived, was that he'd had rheumatic fever as a child, which had left him with a damaged aortic valve. He was suffering heart failure brought on by a vigorous game of basketball. Before George could take the necessary measures to correct his mistake, the ipecac took effect. The boy aspirated into his lungs and literally drowned in his own vomit. 292 Sandra Brown, stricken with guilt and panic. George ran to David, who listened while he blubbered out his story. He was disoriented and couldn't tell me. He could have made it if I hadn't jumped to the wrong conclusion. A more thorough pulmonary examination would have... "Did the other kids tell you he had a weak heart?" The mother said he never wanted any of his friends to know, or they'd think he was a sissy. "Jesus," he sobbed, burying his face in his hands. The mother could sue the hospital and me for malpractice. He saw his career being grounded before it ever got off the ground. He was only months away from completing his residency. His and Amanda's dreams were dashed. "Don't be so hard on yourself," David said calmly. What were you supposed to think? He was a black street kid, for crying out loud. It never occurred to me that it was his heart. Of course not. But it should have, George insisted. I shouldn't have dismissed other possibilities just because one diagnosis seemed so obvious. Look, David said, if you think I'm going to let my friend suffer for an honest mistake for the rest of his life, you've got another thing coming. Do you trust me? Mesmerized by David's composure, George nodded. Did anyone overhear the boy's mother telling you about his heart defect? I don't think so. We were alone. Good. But it'll be in his records. She brought them to the hospital with her. Where are they now? David asked smoothly. George produced the incriminating folder and gave it to David. You never saw it, understand? David said as he, exclusive, 293, locked the folder in his safe. When he turned back around, he laughed at George's expression. Relax, you're the only one making a federal case out of this. Patients die in the emergency room all the time. I promise you, no one will investigate it too closely. What about his mother? She probably expected him to drop dead suddenly. She'll figure it had to happen sooner or later, and she'll trust that you did everything you could to save him. George gnawed on his lower lip. Because he died in the ER of obvious causes, there probably won't be an autopsy. David clapped him on the back. So stop sweating it. As David predicted, no one questioned the cause of death that George signed off on. After the funeral home claimed the boy's body, the mother was never heard from again. Their guilty secret strengthened their bond. David introduced George to his congressional colleagues and other influential people. He touted him as the finest medical man in Washington, and since he did it in the same earnest, persuasive manner in which he introduced bills to the House of Representatives, people believed him. By the time George entered private practice, he was well established with the movers and shakers in Washington. Years later, when he was appointed the official White House physician, he sold his lucrative practice for an incredible sum and bought a house around the corner from the residence of the vice president. Things couldn't have been better. Then he was called to the White House in the middle of the night to pronounce 3-month-old Robert Rushton Merritt dead, and Dr. George Allen's charmed life began its descent. 294, Sandra Brown, David had called in the favor granted years earlier. George had never asked, but he'd assumed that David still had the boy's medical history in his possession. Misdiagnosing the boy's ailment had been an honest mistake, and a deadly one. But George could have survived it if he'd only owned up to it at the time. It was the cover-up, the lie, that the medical community would be hard-pressed to forgive at this late date. David's solution, which had seemed George's salvation, had actually been his undoing. Because of his present celebrity, an investigation into that long-forgotten episode in the ER would make headlines. It wouldn't matter how many patients died because of doctors' mistakes. Everyone's attention would be focused on that boy, his hapless mother, and the doctor who'd committed the fatal screw-up. He had to protect his family against a scandal like that. The nest egg from the sale of his practice would support Amanda and the boys for the rest of their lives. She wouldn't be left with a paltry life insurance policy or an enormous debt to pay left. It suddenly occurred to George that he was thinking of his life in the past tense, which was just as well. If he carried out David's latest edict, he was as good as dead. Chapter 33. You think he's lying? Barrie asked, a distinct edge to her voice. Dalton Neely is the White House press secretary, Gray said. Lying is his stock in trade. This time I don't think so. They were having pie and coffee in the kitchen. It had been almost a week since Neely had announced that once again the First Lady was withdrawing from public life for an unspecified period of time. The details of her condition were sketchy, and her whereabouts were not disclosed. They no longer needed a radio to cover their conversations. Gray had installed an acoustic noise generator, placing several transducers throughout the house. The high-tech gizmo produced unfilterable sound that cut the effectiveness of listening devices. I believe Dalton when he says Vanessa isn't well. Barrie stated, Why are you defending him? I'm not defending him. I'm defending my point. Vanessa is ill, period. Her child's death exacerbated her 296 Sandra Brown manic depression. Consequently, her medication needs some readjustment. Until she's stabilized, she has to be monitored. She's in seclusion so she can get well, and that's all there is to it. That's all there ever was to it. I'd stake my career on that. You don't have a career? Daly observed. Thank you for reminding me of that. Thank you for reminding me of that about every 5 minutes. What bug got up your ass? Nothing. Everything. I don't know, she said irritably. I take that back. I do know what's bugging me. I miss the life I had before it got so screwed up. More to the point, before you screwed it up, Daly said. No one ordered you to go off half-cocked about SIDS or the president's baby or the first lady's mental and emotional health. You drummed that up all by your sweet lonesome. Well, who taught me the tricks of the trade, huh? You. I taught you to build news stories on fact, not conjecture. That's what I taught. That isn't what you learned. He labored to regain his breath. You want your life back? Fine. You can leave my house any time, Missy. Maybe I will. I'm sick of camping out in that tacky guest room of yours. I'm sick of sharing a bathroom with two sloppy men who never hang up wet towels or put the seat down. Her chair made a noisy screech on the kitchen linoleum as she pushed it back and stood up. I'm sick of the two of you and this game we've been playing, she continued heatedly. It's stupid and dangerous and a total waste of time. In fact, I just this second made a profound decision. I'm going to get my life back. You two can do whatever the hell you like. She stomped across the floor and slammed the kitchen door. Exclusive 297, after a moment of taut silence, Gray said, You really pissed her off. Daly's sigh rattled deep in his chest. Yeah, I was pretty hard on her. After all she's been through lately, I should have cut her some slack, I guess. I'd better go and talk to her. Don't bother. Let her sulk. Chalk it up to PMS. She'll cool off after a while. I'll talk her down. You're fucking her, aren't you? Once. That's it? You keeping records? What are your plans for her? I don't make plans with women. Daly didn't let Gray's intimidating blue gaze deter him from speaking his mind. Sometimes I could choke her, but I love that girl like she was my own blood. I don't want her to get hurt, not by you and not by this. Maybe it's time we cut bait and stop this nonsense. You didn't think it was nonsense a week ago. I've got the right to change my mind. This all started with Barrie's thirst for a hot story. I'm beginning to think her ambition was contagious. It rubbed off on me, and I should have known better. Then she went to Wyoming and got you riled up too. And it didn't take much, did it, Bondurant? One whiff of Vanessa in trouble, and her hero comes running. Hell, you get right down to it, the three of us are pathetic. You okay, Daly? Do I sound okay? He gasped. I'm too old and sick for this shit. I'd like my declining days to be a little more peaceful. I don't particularly want the word traitor engraved on my tombstone either. It takes a strong person to admit when he's been wrong. I'd like to think one have that much strength of character left. 298 Sandra Brown. He came to his feet and shuffled toward the door, dragging his squeaky oxygen trolley after him. Don't forget to turn out the light. You two aren't paying rent and electricity's not free, you know. Gray rinsed their coffee cups in the sink, went to the door and switched off the kitchen light. Then he, Barrie, and Daly huddled there in the darkness for several minutes. Barrie pinched Gray's earlobe and pulled his head down so it was level with hers. What was that crack about PMS? She whispered directly into his ear. Sorry, he mouthed. Daly was doing his best to breathe silently. Are you sure this is going to work? No, Gray whispered with sobering honesty. You're clear on how to use that? Earlier, he'd given Daly a crash course on how to read the infrared detector. Sweep the area, Daly said, his voice barely audible. If there's somebody lurking in the dark watching the house, this LED will let me know. Good, Gray said. If you see something, whisper to me. I'll hear you. He put the wireless earphone into his ear. It worked with the portable two-way radio in the pocket of his jacket. With what least the when with when He'd marked the surveillance vehicles, a van today, a service truck yesterday, an RV, the day before parked on Daly Street, one exclusive 299 block away. Although a week had passed without any overt activity, Spence's secret police force was living up to his standards, even in his absence. Daly's car and Barrie's were parked in plain sight out front, so Gray hoped that the back of the house wasn't being monitored. He also hoped that their scripted little scenario in the kitchen had worked to delude the surveillance team into believing that there was dissension within the ranks. Gray didn't trust the noise generator to cover their conversations completely, so they had been careful to let their eavesdroppers hear only what they wanted them to hear. Soundlessly, they left the tiny square of crumbling concrete that served as Daly's rear porch and ran across his patch of backyard at a crouch. As he had on the night her house went up in smoke, Gray led her through several residential blocks via backyards and alleyways. 2 dogs barked at them, but nothing else untoward happened. Like G-men emerging from the shadows, automatic weapons aimed. Gray had left a car parked behind a single-story office complex. When they reached it, he said into the radio's tiny microphone, "How's it looking? Daily, not even a mole fart. Good luck." Over and out. Barrie was out of breath as much from tension as exertion. They got into the car, but she waited until they were underway before she asked, "Do you think they're on to us? We'll know in a few minutes." He drove away from Daly's neighborhood, speeding up occasionally, then slowing to a crawl, weaving an intricate pattern through the residential streets. Finally, he said, "Unless a helicopter shows up soon, I'd say we're clear." He removed the earpiece and set the 2-way radio system on the seat between them. 300 Sandra Brown. You and Daly were certainly convincing, she said wryly. To anyone who might have been listening, I came across as an ambitious, seditious, shitty nitwit with PMS. That about sums it up. She shot him a dirty look. Where'd you get the car? Parking lot of a shopping mall? You stole it? No, I identified myself to the owner as someone trying to overthrow the president and asked if he would mind lending me his car. Not funny. The car will be reported stolen by now. We could be stopped. I switched license plates with a Chevy Blazer. There are thousands of these Tauruses in the metropolitan area. Besides, I'll ditch it tomorrow and get something else. You certainly treat crime with a cavalier attitude. Compared to the crimes we might have to commit before this is finished, grand theft auto is minor. Now, what's his address? Howie Fripp lived alone in a 4-room apartment on the 3rd floor of a walk-up. Each year the stairs seemed to get a little creakier, as did his knees. They were aching by the time he unlocked the door and went in. He switched on lights as he made his way into the minuscule kitchen and set the sack of Chinese carryout on the table. "Hello, Howie." Jesus H. He spun around in time to see Barrie stepping from his dark bedroom into the kitchen. "Did I startle you, Howie?" "Gee, I'm sorry. I know how annoying it can be to have someone sneak up on you like that." "You scared the hell out of me." "What are you?" Exclusive 301. He saw the tall, slim man standing in the shadows behind Barrie. "Who's that?" Gray Bondurant. "Meet Howie Fripp." She stepped aside to afford Howie a better look at the commando with the fierce blue eyes, graying hair, and mean mouth. "You're Gray Bondurant?" "I see you've heard of him," Barrie said. Howie swallowed a knot of apprehension. "A pleasure, Mr. Bondurant. I wish I could say the same." Even his voice sounded tough. It reminded Howie of the man he'd once played billiards with, the one he had hoped would become his friend, the one who had never returned to the bar. Howie's eyes darted back and forth between his uninvited guests. He didn't like the expression on Bondurant's face, not one bit. He wore the confident, fearless air of a predator who just spotted his next meal and knew that it was going to be an easy kill. "What are you doing in my apartment? We came for information," with the toe of his boot Wadea. "No, some guys really do wear cowboy boots." Bondurant dragged a chair from beneath the table. "Sit down, Howie. Don't let us interrupt your supper. We can talk while you eat." Howie dropped into the chair, but he shook his head when Bondurant pushed the sack of Chinese food across the table toward him. The thought of sweet and sour pork and shrimp chow mein made his stomach heave. His attempts to hide his queasiness failed. "What's the matter, Howie?" Barrie asked. "You look sort of green. Aren't you glad to see us?" "I'm not supposed to talk to you, Barrie. Not under any circumstances. Jenkins threatened to fire me if I gave you the time of day, 302 Sandra Brown. Then you're in luck, Howie, 'cause we already know the time of day," Gray Bondurant said. "It's not that I don't want to talk to you, Barrie. It's just, geez, I gotta protect my interests. It's nothing personal, I swear. We parted friends, didn't we? No hard feelings, at least none on my side." His armpits were leaking like a 10-year-old garden hose. Hey, wait, I have a message for you." "Just a minute," I jotted it down on a slip. He patted his pockets until he found it. "Here," he said, extending her the note. "This call came in just as I was on my way out tonight. Said she was a friend of yours, demanded to speak to you, so the operator put her through to me." "Charlene Waiters," Barrie read. "That's right. She said it was urgent and gave me her phone number. See, I wrote it down right there. She's not a friend. She's a nutcase who's always calling me." Oh, that was disappointing. Howie had hoped this Charlene might be somebody important, somebody Barrie wanted badly to speak to. He was trying his best to be helpful, but he didn't think Bondurant was impressed. His granite expression hadn't softened. Howie watched fearfully as the tall, imposing hero pulled out the remaining chair at the table and sat down, straddling it backward. His movements were sinuous and silent. His eyes would give anybody the creeps. Howie thought they seemed to drill straight through his skull. A sane person wouldn't mess with this hombre. Barrie leaned against the kitchen counter and folded her arms. She looked relaxed and was smiling a smile that Howie knew was artificial. "You're sweating like a pig, Howie. Exclusive 303. I want to know why you're here. Gray and I just dropped by for a friendly little chat about what? Oh, things, the weather, the Redskins season. Do they have a snowball's chance in hell of getting into the playoffs? The new Harrison Ford movie. What's going on at the White House? Things like that. One don't know what's going on at the White House." "Of course you do, Howie. You work in a newsroom. Barrie, please give it up. You're only going to get into more trouble. I'm touched by your concern, truly, but I'm more interested in what you've heard about the First Lady recently." "Nothing. You must have, swear to God." "Since I'm no longer there, who's covering the beat?" "Grant. He says it's tighter than a rich man's asshole over there. Nothing's leaking. There's always something leaking. Rumor gossip. Reportedly, Mrs. Merritt has gone away again. Why? Where? Has anyone seen her? Is her health that poor? Is her condition life-threatening?" "I swear," he whined, "I don't know anything. Geez, you've become obsessed. You know that? You've turned into a total wacko over this. How come you've got nothing on the brain except Mrs. Merritt? It isn't natural, Barrie. I think you've flipped out, is what I think." Barrie pulled in a deep breath, then expelled it on a sigh. She looked at Gray and shook her head. "I told you wouldn't cooperate. We might just as well go." She headed for the door, but Gray stopped her. "We can't leave him to tell the feds we were here asking questions. 304 Sandra Brown. I suppose you're right." She looked down at Howie with a dubious frown. He was distinctly uneasy with the tone their conversation had taken. "I'm not going to tell anybody you were here. I'm afraid we can't take that chance." Bondurant reached inside his jacket and withdrew a pistol from the waistband of his pants. Howie began chanting, "Oh shit, oh fuck, oh Jesus, oh shit, oh God. I don't want to die. Don't kill me, please." With a terrifying click, Gray pulled back the hammer on his Magnum revolver. Howie squeezed his eyes shut and he began to sputter. "Barrie P., please, you can't let him kill me. We were friends. "Friends, Howie? You can't be serious." She laughed. "Friends don't sell each other out, which is what you always did to me with Jenkins. You treated me like crap every day I worked with you. Besides, I don't make Gray's decisions. If he's made up his mind not to leave you to rat on us, there's really nothing I can do about it, but I'd rather not watch. I'd never eat Chinese food again. Gray, do you mind waiting till I get into the other room?" "Please," Howie begged with a sustained sob. "For God's sake, Barrie, sorry, it really is out of my control." She pushed away from the counter. On her way out, she paused to press his shoulder in a final farewell. Bondurant stretched his arm across the table and pressed the bore of the pistol against the center of Howie's forehead. "I did hear something, but I don't know if it's true or not." The words rolled out so fast they tumbled over one another like circus acrobats. Exclusive 305 Barrie stopped, turned. She was frowning skeptically. "You'd tell us anything now. You'd make something up just to keep Gray from shooting you." No, I swear." "I swear, Mr. Bondurant." He drew an invisible X over his heart. "What have you heard?" "There's a rumor that Mrs. Merritt has been checked into a hospital for substance abuse." "Old story," Barrie said. "There was speculation on that before. This time it's serious," Howie said nervously. Bondurant was still scowling. "What hospital? I don't know. No one knows. And it could be just gossip." Bondurant looked across at Barrie. Barrie shook her head. Bondurant shrugged and bumped Howie's forehead with the pistol again. Dr. Allen takes a helicopter from the White House lawn every day. He rushed on. He's usually back in an hour, hour and a half, but nobody knows where he's going, or even if these quick trips have anything to do with the First Lady, and there's talk that he has trouble at home. "The Allens' marriage is solid," Bondurant said. "I've been around them. They're crazy about each other. He and the missus aren't getting along. That's the gossip. So maybe he's flying off to visit some skirt. Who knows?" Howie turned his head, looking hopefully at Barrie, then at Bondurant. "I swear to God, that's it. That's all I've heard. Jenkins said he'd shove the Washington Monument up my ass if I even talked to you. So if you do anything with this info, you can't let him know I told you. Promise, Barrie, okay? 306 Sandra Brown." "What do you think?" Bondurant asked her. "Is he lying?" "I'm not," Howie cried. "I'm not sure," she said, gnawing the inside of her cheek. "He could be, just to save himself. On the other hand, he knows that if he's feeding us bullshit, you'll only come back for him." "I'm not. You won't," Howie said hastily. Bondurant fixed a blue-hot gaze on him. Howie's entire life flashed before his eyes at least 3 times before Bondurant uncocked the hammer and withdrew the pistol. "Tell you what, Howie, I won't kill you tonight if you give us a reason to come back tomorrow." "What for?" "The name of the hospital. That's not asking too much, is it? The name of a hospital in exchange for a nice takeout Chinese meal like you've got yourself there and a chance to eat it." How am I going to find out the name of that's your problem. But I bet you come through. Don't count on it," Barrie said. "He'll agree to anything to save his sorry butt. Then he'll probably double-cross us." "No, I won't," Howie squealed. "Swear to God I won't, Mr. Bondurant. Do what you want, Gray," Barrie said. "But I don't trust him. He's a maggot." "Thanks for reminding me." Bondurant's voice sent chills up Howie's clammy spine. "She tells me that you used to give her a hard time at work, Howie." "That's not true. He's not only a sexist sleazoid, he's a lying sexist sleazoid," she said. The dangerous blue eyes narrowed another fraction of an inch. "Exclusive 307, Howie squirmed in his seat. "Okay, maybe. Maybe I did joke with her some, but I never meant anything by it. You look like the kind of guy who would make lewd comments to a woman because you can't get her attention any other way." "That's exactly what he did," Barrie said. "That's right, I did." Howie's enthusiastic nod of agreement made his head wobble on his neck. "Whatever Barrie says, I'm guilty as charged." "Did you make snide comments about her sex drive, her love life, her figure, her sex in general?" "Sometimes." "You stared at her legs, ogled her breasts, said and did things that diminish a woman's dignity." "Yeah, I did that, sure did. I'm sorry as hell about it too." "Really?" Gray said dryly. "Really?" "Yes, sir. If I don't regret it, may I be struck blind for lying." Bondurant thoughtfully tapped the barrel of the pistol against the back of the chair. "If I ever hear of you insulting or mistreating her again, I'm going to be pissed, Howie. You'll pray to be struck blind rather than have me after you." I understand. What about tomorrow? I'll try to find out what you want. I hope you come through for us." Relaxing, Howie smiled. "'Cause you'd hate to kill me, right?" "No, because I'd hate to waste a perfectly good bullet making mush of your brain." Abruptly, Bondurant rose, stuffing the pistol back into his waistband. He then disappeared into the bedroom. Without a word, Barrie followed. 308 Sandra Brown. Where are you going? Howie called after them. Hey, what time tomorrow? Where? He was answered only by a malevolent silence. When he finally worked up enough courage to leave the kitchen and venture into his bedroom, it was empty. His guest seemed to have vaporized. If not for the wet stain on the front of his trousers, he might have imagined the whole terrifying episode. Chapter 34, 9 felt sorry for him. Don't. When you compared him to a maggot, you insulted maggots everywhere. They had left Howie's apartment via the fire escape and bedroom window through which they'd entered, and were on their way back to Daly's house. Barrie was staring pensively through the windshield of the car that Gray had stolen without a qualm. You're a scary guy, Bondurant. You really frightened him. Fear's a good motivator. I wonder if it's the most effective one, though. We'll know tomorrow night. He was trying to be helpful. She fished the note Howie had given her from her pocket. Good of Charlene, she said with a light laugh. Apparently she hasn't learned that I'm no longer employed at WVUE. I never actually spoke to her, but she was a faithful caller. On impulse, Barrie asked Gray to pull over to the curb and park in front of a pharmacy. He did as she asked and got out of the car with her. Drugstore's closed, he remarked. 310 Sandra Brown. I don't need the drugstore. I want to use the payphone. He glanced around. Not a great neighborhood to be loitering on a street corner. I feel reasonably safe, what with the security lights inside the store and you with that portable cannon inside your pants. He gave her an arch look. You flatter yourself, Bondurant. Got any change? The number Howie had written was in an area code unfamiliar to her. To avoid phone records, she didn't use her calling card but fed coins into the slots. After much pinging and ganging, the call went through. It rang several times. She was about to hang up when someone finally answered. Jan, excuse me? She raised her hand, indicating to Gray that her call had been answered. Who gave y'all this number? Charlene Walters, Barrie replied. May I speak with her, please? The only response to her request was a phlegmy laugh punctuated by nasal snorts. Is Ms. Walters there? Yeah, she's here. But this phone is off limits after lockdown. Lockdown? Barrie looked up at Gray, who registered the same surprise as she. Exactly where are you? She asked. Central Corrections, Pearl, Mississippi. Is Ms. Walters an inmate there? She is that for a hell of a long time, too. How come y'all are calling her? Who am I speaking with, please? The man identified himself as a guard who just happened to be passing by the payphone when it rang. She, exclusive 311, asked if it was possible for her to speak with the warden. This time o' night? You a lawyer, or what? She finessed her way around a direct answer and conveyed to him how vitally important it was for her to speak with a prison official, stressing that the matter could not wait until morning. Okay, the guard grumbled. Give me the number where you're at. If he sees fit, he can call you back. Barrie would rather have had the warden's number, but she settled on giving the guard the number of the payphone. When she hung up, Gray asked how an inmate in a Mississippi prison would know about her. The Sid series was fed to a satellite. It could have been aired on any TV station in the country. Apparently, a station that goes into the prison ran it. Prisoners frequently get fixated on celebrities, although I know it's a stretch to think of me as a celebrity. Why is it vitally important that you speak to her tonight? It isn't, she admitted. Most of her messages consisted of calling me an idiot. I'm just curious to know why she thought so. Gray's eyes were narrowed in concentration. What? She asked. I was just thinking. Both David and Vanessa are from Mississippi. You're right, they are, Barrie said, grabbing the telephone receiver on the first ring. Hello, this is Barrie Travis, Deputy Warden Foote Graham. Thank you very much for calling me back, Warden. No problem, ma'am. How can I help you? She identified herself as a broadcast journalist in Washington, D.C., and told him about the repeated calls from Charlene Waiters. She pestering y'all? 312 Sandra Brown. No, it's not that. I just wondered why Ms. Waiters would be calling me. There's no telling what crazy Charlene might do. Barrie looked up at Gray, who was intently gauging her facial expressions. She hop. Clarence, well-liked by the other inmates, and quite a character, too. She'll give you her opinion on any subject whether you ask for it or not. Then it comes as no surprise to you that she saw my story on TV and decided to call. Doesn't surprise me at all. What was the story about? Sudden infant death syndrome. I thought you might have touched on a subject dearer to her heart. She's pretty outspoken about corruption in the government, police brutality, legalizing dope, issues like that. What was her crime? She and her husband held up a liquor store. For less than $50, he shot a 16-year-old clerk and 3 customers in the head. The state executed him a while back because Charlene didn't actually pull the trigger, and she swore her old man made her go along or else she wasn't given the death penalty. None of that relates to SIDS, does it? Not that I can figure. Exclusive 313. Well, thank you very much for your time. I apologize again for calling you at this hour, Mr. Foote. Foote Graham. No problem. Glad to have been of service. Barrie was about to say goodbye when Gray nudged her, triggering her memory. Oh, Warden Graham, one last question. I don't suppose Charlene has any ties, no matter how remote, to Senator Armbruster or President Merritt. The president? Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Her heart seemed to stop. Everything in the universe shrank small enough to be concentrated into the grimy telephone receiver she was gripping with fingers that had turned as white as chalk. What'd he say? Gray asked. Inching closer, she motioned for him to be quiet. The warden was saying, "It's entirely possible that Charlene has some connection to both our senator and President Merritt." How so? Barrie asked huskily. Any number of ways. You see, Charlene gets around. I thought you said she was a lifer. That's true, but if you're to believe Charlene, she led a colorful life before her incarceration. For starters, she was Robert Redford's college sweetheart. They came on the heels of her fling with Richard Nixon. Somewhere in there she had Elvis's love child and engaged in one of those French threesomes with Marilyn Monroe and Joe DiMaggio while they were married. Charlene takes credit for inspiring him to invent the Mr. Coffee. Barrie slumped against the wall of the phone booth. I get the picture. She's a Looney Tune, as loony as they come, he said, filling her ear with laughter that was much more melodious than the guard's 314, Sandra Brown. After a moment, he said, I'm sorry to be laughing at your expense, Ms. Travis. Was this real important to you? Yes, awful. Sorry, ma'am. Guess you've wasted your time. Not altogether, she said with chagrin. I've never met anyone named Foote before. Once she and Gray were in the car again. She ripped the slip of paper bearing Charlene's name and number into tiny pieces and let them flutter from her hand to the floor. Responding to a crank caller, she said with self-derision, that ought to be some indication of how desperate I am. I'd hate for Howie or Jenkins to know that I'd sunk that low. It could have turned out different. Don't patronize me, she said crossly. It was a stupid impulse and I'm ashamed I acted on it. Problem is, I'm fresh out of ideas. If Howie doesn't produce, what then? What about your sources? You haven't heard my pager beeping, have you? Check the batteries? She scowled at him. The pager isn't malfunctioning, 8 under. I am. As far as journalism goes, I'm washed up in Washington. You still have a way with words. The more he tried to boost her spirits, the more recalcitrant she became. Nobody, not even the most secret, unidentified source wants to be associated with me. I couldn't get a job cleaning toilets in any news facility in this city. Maybe in the country. Leaning her head back, she sighed. I meant about 90% of what I said tonight before we set out. I do wish I had my life back. I miss Cronkite. I miss my house. It was no palace, but it was my home. I miss my work. The deadlines, the rush I get when I'm on the scene of an event, the gratification I feel when I put together a good piece, God exclusive 315 forbid. I think I even miss Howie because it was almost good to see him tonight. Gray looked at her askance. You must be suffering a severe case of self-pity. Aren't you just a little? Don't you miss your ranch and your horses, your precious solitude? Don't you sometimes wish I'd never come calling? But you did come calling. So what difference would wishes make now? For the past year I've been retired, but I knew I'd see action of some sort again. Subconsciously, I was waiting to see what form it would take. The catalyst turned out to be Robert Rushton Merritt's death. Who could have predicted that? Nobody. Ultimately, we can never know what's going to happen to us next. He raised one shoulder in an indifferent shrug. I take things as they come and try not to look back. God, don't you ever crack? Don't you ever let one human emotion pierce that damn armor of yours? Can't you ever just let go and feel? When her voice cracked, she shut up so he wouldn't know that she was on the verge of tears. Yes, she felt like a fool for tracking down a crank caller. Yes, she was frustrated because they hadn't penetrated the wall of secrecy surrounding Vanessa. For all they knew, she might already be dead. Barrie was more convinced than ever that making himself a widower was Merritt's ultimate goal. Each day that Barrie failed to expose him, he moved closer to succeeding. Yes, she was worried about Daly because he looked and sounded increasingly bad. He put up a good front, but she knew he was declining. His specialist had said there was nothing more to be done. The disease had progressed to a stage where even the most aggressive and innovative treatments wouldn't benefit him and would only diminish the quality of the life he had left. 356 and Sandra Brown. Yes, yes, yes. All those concerns were troubling her tonight, but the number one champion tearmaker was the man beside her. Gray Bondurant remained an enigma. They'd been intimate, but she didn't know him, despite all the time they'd spent together. He was as much a stranger as he'd been that first morning, maybe even more of one. That's why she felt like crying. She'd caressed his body, but she hadn't touched him. Throwing down her caution, she said, "How can you not care about anything or anyone? What made you such an unfeeling bastard?" A full minute of hostile silence passed before he said, "My folks died on the same day, zap. They were gone. I was a kid, it hurt, but I got over it and came to rely on my grandparents. Then, one by one, they died. My sister and I were close, but her husband didn't take to me. He and her kids came first with her, so she more or less shut me out of their lives. I formed strong friendships with two men I trusted. I could read their thoughts before they thought them, aced vice versa. We were as close as three heterosexual men can be. Then they betrayed me and have tried twice to kill me." He shrugged. "I guess I don't see any advantage to forming relationships." It was more of himself than he'd revealed before. Yet something was noticeably absent from his soul-bearing monologue. "You left out the part about Vanessa and the baby," Barrie said. "You failed to mention that the love of your life was another man's wife." Tersely, he said, "Yeah, I left that part out." Chapter 35. "See, Senator." Cleet addressed the speakerphone on his desk. "What is it, Carol?" "Gray Bondurant wishes to speak to you." Cleet rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Tell him I'm not here. This is the third time he's called in 2 days. I don't care how many times he's called. I'm not going to talk to him." "What about Dr. Allen?" "I'm still trying to reach him, but I'm told he's unavailable." "What the hell does that mean?" "The White House staff hasn't been more specific than that, sir." George Allen had called to inform him that Vanessa hadn't responded well to the adjustment he'd made on her medication. He'd also hinted that she was drinking heavily again. The upshot of the conversation had been to tell the senator that he was placing her in a private hospital for observation. Until she was stabilized, it was best that she not 318 Sandra Brown have visitors. In fact, prohibition of visitors was hospital policy. It was goddamn High Point all over again. Vanessa had been shuttled off without so much as a goodbye to him, and she was unreachable. Allen had ended by saying he didn't expect her to be confined for more than a few days. As chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, Cleet had been buried in meetings over the reconciliation budget. His presence was mandatory, but he had difficulty concentrating on the country's finances when worrying about his daughter. The doctor was dodging his calls. David hadn't deigned even to call and speak with him personally. It was beginning to stink to high heaven, and part of the stench was Cleet's own rising panic. "Do they know it's me who's calling?" "Of course, sir. Then I wish to speak to the president immediately." While she was putting the call through, Cleet left his desk and moved to the large window. He'd had the same view for more than 30 years, but he never tired of it. The automobiles on Washington's broad avenues changed, clothing styles came and went. Seasons rotated, but the stalwart edifices of the United States government endured. The emotional surge he derived from gazing at them couldn't be described as patriotism. It was more base than a love for his country. It was a passion for the power circulating within those buildings that gave him a rush of excitement, not unlike an erection. He adhered to the adage that power was the strongest aphrodisiac. There was nothing to equal it, nothing else even came close. Any man worth his salt struggled to attain power. Then, once he had it, he fought like hell to keep it. It was inevitable that someone younger than he would seize the power he now exclusive 319 wielded in Washington. But not today and not tomorrow. He would choose the time to pass the baton, and it wasn't going to go to David Merritt. His secretary buzzed him again. "I'm sorry, Senator. The president's calendar is completely full today, and tonight he's scheduled to fly to Atlanta. He's not due back until mid-afternoon tomorrow." Cleet mulled that over for several seconds. "Thanks, Carol. Keep trying to reach that quack Allen and get rid of Bondurant." "Yes, sir." Returning to his desk, he placed his feet up on it and swiveled back and forth in his well-worn leather chair as he contemplated his next move. David had acted faster than Cleet had expected. He had figured David would let the heat cool down before trying again to eliminate the only witness to his child killing. Yes, Cleet believed everything Bondurant and Barrie Travis had told him that night in the coffee shop. He'd taken whacks at Travis's credibility, but what choice had she given him? He'd been forced to create a ruckus over her gaffe in the hospital or risk looking like a damn fool himself. He'd railed at her, but his wrath had been directed to his treacherous son-in-law. Barrie Travis was a flake, but Bondurant wasn't. Cleet might have doubted their story had she been the only one telling it, but he didn't doubt Bondurant. He'd never particularly liked the former Marine-cum-presidential aide. The man was taciturn to a fault. He wore his integrity on his sleeve. Cleet mistrusted anybody that honest and straightforward. Cleet had never known Bondurant to lie. He'd evaded questions about his affair with Vanessa, which could be construed as lying by omission. But Cleet regarded his silence as 320 Sandra Brown, a gallant attempt to protect Vanessa from scandal, not to shield himself. Knowing David's personality as he did, knowing of the incident involving a young woman named Becky Sturgis, Cleet had no doubt that David could smother a child he knew wasn't his. Cleet chastened himself for not suspecting it earlier. The son of a bitch had tricked both him and Vanessa into believing that he wanted children. For years she had tried all the remedies for infertility. David had refused to seek medical advice. Now Cleet knew why. The bastard was firing blanks and didn't want anyone to know. Furthermore, he had subtly laid the blame of their childlessness on Vanessa, feeding her sense of inadequacy, which was a fundamental symptom of her illness. Of course, Cleet's conscience wasn't entirely clear. He had to assume partial responsibility for the spousal abuse his daughter had suffered. Where had he been all those years? Why hadn't he seen what was now so glaringly apparent? He'd been too busy putting David in the White House to see that David had cruelly rejected Vanessa's love. As long as she did as she was told, didn't cross him, and appeared to be everything she was supposed to be, David was content. He had a long-suffering, beautiful wife who tolerated his casual affairs, but when Vanessa turned the tables and became pregnant with another man's child, David felt the death penalty was justified. Yes, Barrie Travis and Gray Bondurant were telling the truth. They had forced him to open his eyes to what he hadn't wanted to see. David Merritt had put his daughter through hell. David Merritt had murdered his grandson. David Merritt had betrayed him. David Merritt must be destroyed. But slinging unsubstantiated accusations at him on the evening news wasn't the way to go about it. Cleet would have to defeat David surreptitiously, not by advertising that exclusive 321 he was plotting against him. Anything other than a covert approach would result in failure. Bondurant might have a chance of succeeding in getting away with it, but not while he was in cahoots with a journalist, any journalist, but particularly Barrie Travis. Cleet knew that he had to operate independent of them, and he had to act quickly because David apparently had. First, he had to find Vanessa. Second, he had to get her away from David. Third, he had to annihilate the bastard. There were obstacles. One of them was Cleet's own conflicting emotions. He felt his son-in-law's betrayal like a stake through his heart, but he couldn't afford to be sentimental about what might and should have been. He also had to be extremely careful. While exposing David, he couldn't leave himself vulnerable to close scrutiny. Destroying an administration completely but cleanly would take deft maneuvering. The problem with maneuvering was that it required time, and that Cleet feared was in short supply. Howie, isn't it? Howie nearly choked on his salted beer. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand before extending it to the mustachioed man wearing a baseball cap over his ponytail. Hey, I'd about given up on you coming back. The man gave a thin, stiff smile. I've been tied up. Well, it's good to see you. Can I buy you a beer? Although Howie was glad to see the return of the man he hoped to call friend, his invitation to a beer was issued half-heartedly. Tonight wasn't convenient. He'd stopped in at the bar only for a quick drink, not to socialize. All day, he'd been as nervous as a whore in church, wondering when Bondurant would pop up, demanding to know what he'd 322 Sandra Brown been able to ferret out regarding the First Lady's whereabouts. He had feared that either he or Barrie would show up at the WVUE studios. But 7 o'clock had come, the hour when he relinquished his position to the overnight assignments editor, and there'd been no word from either Barrie or her menacing confederate. He'd tried tricking himself into thinking they'd forgotten about him or had found what they wanted from some other source, but the attempted self-deception hadn't worked. The longer the day stretched out, the more anxious he became. He doubted they would believe that he'd been unable to weasel anything from anyone at the White House, even though he'd tried his damnedest. Either everybody in town was lying, or nobody but nobody knew where Mrs. Merritt was hospitalized. That wasn't what Barrie and Bondurant wanted to hear, so Howie had decided that even if he had to invent a medical facility, he would give Bondurant something. He figured the former Marine was as good as his word. If he didn't produce, Bondurant would just as soon kill him as not. Thanks. A beer sounds great. What, Howie? Asked Jostled out of his grim musings. A beer? His newfound friend was regarding him with puzzlement. Oh, sure. It's been a hard day, Howie said, apologizing for his momentary lapse. Be right back. When he returned with the beer, the man, a real cool customer, was chalking up a pool cue. Watch yourself tonight. I've been practicing. His grin reminded Howie of a carnivore with shifty eyes and very small pointed teeth. Actually, I don't have time tonight. The only thing more disturbing than the man's smile was his frown. It quickly changed Howie's mind. Well, maybe one quick game, exclusive 323. Great, it'll give me a chance to salvage my pride. Between shots, they made idle chit-chat. Howie played poorly. He couldn't concentrate for thinking about who or what would be waiting to ambush him when he got home. Or did Bondurant have him in his sights now? Was he watching from the laundromat across the street? About your friend? Pardon? I asked about your coworker. The broad. Say you seem preoccupied. If you've got something better to do tonight. No, Howie said hastily. Sorry. Snap out of it, you idiot, he admonished himself. What the hell was the matter with him? Here was a cool guy practically begging to be his buddy, and what was he doing? Behaving like an asshole, that's what. It was all Barrie's fault. It was always Barrie's fault. Hers and now Bondurant's. Who were they to be breaking into his apartment and pushing him around anyway? They had no muscle. At least Barrie didn't, and Bondurant had been run out of town because he couldn't keep out of the First Lady's pants. Screw 'em. If they came around tonight with their veiled threats, he'd call the cops on them. Imbued with a new self-confidence, he hiked up his slipping waistband and took a swig of brew. I canned her. No shit. I felt bad about it, he said, his lips forming a mow of regret. But she kept screwing up, gave me no choice. What else could you do, man, right? Howie sank his best shot of the evening. His friend hoisted his beer mug in a salute to his success. I'm giving her a break, though. Oh, the man lined up his next shot. The balls clacked solidly, but he failed to sink one. Are you writing her a letter of recommendation? 324 Sandra Brown, no. I'm helping her on some undercover work. As Howie had hoped, the man's eyebrows rose. He was impressed by the adventurous sound of that. What kind of undercover work? Stung by the humiliation he'd suffered from Bondurant, Howie was pleased to be flexing his muscles. So what if he stretched the truth a little? His buddy here would never know the difference. Besides, even best friends bullshitted each other. It was all part of the guy thing. She's working freelance now, still digging into that big story I told you about. When she ran up against a brick wall, who'd she come to for information? Yours truly. Information about what? Howie winked White House insider stuff. And you got it for her? Don't think it came easy, Howie said, puffing out his chest. It didn't. I had to do some investigative work myself, tap into my real hush-hush sources. But I found the creamy nougat center that Barrie's after. Must have made her happy. She will be. You haven't told her yet? The man's eyes brightened and the mustache lifted in a grin. He cuffed Howie on the shoulder. Ah, I get it. You're holding out until you get something from her in return, huh? Howie chuckled. He had his new pal right where he wanted him, believing that he was a lady killer, a man of the world, a force to be reckoned with, and nobody's fool. I'm seeing her later tonight. For what I've got to tell her, I think she'll be willing to swap favors, don't you? Tonight, Barrie was driving a Volvo, stolen that afternoon from the parking lot of a medical complex. When she exclusive 325 reached Howie's building, she slowed to a crawl. Where should I park? She asked Ray. Down the block. Stop and let me out here. I'll go up first. Ifero, the front door. Last night's theatrics intimidated him, so I feel safe in making a more straightforward approach tonight. What if he couldn't find out anything? I'll know if he's lying. See you up there, he said, stepping onto the pavement and closing the door. Be gentle, she called, but he either didn't hear her or he chose to ignore her. Howie's courage was short-lived. Soon after he parted company with his new friend and left the bar, his anxiety returned. On the drive home, his palms became so slippery that he could barely keep them on the steering wheel. Bondurant was going to kick his ass if he didn't have something useful to report. And if he made something up and Bondurant found out, which he would surely do, within a matter of hours he'd probably come back and kill him. Either way, Howie was screwed, unless he begged Barrie for mercy. She'd been pretty harsh last night, but he didn't think she could stand by and let Bondurant shoot him in cold blood. No, she'd go into the other room so she wouldn't lose her appetite, he muttered. As he parked in his designated spot at the rear of the building and took the stairs, with shaky hands he unlocked his door and swung it open. He hesitated, straining to hear the slightest sound. Finally, he stepped into his living room and closed the door behind him. He was fairly certain that he was alone in the apartment and that nobody had entered it since he'd left that morning. 326 Sandra Brown. Even so, he scurried through the small rooms, moving quickly from lamp to wall switch, flooding the place with bright light. He looked through his bedroom window at the fire escape, having determined that his callers last night had used it to get into and out of his apartment. There was no one on the metal stairs zigzagging down the side of the building. He went to the kitchen. Nerves had turned the beer in his belly sour. He belched as he opened the refrigerator, looking for something to soak up the excess acid. This is nuts, he muttered around a mouthful of cold spaghetti of indeterminate age. He wasn't a kid. He was a man, yet he was creeping around his own home, scared of his own shadow, ever since Barrie got this harebrained notion about the First Lady. Howie's life hadn't been worth shit. He'd had trouble at work with Jenkins. Trouble in his leisure time, too. How could you cultivate a friendship when you were worried about a Marine recon making hash of your head? Now the trouble had invaded his home. Well, he was mad as hell and he wasn't going to take it anymore. As soon as Barrie arrived, he intended to. There was a knock on his door reflexively, his gut constricted. Then his bravery reasserted itself, and he strode belligerently to the door and yanked it open, prepared to give Barrie and Bondurant a piece of his mind, but only one guest had come to call, and he was smiling. "Hello, Howie. May I come in?" Barrie stepped out of the Volvo and conscientiously locked the door behind her. As she walked briskly down the side-exclusive 327 walk, she smiled over the irony of protecting the stolen car against car theft. She glanced up at the third floor of the corner building. The shades were down, but lights were on in all the windows of Howie's apartment. That was reassuring. If Gray was going to do something really ugly, he would do it in the dark, she thought. She went through the vestibule and started up the staircase. It had the musty smell of antique stores. She tapped on the door of Howie's apartment and waited. No one came to answer. Pressing her ear close to the wood, she listened but couldn't hear any conversation coming from the other side. She turned the knob. The door was unlocked. Howie Gray. She went in. The lights went out. The brightly lit rooms were suddenly plunged into penetrating darkness. The situation called for a scream, but she was too terrified to utter a sound. She felt the vibration of the floor as someone moved quickly toward her across the living room. Spinning around, she groped for the doorknob, found it. But before she could turn it, a hand closed over hers. "Don't make a sound," recognizing Gray's voice. She nearly collapsed with relief. She turned to him. "What's going on? We're getting out of here now." "Wait," she said, resisting as he tried to open the door. "Where's Howie? Is he here?" "Yeah, he's here. Where? What'd he say?" He didn't answer. She couldn't see him, but she sensed that he was standing rigidly, looking down at her with that unrelenting stare of his. She could feel his breath on her upturned face. "Where's Howie?" "Yee! 9328, Sandra Brown." Her voice rising along with her panic. She said, "What have you done to him? Be quiet." Pushing him aside, she stumbled across the living room. "Barrie? No." She felt air against her arm as he reached for her but missed in the darkness. In Howie's kitchen, her thigh painfully caught the corner of the dining table. She located the light switch and flipped it several times, but nothing happened. Someone had tampered with the main breaker in the fuse box. Gray seized her arm. "Come on, Barrie, now!" "Let go of me," she cried, trying to wrench her arm free. Out-wrestling him was hopeless, especially in the dark. She couldn't get her bearings, but she was at least as well acquainted with Howie's kitchen as Gray was. She remembered the general layout, and as they struggled, she worked her way toward the window. When she was within reaching distance, she grabbed the bottom of the shade and gave it a hard tug. The old-fashioned shade whooshed up and spun onto the roll with the flapping sound of a million bat wings. The streetlight illuminated the kitchen. "Damn it," Gray growled. With a Herculean shove, Barrie pushed him aside. "Howie," she called out. And then she saw him lying in the doorway between his kitchen and his bedroom. He was staring up at her. His mouth was slack and gaping wide. So was the gash that extended from ear to ear across his throat. In the pale bluish light, the blood pooling beneath him looked black. Before she could scream, Gray covered her mouth with his hand. His lips were directly against her ear. He whispered a single word, "Spence, Chapter 34, see 5 pence or Martin." Daly's confusion was plain. "You said you'd killed him." "No," she said, "I'd killed him." He glanced at Barrie. She was cradling a cup of scalding tea between her hands, mindlessly rocking back and forth as she sat on the edge of Daly's sofa. His house was dark. They'd managed to sneak back in undetected. At least that's what Gray hoped. With Spence a factor, the risks had suddenly become much greater. "I only incapacitated him," he explained, "but I should have killed him." He then described how he'd wounded Spence with a gunshot and placed him in the root cellar beneath his barn. "I wanted him to survive, but not to escape. I thought I'd come here and with Cleet's help get Vanessa safely away from David within a matter of days, a week at most." He glanced at Barrie, who was still staring vacantly into space. "It hasn't worked out that way. I should have known Spence would get free, although damned if I know how he managed. He probably clawed his way out." 3:30. Sandra Brown. "You're that sure it was him who killed Fripp?" Daly asked. "I'm that sure. I know his style." "If Howie had ever met Spencer Martin, he would have boasted about it," Barrie said, speaking for the first time in 5 minutes. "They could have met for the first time seconds before Spence sliced his throat." She shook her head. "The police said there was no sign of forced entry. Howie recognized his killer and invited him into the apartment." Daly leaned forward. "What are you saying, Barrie?" Gray spoke for her. "She's saying that Howie was expecting me and that I killed him." A split second after making eye contact with him, she averted her head. He didn't let her off lightly. Well, isn't that what you're thinking? I don't know what to think, she cried, setting her cup of tea aside. I can't think. She came to her feet and began rubbing her arms vigorously. I can't think of anything except how gruesomely Howie died. He wasn't my favorite person, she said in an uneven voice, and I won't pretend that he was. He was a loathsome individual, but he was a human being, harmless and innocent where this matter is concerned. I dragged him into it. I got him killed. His murder will be on my conscience for the rest of my life. She sat down and began to cry. Neither of the men said anything until Daly asked, "What'd the police say?" Gray had wanted only to get the hell away from the scene, fearing that Spence might return to finish them off, but Barrie had insisted on doing what was right and called 911. Short of knocking her unconscious and carrying her from the exclusive 331 apartment, there was nothing Gray could have done but stay with her during the questioning by homicide detectives. They admitted to the investigators that they'd had an appointment to visit Howie that evening. When they arrived, his apartment was dark, but the door was unlocked. They'd found him dead. They had touched nothing except the doorknob, a couple of light switches, and the hem of the window shade. Gray had remembered to wipe down the fuse box before the first squad car arrived. It would have been difficult to explain why he'd wanted to flee the apartment in darkness. The detectives theorized that Howie had been jumped outside his apartment door and forced inside. His pockets had been rifled, so robbery was the suspected motive. It could have been a mugger, they said, or a gang initiation. Any suspicion cast in your direction? Daly asked. There might have been, except for a footprint in the blood. It was a man's sports shoe, the kind sold by the thousands every day all over the country. Apparently, the killer realized his mistake because there was only that one imprint. The detectives figure he took off the shoe to keep from leaving a bloody trail out of the apartment. My guess is that Spence left the imprint on purpose so the police would surmise exactly what they did, that somebody randomly spotted Howie as he entered the building, followed him up the stairs, and did him for a few lousy bucks. It happens several times a week in that neighborhood. The police will go through a few routine procedures, then write up all the paperwork, it'll be filed, and the murder will remain unsolved. How can you be so damn casual about this? Once again, Barrie was on her feet, glaring at him, causing his temper to snap. What do you want me to do, confess? He asked angrily, bearing down on her. 332 Sandra Brown. I want you to explain why you went into Howie's apartment ahead of me. I wanted to make an impact. That's an understatement. That doesn't mean I killed him. Why'd you cut the lights when I came in? To spare you from seeing him. After I saw him anyway, why did you try to hustle me out? If Spence was lurking around, it wasn't safe. Spence, who's miraculously been resurrected. She waved her arms in the air. Praise the Lord. Gray felt his jaw tightening. Would it make you feel better if I said, okay, I confess I sliced open the toadie's throat? You're disgusting. What are you belly aching about anyway? You should be hopping up and down with glee. I'm surprised you didn't call for video as soon as you hung up from 911. You were the first reporter on the scene of a grisly murder. That's right up your alley, isn't it? Isn't that what turns you on that? And jumping into the sack with any man who might give you a juicy story in exchange. That's enough, Bondurant Daly interjected. Gray paid no attention to the reprimand. He was focused exclusively on Barrie. I don't have to defend myself, to you or to anybody. Believe what you want. I really don't give a shit. He turned his back to her, but had taken only a few steps when she charged after him, much as she had that first morning in his house. If Spence is alive, why would he seek out Howie and kill him? Hell if I know, he said, shaking off her hand. Maybe he knew Howie was leaking us information he didn't want leaked. Exclusive 333. How would he know? He gave a cynical snort. You've got to stop assuming these men play by any rules. They don't. There are no restrictions placed on them, not moral, political, or emotional. They see something that needs doing. They do it, and they don't care how. They have no conscience until that sinks in. They've got you whipped because you do play by the rules. Having said that, he looked at Daly. You want me to leave now? I'll leave, sighing heavily. Daly came to his feet. Every time the two of you get me out of bed in the middle of the night, it's bad news. That's all he said before shuffling off to his bedroom. Gray gave Barrie a hard, challenging look, but she said nothing, just turned away and followed Daly down the hall. Cursing beneath his breath, Gray removed his boots and shirt and lay down on the sofa. It was too short for him. He had to prop his feet on the armrest. He could sleep just about anywhere, under any circumstances. He'd trained himself to fall asleep at will. He'd learned how to drop off instantly and sleep deeply while leaving one portion of his subconscious awake and alert to danger. But tonight his training failed him. He was too angry to sleep, angry and hurt. Was that the word Christ? He placed his forearm across his eyes. Hurt over what? Her inane accusation, over her suspicion that he was a murderer. What an asinine sophomoric emotion to be nursing. Believe what you want. Really don't give a shit. Hell of it was he did. He didn't know exactly how he wanted Barrie to think of him. But it sure as hell wasn't as a cold-blooded killer. He couldn't think of a single reason why her opinion should matter to him, but it did. 334 Sandra Brown. She was a smart-ass, too impulsive for her own good. She had a stinging, sarcastic sense of humor that she used to cover fear and disappointment. But she wasn't a coward, and courage was a trait that Gray admired. Mind was razor sharp. Perhaps she was too inventive to be an objective journalist, but that creative bent only enhanced her intelligence. She'd suffered rejection, and he could sympathize, even empathize to some degree. She also had a hell of a lot of integrity. It was a cheap shot to accuse her of using seduction to get a soundbite. He hadn't meant it that morning in Jackson Hole, and he didn't now. He didn't even believe it. She probably couldn't explain that pre-dawn orgy at his house any more than he could, and he couldn't even come close to explaining it. He'd chalked it up to spontaneous, all-consuming, inexplicable lust, and let it go at that. It was safer not to overanalyze such intense sexual encounters. Best to blame it on the animalistic aspects of man and forget it, or try to. Despite his snide comments to the contrary, he'd known the minute he touched her that morning that she was no femme fatale. Reactions were too honest, her responses too undisciplined. He didn't want to think about her undisciplined responses. Not tonight when he was furious with her. But recollections crept from their hiding places at the edges of his mind and taunted him. Thoughts crowded his otherwise compartmentalized mind. Thoughts of breasts that were small but full of nipples that seemed never to be completely relaxed. Of her whispers in the darkness in that voice, that alone could arouse him, Gray. He lowered his arm and sprang into a sitting position in one sudden motion. He hadn't heard her approach, so he was exclusive 335. Surprised to see her standing only a few feet from the sofa. He cleared his throat. Yeah? Were you asleep? Getting there, he lied. I figured out what we should do next. What? He asked, thinking hopefully screw ourselves blind. That wasn't at all what she suggested. Barrie knew of the area. It was a well-kept Washington secret because a number of prominent people lived on these twisting, heavily wooded streets near Embassy Row. They were in shouting distance of the well-traveled Massachusetts Avenue, but unless you were looking for them specifically, you would miss them. They weren't on many maps. The houses were set well away from the street, screened by tall hedges or brick walls. Many had electric gates for additional security. Barrie was jittery when Gray pulled the car to a stop in the driveway of an estate that was for sale. We could get shot, she said. We could. What do you think she'll do when we come traipsing through her backyard? We won't know until we do it. This had been Barrie's idea last night. It had seemed like a good one. Now, she was less sure. You say you've met her before? A couple of times, at official functions, but we've never engaged in any private conversation. She may not even remember me. I doubt that. They shared a taut look for several moments, then she added softly, You do make an impression on people, Mr. Bondurant, 336 Sandra Brown. Yeah, take for instance the impression I've made on you. Barrie looked down at her clasped hands. I'm sorry about that last night. I mean, I never really believed that she bit down on her lower lip. I was upset and frightened. Forget it. He opened the car door. No, please. She laid a restraining hand on his arm. I don't want this to fester. Okay, say whatever is on your mind. I thought about it all night and tried to look at it from every angle. If Spence did escape and return to Washington, if he somehow tracked down Howie and discerned that he was feeding us information, and if he did get to Howie's apartment minutes before we did and killed him, why did he plant a clue that would divert the investigation away from us? Spence could have made it look like we killed Howie, say out of spite for getting me fired. Safely behind bars and trying to prove our innocence, we'd be out of his and Merritt's hair. So why would he purposely get us off the hook with local police? Without having to think it over, Gray replied, because he has something larger in store for us. Like what? I don't know yet. That's why we must tread very carefully. He looked past the vacant colonial mansion to the woods behind it. Let's go. Although she was even more shaken now than before their conversation. Barrie got out of the car. She'd been careful to bring with them the newspaper ad for the sale of the estate. The ad might provide a plausible excuse if anyone stopped and asked them why they were snooping around. She followed Gray's lead as he moved along the high iron picket fence that demarcated the property. It took them, exclusive 3:37 5 minutes to reach the rear boundary. That's theirs, he said, pointing ahead. On the far side of the greenbelt between the two properties, she saw the roof of the house. The leaves on the hardwoods were just beginning to turn, providing a colorful palette of contrast to the evergreens. Fallen leaves crunched underfoot as they picked their way through the woods. At any other time, under any other circumstances, this would have been a pleasant outing. They held back when they reached the wide, carefully tended lawn fanning out behind the red brick Georgian house. Bright chrysanthemums bloomed in the gardens. The hedges were as perfectly manicured as a debutante on the night of her coming-out ball. Since I met you, Bondurant, I've seen a lot of backyards. This is by far the prettiest. He came close to smiling, but it never fully developed because just then a woman came out the back door. She was carrying an armful of what appeared to be rolled-up posters secured with rubber bands. That's her, Gray said. He stepped from the sheltering trees and started across the lawn. Barrie followed with trepidation. The woman was slim and attractive. After placing the posters in the back seat of her Jeep Cherokee, she straightened up. That's when she spotted them. To her credit, she didn't turn and run or demonstrate apprehension of any kind. She stood her ground. As they came closer, Barrie saw that her expressive dark eyes seemed troubled. They shifted from Barrie to Gray, then back to Barrie. Before either she or Gray could begin to explain why they were there, Amanda Allen said, "Thank God you've come." Chapter 35, C5 he led Barrie and Gray through the large, homey kitchen, past a gracious dining room, and into a cozy living room. A low fire was burning in the grate. The room smelled faintly of apples and cinnamon. Framed photographs of two young boys, Dr. George Allen and Amanda, were scattered around the room, documenting their family history and the children's growth. The furnishings were tasteful and beautiful, but comfortable. The atmosphere was inviting. Barrie envied the other woman the beautiful room, the children, and the home she'd made. Not so enviable was the tension in Amanda Allen's face and carriage which portended doom. It had occurred to Barrie last night that Mrs. Allen might be agreeable to discussing her husband's work, especially if there was disharmony between the couple, as Howie had said. She'd thought of it as a long shot, but worth a try. Never would she have expected Amanda to appear so relieved to see her in Gray, nor would she have expected this woman, who seemed to have everything one could desire, to look so miserably unhappy and stressed. Exclusive 3:39, when they were seated, Amanda addressed Gray first. "How are you? A lot has happened since we last saw each other." He nodded, then introduced her to Barrie. "I know who you are, Miss Travis." "And I know who you are," Barrie said. "At least I do now. You called me at WVUE and alerted me to what was going on at High Point." The moment Amanda had spoken to her outside, Barrie had recognized the voice and identified her as the anonymous tipster. I apologize for being so mysterious. I felt I had to do something, tell someone, but wasn't sure how to go about it. You came to mind because of your interview with Vanessa. You knew something untoward was going on at your lake house? I sensed something was wrong, but I didn't know what. George, she rolled her lips inward. Amanda wasn't the kind of woman who would weep in front of strangers. She didn't continue until she had regained her composure. George doesn't confide in me anymore, but I believe if that nurse hadn't suffered a fatal heart attack when she did, Vanessa would also be dead. I'm afraid you're right, Gray confirmed. She looked at Barrie with barely controlled desperation. Once you left the TV station, I didn't know how to contact you. Why were you trying to reach me? To tell you something you obviously already know. David Merritt isn't the man that everyone's been duped into believing. He's an unconscionable villain. He must be stopped. She fixed her dark eyes intently on Barrie. May I ask you something? Barrie nodded. You burst into the morgue at Shinlin Hospital because you believed it was Vanessa's body under the sheet, right? Right. 340 Sandra Brown. And you also believed that my husband brought about her death? Barrie looked at her sadly. I'm sorry, that's precisely what I thought, and so did Gray. Amanda folded her hands together in her lap. I see. Vanessa's manic depression and the medications required to keep her mood swings under control offer a physician lots of room to maneuver. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, Amanda replied thickly. I would imagine so. We have several good reasons to believe that Vanessa is still in grave danger, Gray said. From George? From David. But through George, he didn't need to answer. His expression made it clear. Barrie knew they weren't telling Amanda anything she hadn't already figured out. Still, having her worst fears confirmed couldn't be easy, but she retained her dignity, which won Barry's admiration. I realize how extremely difficult this must be for you, Mrs. Allen, she said. I've never met him, but based on what I know of your husband, I don't believe he's acting maliciously. I know him, Gray said. I think he's as much David's victim as Vanessa is. We didn't come here to accuse Dr. Allen of anything, Barrie said. We're only seeking information. You don't have to defend yourselves to me, Amanda said with a bitter laugh. Ever since David assumed office and appointed George the White House physician, he has put my husband through pure hell. David's gifted that way, Gray remarked. He and Amanda exchanged a look of shared understanding that momentarily excluded Barrie, finally breaking exclusive 341, the eye contact. Amanda focused on a recent family portrait on an end table. George is caught up in something terrible. Whatever it is, he's powerless to extricate himself from it. It's wreaking havoc on our personal life. It's having an adverse effect on our children. It's put George at war with himself. He's tormented, he's disintegrating right before my eyes, and I can't seem to reach him, not even with pleading or with threats of leaving him. Whatever this something is, it's more powerful than L. She looked at Barrie. Do you have an inkling? David Merritt killed Vanessa's baby. It wasn't Sid's. Amanda pressed her thin white fingers against her lips to keep them from trembling. Your husband was trapped into complying with something that goes against his nature as a healer and his personal moral code, Barrie said softly. That's why he's tormented. What she couldn't bring herself to say was that Dr. Allen had covered the murder for the president and was now assisting in the elimination of the only witness to the crime. But Amanda was an intelligent woman. She didn't need it spelled out for her. Finally, she lowered her hand. Her lips were pale but no longer trembling. I loathe that man for what he's done to my husband, even if it means implicating George in a crime. I'll do whatever I can to help you expose David Merritt for what he is. I prefer having George alive and serving time in prison to having him dead. If this nightmare doesn't end for him soon, it's going to kill him by one means or another. Barrie and I were hoping you would agree to help, Gray said. Amanda turned to him, plainly speaking. You believe that David has commissioned George to eliminate Vanessa? Yes, we do. 342 Sandra Brown. What about her father? Clete Armbruster would kill anyone, including his son-in-law, if one hair on her head was harmed. Have you asked him for help? We've tried, Barrie told her, But since the debacle in Shinlen, he won't even speak to us. There could be another reason he's avoiding you, Amanda said. The senator isn't altogether innocent. He plays high-stakes politics. George has alluded to some of his shenanigans. My theory exactly, Gray said. If Cleet starts firing accusations at the White House, chances are good they'll ricochet and he'll wind up shooting himself. David's MO is to get the goods on the people surrounding him. Dirty secrets instill blind loyalty. No one is exempt. Not even the father-in-law who got him elected. I have no such loyalty to David Merritt, Amanda said. What do you need from me? The name of the facility where George is keeping Vanessa. I don't know. He hasn't told me, but I presume it's Tabor House. Barrie looked across at Gray. He appeared as puzzled as she. A private detox hospital, Amanda added. I never heard of it. You wouldn't? She explained. Tabor House is kept very hush-hush. It's available only to high-ranking government officials and their immediate families. Substance abuse among high-profile Washington personnel occurs more often than anyone would guess. The facility was founded about 20 years ago so that the government could save face when someone in power needed to be detoxed. Where is it? Virginia? By car? About an hour and a half exclusive 343. That explains George's helicopter trips from the White House lawn every day, Gray said. Can you give us directions? She frowned with consternation. I've never been there. Visitors aren't allowed, but I know the name of the nearest town. They followed her into the kitchen, where she sat at a built-in desk and wrote down for them what she knew. Finding the exact location of Tabor House would be left to them. Gray read over the information she'd provided, then pocketed the paper. This is more than we had, he said. Thank you, Amanda. Gray. She laid a hand on his arm. I trust you to be careful with George. I'm doing this to save his life, our life, but by helping you, I also feel that I'm betraying him. I understand the conflict. I've been experiencing a similar one. Remember, I once served under David as his aide and his friend. He paused. I won't do anything to physically harm George. You have my word, he reassured her. She pressed his arm, then dropped her hand. This is so terribly dangerous for you. I'm surprised you took a chance on coming here. Barrie told her about the surveillance they'd been under since the incident in Shinlen. We were followed when we left my friend's house. Gray was able to lose the other car in traffic, but I must warn you that someone else we talked to was murdered last night. My God, why don't you and the children go away for a while until all this is cleared up? Gray suggested. She considered it, but only briefly. If I took the children out of school and fled, that would make us look all the more suspicious. Besides, I won't leave George. 344 C. Sandra Brown. Barnes' admiration for the woman increased again. We took every precaution to protect you, but don't trust anyone, Gray warned her. Not even someone you ordinarily would like Spence Martin. Amanda cocked her head. But you took care of that Viper, didn't you? I assumed. What do you mean? Amanda indicated the small TV built into the kitchen cabinetry. It was on earlier, a news bulletin. What was the news? Barrie asked. Gray, Bondurant was the news. Chapter Sray Bondurant, hero of the hostage rescue mission, was being sought by the FBI for questioning into the disappearance of Spencer Martin, presidential aide. David Merritt heard of this at the same time as the rest of the country did. He and Spence were holding a confidential meeting in the president's private quarters. Only a handful of people at the White House knew that Spence was in residence. He had moved into an extra bedroom on the 3rd floor here. They could talk freely. The room was both soundproof and impossible to bug. The guy was a moron, Spence said of Howie Fripp. He was actually glad to see me, invited me in, didn't even stop to wonder how I knew where he lived. You're sure he didn't have time to contact Travis and Gray between the time he left the bar and when you showed up at his door? I had him in sight the whole time. Spence took a sip of Pepsi, but it wouldn't have mattered if he had contacted 346 Sandra Brown then. He didn't know anything. He was only boasting that he did to impress me. He couldn't, too. What the hell is that? Turning to see what had captured David's attention, Spence was as alarmed to see his face on the television screen as the president was. It was an old picture, probably the only one of him on file. Nevertheless, he was recognizable. He picked up the remote control and disengaged the mute button. Has been reported missing. David and Spence looked at each other with complete bafflement, which only increased as the network's Capitol Hill correspondent went on. It is believed that Gray Bondurant, who came to national fame following a daring hostage rescue mission, was the last person to see Spencer Martin when he recently entertained the president's advisor at his ranch in Wyoming. A full-scale investigation to locate Mr. Martin is underway. Jesus! Spence surged to his feet. Who's responsible for this? I don't know, but I'm going to find out. He reached for the telephone and demanded that a call be placed to the Attorney General. Use the speakerphone, Spence said. Attorney General William Yancey was out, so one of his subordinates got a good taste of wrath. Presidential style. What the fuck is going on? Where is Mr. Yancey? I want to speak with him immediately. He and Mrs. Yancey are out to dinner, Mr. President. Well, track him down now. In the meantime, I want to know who authorized this investigation into Spencer Martin's disappearance. Mr. Yancey himself, sir. As I understand it, he received a tip. Exclusive 347. A tip? He got a tip? And he's authorized a full-scale investigation on that basis alone. The tip came from a very reliable source, Mr. President. Who? Senator Armbruster. David swung his gaze toward Spence, who launched into a vicious, albeit silent spate of obscenities. Lowering himself into a chair and massaging his temples, David imposed a rigid calm over his voice. I see. Senator Armbruster probably just forgot to discuss it with me beforehand. The senator said that Mr. Martin has been missing for almost 2 weeks. After an uneasy pause, he added, Mr. President, Mr. Yancey assumed that Senator Armbruster was acting on your behalf. Well, of course he was, David said smoothly. I too have become increasingly disturbed by Mr. Martin's absence. What I don't understand is why Mr. Yancey is looking for Mr. Bondurant. Sir Bondurant recently told Senator Armbruster that Mr. Martin had been to his place in Wyoming. As far as anyone can tell, that was the last report on Mr. Martin's whereabouts. Has Mr. Bondurant been apprehended? Not yet, sir. Keep me posted, of course, Mr. President, and track down Mr. Yancey. I wish to speak to him immediately. Certainly, sir, I'll convey the message right away. David disconnected. Well, do you want to suddenly reappear and put a stop to this nonsense? Spence paced for a moment. No, I can operate better if I'm not visible. But I'll order my men to look the other way, 348 Sandra Brown, if they spot Gray. We sure as hell don't want him questioned by the FBI or Yancey. Yancey, David repeated with rank dislike. William Yancey had seemed the perfect man for the position of Attorney General in the Merritt administration. 10 years David's junior, he was as young and aggressive as Robert Kennedy had been when his older brother appointed him to that job. Like Kennedy, Yancey had distinguished himself in criminal prosecution, both in state and federal jurisdictions. He was charismatic, attractive, and articulate. So David had asked him to sign on, and he'd regretted it ever since. Yancey was too sharp, too industrious, too honest. Yancey and Bondurant would be a dangerous pairing of like minds. As soon as Gray sees this news story, what's to stop him from strolling into Yancey's office and volunteering that you're buried in his root cellar? He won't do that. Why not? First, because it would put him out of commission, at least temporarily. He'd have to explain why he shot me and imprisoned me in his cellar. It would take time to get to the bottom of that time that Gray doesn't want to spend. Second, when he saw Howie Fripp's body, it was as good as a calling card. Gray knows I'm no longer in that cellar. David frowned. Timing suddenly become critical, hasn't it? Very. Damn it, we don't need this, he said angrily. What the hell was Cleet thinking? Spence indicated the telephone. I suggest you ask him. I really don't understand why you're so upset, David. Exclusive 349, Cleet said, flicking his cigar ashes into a china ashtray bearing the presidential seal. The senator had responded immediately to the president's summons. with the complete understanding that an enraged David Merritt was waiting for him. He'd approached the meeting in an upbeat frame of mind. Pulling off a tricky double cross always put him in a good mood. David was shitting bricks over this matter of Spence and Bondurant, just as Cleet had known he would. David certainly didn't want Bondurant to go on record as saying that Spence had been dispatched to assassinate him. Naturally, he would deny any such claims and turn the tables on Bondurant by calling him a traitor and a murderer. But the damage would already be done, and it would be irreparable. Seeds of doubt would already have been planted in the public's mind. Prior to an election year, this was sticky business for an incumbent. The opposition party would have a field day pointing out to an impressionable public the shady kind of characters their president surrounded himself with. By betraying Gray Bondurant, Cleet had made an enemy, but the man was expendable. Barrie Travis certainly was. He'd sliced and diced her credibility all to hell after that scene in the hospital morgue. Even though they had David Merritt dead to rights, Cleet had no qualms about stymieing their efforts. He couldn't have those two loose cannons running around causing mishaps, jeopardizing his own plans to destroy David. There was also the outside chance that, in their bumbling fashion, they would stumble across the Becky Sturgis affair. That would unquestionably ruin the president, but it would also ruin Cleet Armbruster. In the lineup of his priorities, self-preservation was second only to power. So, to keep Bondurant and the reporter occupied, he'd clued Attorney General Yancey to the fact that the former 350 Sandra Brown recon was the last person known to have seen Spencer Martin alive. Now that they'd been derailed, Cleet's aim was straight. He had to get Vanessa healthy and away from David permanently, then destroy him. Meanwhile, David was on a verbal rampage without discussing it with me first. I've been trying for days to discuss it with you, Cleet interrupted. You haven't taken my calls. You were in Georgia yesterday. This afternoon you had that meeting. I know what my agenda was, Cleet. You could have waited until I was free before calling Yancey. On the contrary, David, I did not feel that this could wait any longer. People have been asking about Spence. What people? People on your own staff, people to whom his absence is noticeable. You've been distracted, so they've come to me. Why? You? Because you and I are so close. Cleet let the statement lie there like a gauntlet, daring David to pick it up. Everyone assumes that you share your thoughts and concerns with me. If you discuss Spence's unexplained absence with anyone, it would be with me. He puffed contentedly on his cigar. Gray told you that Spence had come to see him? That's right, the night I met him in the Travis Broad in Shinlen. There was so much going on that night. How did Spence's name even enter into the conversation? Cleet frowned, as though trying to remember. I can't exactly recall best as I remember. It was a casual reference. I probably wouldn't have thought of it again if Spence had reappeared, but he hasn't, and it doesn't look like he's going to. I did some snooping. His mail's backed up. Nobody in his apartment building has seen him in weeks. He has an exclusive 351 return phone calls. Looks like he went to Wyoming and got swallowed by a Teton, doesn't it? Appears that Bondurant was the last person to see him. David laughed. That language has such sinister overtones, Cleet. You suggesting that Gray killed Spence? Do you have another explanation? That's ridiculous, is it? Yes, David replied testily. Yancey doesn't seem to think so. Yancey. I had reservations about appointing him. I wish now I'd heeded them, Cleet chuckled. Because he's much like Bondurant, always in your face over something. He doesn't kowtow like the rest of them. In any event, he talked to somebody over in the FBI criminal division who agreed that a little chat with Mr. Bondurant is in order. Cleet stuck the cigar in the corner of his mouth, moved to the liquor cabinet, and poured himself a straight scotch. He held the cut crystal tumbler in front of a lamp and studied the play of light through the facets. When they questioned Bondurant, I wonder how much he'll tell them about Spence's visit to Wyoming. He turned and looked pointedly at his son-in-law. The two men exchanged a long stare. David was the first to smile in grudging respect for his shrewd mentor. So, you know, Gray told you that you sent Spence there to kill him? Yes, he told me. Makes one wonder what else he knows or thinks he knows that you'd rather keep quiet. David sat down on a divan and crossed one ankle over the opposite knee. Cleet wasn't fooled by David's seeming insouciance. He wasn't nearly as relaxed as he wished to appear. 352 Sandra Brown. What do you want, Cleet? I know you too well. You didn't orchestrate this bullshit FBI investigation on a whim. You for damn sure didn't do it out of concern for Spence. Then why? What is it you want? My daughter? My wife, you mean? You're ruining Vanessa's life. I won't let it happen. Where Vanessa is concerned, my wishes as her husband take precedence over yours, Cleet. Let me assure you that she is in excellent hands. Where? Allen's lake house again? Her condition became much too serious to be treated there. She flipped out one morning. George had no choice. He had to remove her to a nursing facility. Which facility? Tabor House, the detox hospital. He knew her privacy would be guaranteed there. David got up, crossed to his desk, and retrieved a slip of paper from the middle drawer. Here's the number. Call it if you don't believe me. Cleet snatched the paper from him and asked the White House operator to place the call. While he waited, he slammed back the scotch. Finally, a mellifluous voice answered. Tabor House. This is Senator Cleet Armbruster. Let me speak to whoever's in charge. One moment, please. Soft music played in his ear as he waited for the call to be directed. He wondered if this really was a telephone line to the exclusive substance abuse hospital, or if David was tricking him. Cleet, I've been expecting to hear from you. The president told me you'd be calling. Exclusive 353. He recognized the voice. Dr. Dexter Leopold, former Surgeon General, now administrator of Tabor House. Hello, Dex. How's my daughter? I'll be perfectly honest with you, Cleet. She was in bad shape when Dr. Allen brought her here. Her medication wasn't working because she was drinking so heavily, but we've got it stabilized now and she's much improved. Give her the best treatment available, Dex. That goes without saying. I want other doctors on her case, not just Allen. There was a slight pause on the other end. That would be awkward, Cleet. I don't care how awkward it is. Dr. Allen is her physician of record. Until Mrs. Merritt herself or President Merritt, if she's incapable of making the decision, replaces him, I must recognize him as the physician in charge of her case. Dex Leopold was reputed to be an honorable man, but David could have gotten to him somehow. If George Allen was slowly killing Vanessa, would Dr. Leopold look the other way? Exactly where is Tabor House? Cleet asked. I'd like to come see her tomorrow. I'm afraid I can't allow that, Cleet, the doctor said gently. You know the policy here? Absolutely no one except the patients and the staff are allowed on the premises. That's the only way we can protect our patients' privacy and maintain the hospital's integrity. Seeing family can cause a setback, especially once the patient is medically healed and we're working on the psychological phase of recovery. But surely, Dex, I'm sorry, Cleet, no exceptions. Not even the president has been allowed to visit Mrs. Merritt, although he's asked to each time he's called. If I turn him down, I must say no to you too. It's what's best for Mrs. Merritt, I assure you. 354 Sandra Brown. Cleet's eyes cut to David, who was watching him, his expression unperturbed. All right, Cleet conceded. I want Vanessa to be well again. She's had it rough ever since the baby died. So President Merritt informed me he regrets not getting her into therapy following the baby's death. If she'd had counseling then, this crisis might have been avoided. But don't worry, we'll return her to you fully restored. You will if you know what's good for you, Cleet said just before hanging up. Satisfied? David asked. Not by a long shot. Cleet strode to the door of the Oval Office. Be very careful, David. I don't care how many people you've lined up to lie for you and do your dirty work. I'll have my daughter back or else. A few weeks ago, I reminded you that I put you here and I can take you out. He snapped his fingers an inch from the president's nose, like that. Chapter L before daylight, Cleet headed downstairs to pour himself a cup of coffee. Before going to bed each night, he set the timer on the coffee maker. That first steaming cup always brought back cherished memories of his boyhood, before he knew how to spell politics or even what the word meant. Before he learned that some men placed ambition and greed above honor, before he had become one of those men. His father had been a tall, strong, quiet man to whom committing one crime to cover another would have been unthinkable. He'd had only a third-grade education, but he knew all the constellations and could calculate in record time the number of dots on the dominoes just played. He was slow to anger, but quick to defend an underdog in a fight. He had served under General Patton in Germany. That's where he'd been killed and buried, but before the war he'd lived and worked as a wrangler on a cattle ranch in South Texas. During spring roundups, he would sometimes let young Cleet ride along with him and the other cowboys. 356 Sandra Brown, the most dangerous animals on the range, weren't other men from whom you had to protect your back, but rattlers, spooked horses, and cranky longhorns. The days in the saddle were long, hard, and dusty. The nights were star-studded. At dawn every morning before the workday began, the cowboys gathered around the campfire and drank cups of scalding stout coffee. After the war, his widowed mother moved them to Mississippi to live with her family. Cleet had spent the remainder of his youth far from the cattle ranch, and the majority of his adult life in Washington, but 60 years later, he could still recapture the mingled smells of frying pork and manure and leather, and his father's cigarettes hand-rolled as he hunkered down over breakfast under the sky. No coffee in the world had tasted as rotten as that camp coffee. None since had tasted as good. Cleet had loved those mornings. He'd loved his father, too. He remembered how glad he'd been to ride along beside him, and how the other men, no matter how tough, had treated his father with earned respect, how proud Cleet the boy had been to be his father's son on this morning. As on all others, Cleet avoided thinking about whether his father would be proud of Cleet, the man. He switched on the kitchen light. Gray Bondurant was sitting at the table. He had helped himself to a cup of coffee. "Morning, Cleet." His voice was level. His slouch was hardly a confrontational posture. But Cleet knew that to Gray Bondurant, betrayal was the ultimate offense, and Bondurant was a dangerous man. Cleet wondered if his reminiscences of his father and campfires and roundups had been harbingers of his imminent death at the hands of a man he had sorely wronged. He was ashamed of the fear that fissured through him. Exclusive 357. Of course, he let none of his apprehension show as he poured himself some coffee and joined his uninvited guest at the kitchen table. It would have been a waste of breath to ask Bondurant how he'd gotten inside the house. The sophisticated alarm system had been armed, but it wouldn't have deterred the recon who'd penetrated the walls of a Middle Eastern prison. Holding Bondurant's chilly, implacable stare, Cleet took a fortifying sip of caffeine. "I guess saying I'm sorry won't cut it." "Not hardly, Cleet. Call off the dogs." "I can't. It's gone too far. It's out of my hands." "Bullshit. You started the ball rolling. You can stop it. Or are all your boasts about the power you wield just so much hot air?" Bondurant was a worthy adversary. He wasn't going to be put off with verbiage. Cleet decided to cut to the chase. "What do you want?" "I want to find Vanessa and return her to you." "But I can't have the FBI breathing down my neck while I go about it." "Vanessa's no longer in danger." "You believe that?" "She's at Tabor House." "I know where she is." Cleet wondered how Bondurant had come by that information, but he knew it was pointless to ask. "Last night I talked to Dex Leopold. He's the ramrod there now. I put him on notice that she better come back to me safe and sound." Bondurant snuffled with scorn, then leaned across the table. "Did you believe anything that Barrie and I told you about Vanessa's pregnancy and the baby's so-called SIDS?" Being the politician he was, Cleet held his silence. "If you think there's any truth to what we told you, do 358 Sandra Brown. You believe David will let it go now? You know him better than anyone, Cleet, so what do you think if he did in fact smother Vanessa's baby? Do you think there's a ghost of a chance that he's going to let her live to tell about it?" Cleet mentally debated the question, although the answer was terrifyingly simple. "What do you want?" he repeated brusquely. "Freedom to move around without fear of being apprehended. I don't care how you do it. Get me out of hock with the FBI. How do you propose I—" "Don't pull that shit with me. You'll think of something, and you'll be convincing. Tell them you were grossly misunderstood, misquoted, misled. Make something up, but make it believable. Get them off my tail. In return, you'll get Vanessa back. I'll get her back anyway. The question is whether you'll get her back alive. David wouldn't dare go that far. I've put him on notice too, all the more reason for us to act quickly. I'll do my own acting, thank you. Okay, have it your way. But there's one more thing you should know. Spence hasn't mysteriously disappeared. He's alive and well and in Washington. The hell you say, I thought you killed him. Well, I didn't, although I might live just long enough to regret it. He's back. I've seen his handiwork. Do you think he and David will allow the FBI boys to interrogate me? Never. They'll try and kill me first. So it's your own skin you're bargaining for, not Vanessa's. That shot caused a glint of anger to appear in the other man's eyes, but he kept his cool. Spence won't stay in VC exclusive 359 bubble forever. He'll materialize. When he does, they'll publicize it and have a good laugh at your expense. You'll look like a doddering old fool for raising a false alarm. Yancey and the FBI will denounce you for meddling and dragging them into a farce. After that, who's going to believe you when you blame David for whatever misfortune befalls Vanessa? No one. You'll be written off as delusional and senile. David will have won on all accounts. You're lying. Bondurant didn't honor the accusation with a denial, merely stared at Cleet with those cold blue eyes. I told David last night why I called Yancey and got the investigation going. If Silence was still alive, he would have told me. Would he, or is he setting you up? Bondurant leaned slightly forward again. Cagey as you are, Cleet, I'm sure you've cooked up a delicious plan to destroy David for killing your grandson, but your way will take time, and time is something we don't have. The man was making sense, but Cleet wasn't ready to concede. What if I don't do as you ask? Then good luck, you're on your own. I've been doing things on my own for a damn long time. I have a pretty good track record. Then why isn't Vanessa here with you now instead of locked away in some hospital incommunicado under the watch and care of David's lap puppy George Allen? It was a good question. Cleet had no answer for it. Still, it was hard for him to back down. Retraction wasn't in his nature. You're bluffing. You want Vanessa safely back as much as I do, with or without my intervention. You would fight off the FBI and anybody else to storm the castle and rescue her. 360 Sandra Brown maybe once, not anymore. Got another girl, huh? Barrie Travis? Cleet didn't expect him to rise to the bait, and he didn't. In many ways, Vanessa is a delightful woman, but she's selfish. Listen here, Cleet said, shaking his index finger in Bondurant's face. I won't have you or anyone criticizing my daughter. Ignoring him, Bondurant continued. She learned early on to cover her own ass, and she had a damn good teacher in you. Vanessa always gives herself top priority, and never so much as when I resigned my White House post. She let me bear the brunt of the gossip about us, never uttering a single word in my defense, never interceding with David on my behalf. So why are you offering to help her now, patriotism? Cleet snorted. Self-aggrandizement is more like it. You're a hero. Saving the First Lady is an irresistible challenge. Nothing as romantic as that. Cleet, an innocent baby, is dead. Shouldn't his killer be punished? I also want closure on my association with David's presidency. I want it to be over with once and for all, and that'll never happen until his administration is upended and the ugly underbelly is exposed. And while Vanessa no longer holds my affection, she certainly doesn't deserve to die. St. Gray, Cleet said snidely. Bondurant came to his feet, signaling that he'd done all the haggling he intended to do. He seemed exceptionally strong as he stood over the table. Cleet suffered by comparison. The younger man's sinewy strength made him feel old and soft and weak. What's it going to be, Cleet? Do I implement a rescue? Exclusive 361. I'll think about it. Not good enough. Call Bill Yancey now or I disappear, and Vanessa's life rests in your hands alone. You're mean and cunning enough. You might defeat David and survive. She won't. Cleet never surrendered. Never. But he knew from his football days at Ole Miss when it was prudent to fall back and punt. As she was making her way from the fresh grave back to her car, two men fell into step with her, one on each side. Miss Travis, yes, they showed her their FBI badges. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Now? She asked incredulously. In case you haven't noticed, this is a funeral. We noticed, one said, we're sorry about Mr. Fripp. We've had a problem locating you and figured you'd be here. Your insensitivity is unforgivable," she said. Pathetically, few people had attended the brief, secular service at Howie Fripp's interment, which was a sad commentary on his life. Almost exclusively those in attendance were co-workers from WVUE, most of whom had used the funeral as an excuse to take an extra hour at lunch. In chatty groups, they were hurrying back to their cars, having upheld their moral responsibility and now free to socialize on company time. Barrie's tears were real. She genuinely felt sad, not only for the horrible way in which Howie had died, but because there would be no atonement for the crime and because no one really cared anyway. One of the agents nudged her from her lament. "Even 362 Sandra Brown. Though this is an inconvenient time, Miss Travis. We'd still like to talk to you. Since you've got me surrounded, what choice do I have? But do you mind if we move a little farther from the grave?" Not at all. When they reached her car, she blotted her eyes one last time and turned to face them. "I told the police everything I know about Mr. Fripp's murder. They took my statement at the scene. That's not why we're here," one of the agents said. "No," she said, pretending to be taken aback and puzzled. "Then what's this about, Gray Bondurant?" "Oh, him," she said in a drop-dead voice. Folding her arms across her chest, she assumed a bored but disgruntled pose. "What do you gentlemen wish to know about our nation's erstwhile hero? For starters, where he is." "I don't know. I don't want to know. He's a creep." The agents exchanged a look. One said, "It's our understanding, Miss Travis, that the two of you have been spending a great deal of time together." "That's right. We have had, rather. Until yesterday when he turned up as one of America's most wanted. As if I didn't have enough problems," she said, rolling her eyes. "First my house blew up, killing my dog. Then I had a shouting match with Senator Armbruster, during which he did all the shouting. That incident got me fired from my job. Then I indulged in well, you know," she said demurely. "I got involved in a thing with this guy. But what woman wouldn't be attracted to him? He's a national hero, for heaven's sake. The strong, silent type, very sexy. And he has these eyes that just—" She shivered in mock delight. Exclusive 363. "Well, anyway, we were getting along pretty well. Then yesterday his mug shows up on a news bulletin. Scared the hell out of me. I told him to get lost, and he did." She sighed wistfully. "I should have known he was too good to be true." "When did you last see him?" "Just as I said yesterday." "What time?" Let's see. Mid-afternoon. Can you be more specific?" "No. Up until I saw the news flash, I wasn't watching the time. What were you doing?" She shot him a telling look. "I see you were having an assignation." She giggled. How quaintly put. Where did it take place? "Some motel. I don't remember the name." "Location? You got me. It was along a freeway. I remember that. I didn't pay any attention to where we were going. You don't have any idea what part of town you were in." Bowing her head, she pulled her lower lip through her teeth, looking distressed. God, this is so embarrassing, Gray." Mr. Bondurant was driving. "See? And oh, geez, can I just say that on the way to this motel, I wasn't exactly sitting up straight in the seat, and that my head was below the dashboard?" The agents exchanged another look. One's eyebrows were encroaching on his receding hairline. "I'm not even sure the motel had a name," she continued. "He picked the place. Between you and me, it was kind of sleazy. You know the type of place rooms rented by the hour, clean sheets optional, on top of being wanted for questioning by the Phoebes. Oh, sorry, guys. I meant no disray. 364 Sandra Brown. Spect. Anyway, Bondurant was cheap. Our first date, he took me to an IHOP. Can you believe it? If he hadn't been so good in bed, and those blue eyes and all, I would have ended it right there." One of the agents cleared his throat. Did Mr. Bondurant ever talk to you about Spencer Martin?" "Sure, all the time. They were buddies. The two of them and the president are like this," she said, crossing two fingers. "Did he say anything about Mr. Martin going to Wyoming to see him?" Yes, in fact, I think I was there just a day or two ahead of Mr. Martin. I went out there thinking I'd do a piece on Bondurant, a what's he doing now type story. Right away, we sort of hit it off. He followed me back to Washington. But before I could produce the story on him, I got canned. Now I find out he might be more dangerous than I thought. You thought he was dangerous? She flashed the agent an angelic smile. To my libido. Oh, did he ever exhibit any hostility toward Mr. Martin or the president? No, matter of fact, he saw the president recently, she winked. But I bet you guys already know that, don't you? You haven't heard from Bondurant since yesterday afternoon? No. Sorry, can I go now? Funerals aren't my favorite thing. She reached toward her car door. Besides, there's really nothing more I can tell you. Getting involved with Mr. Bondurant, even to a limited extent, was just one of several bad choices I've made recently. I'm sure you're aware of some of my more public blunders. This is one I'd like to forget. The sooner the better. Exclusive 365. If you hear from him, I won't when I told him to take a hike. He launched into that male thing. That, how dare you walk out on me? I'm God's greatest gift speech. If he does contact you, please give us a call. I certainly will. She took the card the agent handed her and placed it in her handbag. I don't want to get into trouble on account of him. If he contacts me, I'll be sure to let you know. They thanked her for her time and walked back to their sedan. Barrie watched them go, feeling no animosity toward them. These two were among the good guys. They were doing their job as ordered by their superiors. They were performing by the book. Not so the surveillance team set up on Daly's block. They hadn't yet stormed the house in search of Gray, which confirmed what they had suspected. Those agents belonged to Merritt's personal army within the FBI, commanded by Spence Martin, who didn't want Gray to be found and questioned. At any time, the president or his aide could command those men to move in and eliminate the pesky band of saboteurs living in Daly's house. Why hadn't they? It was a question that plagued them all. Gray seemed to think they hadn't made a move because they had something larger in mind, a grander scheme in which he, Barrie, and Daly would trap themselves. She feared he was right. Chapter Wiley signaled to the hippie selling roses at the busy intersection. In under 5 seconds, he was lying on the floor of the back seat, and Daly went through the green light. Good going, Daly, Gray said, slipping off his headband and wig. There are 3 cars back, and there's a bus between you. I'm getting good at this, Daly replied from behind the steering wheel. How's the flower business? Lucrative. I hate to give it up. Who's that? He asked, referring to Daly's passenger. I've named her Dolly. Dolly was a wide-eyed, inflatable doll. She was wearing a jacket that belonged to Barrie and an auburn wig even more matted than Gray's hippie braid. The shoulder harness and seatbelt held her in place in the passenger seat. She's supposed to be me, Barrie said, crouched in the other corner of the back seat. Without raising his head too high, Gray took a closer look at the doll. Pretty good resemblance. Exclusive 367. I'm glad you said that, Barrie declared, unperturbed. Now I don't feel so bad about trashing you to the FBI. She told him about being detained after Howie's funeral. That was before Armbruster owned up to his mistake and you were removed from the most wanted list. Whatever you said to him worked. He was all over the news this evening, claiming that there'd been a total breakdown in communications. He hinted that the error rested on the shoulders of his office staff, the efficiency of which is being reevaluated. Through the senator, Merritt assured the nation that Spencer Martin is handling a delicate personal matter, which covers everything from a hemorrhoidectomy to high treason. Right. And that he will resume his duties at the White House when the matter is resolved. Cleet received some mild criticism from his colleagues, but he took it on the chin and was good-natured about it. Tell him about your call from Justice. As prearranged, Daly had been driving aimlessly, trying to shake their surveillance, but he'd also been following their conversation. From your source? She nodded. I was paged and returned the call, but instead of giving me information I already had, which was that the search for you had been called off, my source was after information. Like, what? Like, what the hell is going on? End quote. Because of this snafu with Armbruster and Yancey and the criminal division of the FBI, everybody's a little fractious this afternoon. Frankly, it does my heart good, she smiled at him cheekily. So, honey, that's about it for me. How was your day? 368 Sandra Brown. I found Tabor House. See, just in case Gray had located the hospital, Barrie and Daly had come prepared. Do you think you've lost our tail, Daly? About 5 minutes ago. But there may be an electronic tracker on the car, Gray said. I haven't found a transmitter, but that doesn't mean it's clean. We have to make this switch in a hurry. Following Gray's directions, Daly drove to a multi-layered parking garage, where on the second level, Gray had another vehicle waiting. Barrie and Gray alighted. Daly also stepped out, letting his car idle. Take care of yourselves, he told them. I'm more worried about you than us, Barrie told him. You're sure your tank has enough oxygen? Yes. Drive around, have supper, act as natural as possible, Gray told him. Keep them busy for several hours, but don't take any chances. Don't take any chances. I know, Daly said cantankerously. We've gone over this a dozen times. I know what to do. You'll do fine, Gray told him. Come on, Barrie. She hung back, wishing Daly didn't look so frail. Counterintelligence maneuvers and breathing apparatus seemed hugely incompatible. Whatever happens, we'll be back before dawn. I'll check on you as soon as I can. Promise me you'll be careful. I'll be careful. And that you won't be cross with Dolly. She's an easy broad. She doesn't nag. And that if you start feeling bad, you'll go home. I promise. Exclusive 369. You promise, but you won't, she said with mounting consternation. I know you won't. Barrie? Gray called from the front seat of the other car. Haul it. Get going, or you're going to screw up Gray's plan. Daly told her he tried to get back into his car, but she placed her arms around him and hugged him tightly. You're my best friend, Daly, she whispered. For life. Yeah, he said crossly. This time she let him push her away, but she wasn't fooled by his brusqueness. His reluctance to say goodbye matched hers, piercing her with a cold splinter of foreboding. Daly, it'll be okay. He slid behind the wheel, nodding. She closed his car door. She tried to catch his eye, but he wouldn't look at her as he dropped the car into gear. She stepped back as he drove away. She watched his taillights until they disappeared around the sharp curve at the end of the row. Barrie, I'm coming. She got into the car with Gray. On the front seat beside him was a shopping bag. What's that? Supplies. What's that? He asked, pointing to her leather satchel. Camcorder, she said absently. Do you truly think Daly will be all right, or were you just saying what he and I wanted to hear? He braked the car and turned toward her. You don't have to go, he said. It might be a better idea if you stay with Daly, protect him, and let me do this alone. The ease with which he could dismiss any contribution she would make infuriated her. Go to hell, Bondurant. I think that's where we're headed. 370 Sandra Brown. They drove to a middle-class suburban neighborhood where he parked the car at the curb in the middle of the block. Keep a lookout, he told her as he got out of the front seat and into the back. I'm going to change. Change what? My clothes. He swapped the hippie-style faded jeans and tie-dyed t-shirt for a charcoal gray suit, white shirt, and dark tie. You should have told me, she remarked. I'm underdressed. Didn't your mother tell you it was better to be overdressed than under? Probably. I didn't listen very well to anything she told me. Well, listen up now, he said, opening the car door. Don't make a sound and do exactly what I tell you. Keeping to the shadows, they walked to the house on the corner. Lights shone in nearly every window. A TV set in the front room threw dancing bluish light on the walls, seen through the open blinds. In the driveway were a car and a pickup with a camper mounted over the bed. Gray signaled Barrie to wait beside the evergreen hedge dividing the property from the neighbors. Leaving the shopping bag with her, he approached the camper from the rear. The door was locked, but Gray picked the lock within seconds and waved her forward. She scampered from her hiding place to the back of the camper. When they were both inside, he closed the door and relocked it from the inside. Have a seat. He indicated a padded bench running along one wall. He took off his jacket and folded it over his thigh as he sat down. She spread her arms wide. What are we doing? Waiting. Exclusive 371. I hate to be the one to clue you, Captain Marvel, but this isn't Tabor House. The guy who lives here works there. I found the hospital early this morning when the night shift was getting off. I followed him home. How do you know this isn't his night off? I don't. How do you know this will work? I don't. What if it doesn't? I'll try something else. Now, will you give the questions a rest? Somebody might hear us in here. Sit. She sat and lapsed into a moody silence. Soon the padded bench no longer felt padded. After about an hour, she said, being a commando isn't all it's cracked up to be. It's boring. Shh. He held up his hand, signaling for quiet. Through the walls of the camper, she heard what sounded like a screen door slam. Then she distinguished two voices, one male, the other female. Drive carefully, the woman was saying. I will. Are you working a double? No, I'll be home around 8. I'll have breakfast for you. The man's voice grew louder as he came closer to the pickup. Sleep tight, bye. They heard his footsteps on the concrete, then the metallic click as he opened the driver's door. The camper rocked slightly when he got in. Gray noticed that Barrie was about to speak and laid his finger against his lips. The motor sputtered a few times, then came to life. They felt a slight jolt when the parking brake was released. As soon as they were underway, country music started blaring from the truck's souped-up speakers. 372 Sandra Brown. The music's a bonus, Gray said. Now we can talk freely without being overheard. He works at Tabor House? Judging from the overalls he wears, I would guess the engineering or janitorial department. What's it like? The hospital, a converted mansion, Georgian design, lush grounds surrounded by a high wall, very secluded. It's at least 10 miles off the state highway. You'd have to be looking for it to find it. There's a gated entrance with an armed guard. One road in, same road out. He's going to drive us in, Barrie said, catching on to Gray's plan. That's the idea. What if the guard checks the camper? There's a decal on the windshield of every employee's car. Pretty ingenious. Save that for when we make it out of there in one piece. The thought was so sobering she changed the subject. What happened with Armbruster? After he'd recounted their conversation, she asked, do you trust him? I can piss farther, but so far he's held up his end of the bargain. I'm going to do my best to uphold mine. I can't believe they bought his story about incompetence on his staff. Cleek can twist anybody's arm, even at that too, and when twisting it doesn't work, he breaks it off. He talked to the right people and made himself understood, that's all. He wants his daughter back, no matter what, so he was willing to make a bargain with the devil, namely, Mafe, I can save Vanessa's life, exclusive 373. Gray's motivation was love. Barrie hadn't allowed herself to think too much about that. Nor had she allowed herself to consider the depth of Vanessa's gratitude and what form it might take once this was over. Best case scenario, Vanessa would survive. Her marriage to David Merritt would not. She would be free to live happily ever after with the hero who'd rescued her from her murderous husband. And Barrie would have what she wanted, the long-awaited exclusive that would finally launch her career and take it to heights that she'd never before thought possible. That was what she wanted more than anything, right? Irritated by the thought, she said sullenly, I don't suppose you brought along a deck of cards, something to pass the time. If you're bored, you can change. He nodded at the shopping bag. That's your costume for the evening. Inside the bag was a nurse's uniform pants and a tunic in matching coral polyester along with a pair of white walking shoes and a navy jumpsuit. Gray said, the nurses don't wear matching uniforms, so you won't stand out. Barrie dumped the contents onto the carpeted floor of the camper. What's with the jumpsuit? That's mine. Dashing. She stood up and reached for her belt buckle. Aren't you going to turn your back? No, but you can turn yours. If he wasn't going to make a big deal of it, then neither would she. She could act just as blasé as he, she told herself as she stepped out of her shoes and pulled her shirt tail from her waistband. At least the camper was dark, with only a little light coming from the curtained windows on each side. 374 Sandra Brown, after unbuckling her belt. She unzipped her slacks and pushed them down her legs. When they were off, she folded them and placed them in the bottom of the shopping bag, Next, she unbuttoned her blouse and removed it, leaving her in panties and bra. At least they were a match set. At least they were new, fresh from Victoria's Secret. But she was no lingerie model. She was no Vanessa Armbruster or Merritt either. Maybe the semi-darkness would be kind and soften the comparison. Simultaneously, she and Gray noticed that the truck was slowing down. Barrie looked across at him. He checked his wristwatch. We haven't had time to get there. Why's he stopping? For gasoline, maybe? I don't know, he said, peeking through a crack in the curtains. I don't see anything. The truck continued to slow and then rolled to a stop. The radio went off when the driver cut the engine. His door creaked open. The cab rocked when he stepped out. Hey, sugar, they heard him say. Been waiting long, Chapter? Daly took seriously his job as a decoy. Shortly after separating from Barrie and Gray in the parking garage, he spotted a gray sedan that, for several blocks, maintained a safe distance behind him. After some calculated wending through city streets, Daly was sure he was once again being tailed. Maybe Gray had been right, and his car had an electronic tracker planted on it. Or maybe the bastards were just lucky to have picked him up again. Or maybe Merritt's secret police were more pervasive than even Gray knew. That was a scary possibility. However, it was unlikely that his thugs would accost a sick old emphysemic on a busy street. Daly felt relatively safe. For the first hour, the game of chase was fun, but eventually the monotony overcame him. After his third yawn in 5 minutes, he tuned his radio to a station that played rap music for the simple reason that he hated it with a passion. If that obnoxious racket couldn't keep him alert and edgy, nothing could. When his stomach began to growl, he pulled into the 376 Sandra Brown drive-thru at McDonald's and ordered Big Macs for him and Dolly. The youngster manning the window noticed that Daly's date was an inflatable doll, but he didn't comment and Daly offered no explanation. Better to let the kid think he was a pervert rather than a subversive. He parked his car in front of the dining room and absently watched other customers come and go while he ate his burger and fries. He didn't have much appetite, so he finished only half his meal. He could swear that Dolly looked at him reprovingly when he disposed of their leftovers, disinclined to begin driving again. He sat with his hands resting listlessly in his lap and continued to monitor the McDonald's clientele. He was particularly interested in the couples with young children. These seemingly happy families were living proof that the ideal wasn't entirely unattainable, rather than deriving any pleasure from this testament. However, the kids with the Happy Meals made Daly feel incredibly sad, not for the first time. He acknowledged that he'd missed out on what was really important in life. He should have married that sweet little school teacher who'd been so crazy about him. He'd been just as crazy about her. He'd fallen head over heels for her soft brown eyes and gentle mannerisms the first night they met. One of her smiles could make him feel like $1,000,000, but he'd taken her for granted and treated her badly. Opting too often to work overtime rather than keep a dinner date, she had always run a distant second to his pursuit of a good story. Between taking her to the movies and following a hot lead, there was no competition. She'd been a sweetheart, truly putting up with him longer than she should have, but he'd stretched her patience too far. She'd given up on him and married someone else. Exclusive 377 man, more stable and attentive, one who wasn't so dedicated to his work and his freedom. Funny how the freedom of youth turns to loneliness in old age. More and more lately, he thought about her and contemplated what could have been, catching himself in the poignant thought he scorned his self-pity. Somewhere along the line, I've become a pitiful old fool, impatient with his maudlin reverie. He started his car and backed out of the parking lot. The sedan was across the street at a Taco Bell. It pulled out behind him. He took 66 out of the city until it intersected with 495. Then he doubled back, heading northwest. It was amusing to watch the sedan in his rearview mirror as it tried not to lose him in traffic, although he wasn't so naive as to believe that the gray sedan was his only tail. He re-entered D.C. via Chevy Chase, Maryland, and drove back downtown. He made a drag down Wisconsin Avenue, where eclectic crowds seeking the nightlife of Georgetown vied for tables in crowded bars and restaurants. Letting his nose lead him, he continued driving through the city until he once again reached the outskirts. He was getting bored and sleepy and weary from sitting behind the wheel for so long. His mind drifted back to the schoolteacher. He'd been a damn fool to let her get away. She would have made a loving wife. They could have had kids, grandkids by now. These autumnal years wouldn't be so lonely, and he wouldn't be depending solely on Barrie for company. She was a great kid, and he loved her like she was his own flesh and blood, but she wasn't a life partner. There was a difference. Maybe if he had married that sweet lady way back then, he wouldn't be so afraid of dying now. Some life for 378, Sandra Brown her, he muttered, having to take care of a gasping old fart like me. His own voice snapped him out of his daydream. Where the hell was he? Unaware, he'd driven himself into an industrial park with row upon row of warehouses, one barely distinguishable from the next. All were closed at this hour. At loading docks, empty trailer trucks stood open like behemoths with their maws spread wide. Daly's car and the one following it were the only moving vehicles on these deserted streets. Becoming more disoriented with each turn, he wound his way deeper into the concrete maze until he entered a street that came to a dead end. Damn. He glanced quickly at his rearview mirror. The sedan was right behind him in the cul-de-sac. Acting on instinct, Daly hooked a sharp U-turn and was just about to pull up even with the sedan when the driver spun the wheel hard to the left. Daly had to stand on his brake pedal to keep from hitting the sedan broadside. It would have been better if he had. He might have stood a chance of fleeing the scene of an accident. He feared there would be no escaping the three angry men who got out of the car and came toward him. "You're 10 minutes late." The woman's whining could be heard through the walls of the camper. "Shit," Gray hissed. "What's going on?" "I picked a Romeo with a bedroom on wheels." "Hurry." He tossed her shoes, clothes, shopping bag, and satchel up onto the bunk that jutted into the cabin of the camper and extended over the cab of the pickup. "Get up there quick." "No way. It's like a coffin." Exclusive 379, having no time to argue, he grabbed one of her bare ankles. With the other hand splayed over her bottom, he launched her up onto the bunk, where there was less than a foot of space between the mattress and the ceiling. When not in use, the bunk served as storage space for extra bedding and pillows. Gray chinned himself up and crawled in among the pillows, blankets, and sleeping bags. "Get way back in there," he said to Barrie, who for once did as she was told without question. She made herself as small as possible in one of the forward corners. The couple could be heard approaching the rear of the camper. "I'm getting tired of this stupid thing," the woman complained. "Why can't we go to a motel?" "Because this is more private and free. It's not a matter of money. Honest baby. Motels keep records. You don't want my old lady finding out about us, do you?" During this spat, Gray worked frantically to reposition the rolled-up sleeping bags and pillows at the end of the bunk. With luck, they would shield them when the couple entered the rear of the camper. Then he scrunched Barrie even farther into the corner. With only seconds to spare, he pulled a quilt over them, heads and all. "When they join us up here, it's going to be awfully crowded," she whispered. "Do you have a better idea?" If she did, she had no time to say so. The rear door opened and the dome light came on. The camper rocked with the man's weight as he stepped inside. "Here we go, baby." He gave a low whistle. "You look like dynamite tonight. Is that a new blouse? Like it?" 380 Sandra Brown. "I like it a lot. How quick can we get you out of it?" "You're such an animal." The door was closed and the light went out. Laughter, sighs, the wet, sucking sounds of passionate kissing, the whisper of clothing being removed, the rasp of a zipper, a low moan. "You're a handful," the woman said. "You better believe it, baby." Tighter. More sighs and smacking sounds. Then "I'm about to bust already," the man panted. "Come on, let's—" "Do we have to get up there?" she asked in her nasal whine. "I hate it up there. I banged my head on the ceiling last time." "Okay, just wait a minute," she screeched. "Don't tear 'em. I'll take 'em off if you'll wait half a second." Apparently, the poor bastard was beyond the point of no return. From below came the sounds of bodies knocking against the wall or the floor. Gray couldn't be sure. He didn't want to be sure, because knowing for sure what was going on below would conjure up mental images that he was sure he couldn't handle right now. He tried to think of something, anything, to buffer the unmistakable sounds of sex. He squeezed his eyes shut, wishing he could shut his ears, as effectively wishing he could suspend all his involuntary responses, one in particular. Barrie was lying perfectly still, hardly breathing, as tense as he. He knew because he was aware of her stillness and her breathlessness and her tension. He was aware of every damn thing about her, from the fragrance of her shampoo to the feel of her toes nestled against his knees. What was happening on the floor of the camper was a scene straight out of a stag film, the kind of movie a bunch of guys get together and watch while polishing off a few 6-exclusive 381 Papaks. It was the kind of rendezvous recounted in graphic language in hardcore porno magazines. It was a fantasy with no artistic value. It wasn't even elegantly erotic. It was juvenile, base, and to hell with it. He was burning hotter than a furnace. He realized that he wasn't turned on so much by what was going on below as he was from lying entwined with Barrie. She was semi-nude. He was fully clothed, a turn-on in itself. The danger of discovery was as enticing as it had been when he was 6, sneaking off with the 8-year-old preacher's daughter to play Adam and Eve in her daddy's peach orchard. And it was one of nature's mischievous tricks played on man that the more helpless he was to satiate his arousal, the more aroused he became. The man below brayed like a jackass. A moment later he grunted, "Was it good for you, baby?" "No, and I'll be damned before I fake it." "Don't worry, I'm going to take care of you. I've got plenty of rubbers and 45 minutes before I have to leave for work." 45 minutes, Gray couldn't stand it that long. What about Barrie? Was this having any effect on her? He could feel her breath against his neck. It was rapid and hot. Agitation or arousal, seeming to read his mind, she moved slightly, very slightly. Her knees, which were bent almost to her chest, began to straighten, but so gradually that at first he thought he was imagining it. Eventually they came, even with his belt buckle, then moved past it. He held his breath as she, painstakingly moving only a fraction of an inch at a time, eased her knees over his erection. Then her shins slid along his thighs, past his knees, until her legs were aligned with his, and they lay belly to belly, male to female. 382 Sandra Brown. She tilted her head back slightly, then a little more. It couldn't be his imagination because he could no longer feel her breath against his neck, but against his lips. And, although it was dark beneath the quilt, he knew she was looking at him at his mouth. "You're a fool if you do," he thought a heartbeat before bending his face closer to hers and kissing her. Her lips parted beneath his, only slightly, but enough to make him reckless with lust. "Don't do this, Bondurant." But no sooner had he thought the words than his tongue was making love to her mouth, her sweet, silky, sassy mouth. Soundlessly, his hand slid down her back until he was palming her bottom, planting her middle solidly against his. Only one ply of silk separated her from the distended fly of his trousers. Without any overt motion, only a subtle undulation of her hips, she rubbed against it. A guttural sound, more a vibration than an actual noise, issued from his throat. She tensed, he tensed. He pressed his cheek against hers and tried to breathe silently, though it was almost impossible to do since his heart was racing. But they went unheard and unnoticed because the couple below was engaged in silly, flirtatious, verbal foreplay punctuated by her shrill giggles. They could have been revealing the location of Jimmy Hoffa's body for all Gray cared. He was focused solely on kissing Barrie, mouth to mouth, wetly and wantonly. He lost count of the number of times he kissed her, of how many times his tongue made forays into her mouth. He never broke contact with her lips. Not even when they had to pause to breathe or risk suffocation. But even then, she angled her head up, and the tip of her tongue flirted with his upper lip. He indulged her, letting her play and tease and tantalize until he couldn't take it anymore. He pressed his tongue deeply into her mouth. He held exclusive 383 her tighter, angling himself against the cleft of her thighs. And he stayed there, and stayed, fucking her in his mind. Sweet heaven and holy hell. It was the most sustained, most intense, most intimate, most satisfying, most frustrating sexual encounter he had ever experienced. In turns, he wanted it to end with an explosive climax and to continue into eternity. The denouement wasn't left to him or to Barrie, however, but to the two strangers. Not until the camper door was opened and the light came on was Gray jolted back to reality. Then the door was closed and locked from the outside. The couple lingered just beyond the door, planning their next rendezvous. The girl won the argument. He grudgingly agreed to meet her at a motel. Barrie and Gray lay still, unwitting eavesdroppers to the sad parting of the illicit lovers. Finally, the interlude ended when the man climbed into the cab of his truck and drove away. Once they were in motion and the radio was blaring again, Gray yanked the quilt from over their heads. He avoided looking at Barrie. Now that it, whatever it had been, was over, he felt exactly as he had when the preacher caught his daughter and him beneath a peach tree, comparing the two best ideas God had ever had. He lowered himself out of the loft, get down and get dressed. He knew he sounded brusque, but he also knew that he couldn't afford to sound any other way. She'd made him forget all his training. He knew how to withstand enemy torture, to disassociate his mind from physical pain. The Marines hadn't trained him to withstand Barrie Travis. She managed to climb down from the bunk on her own. Garth Brooks was singing through the speakers about drinking whiskey and beer with friends in low places. Gray was 384 Sandra Brown. Grateful for the noise, it helped relieve the awkward silence between them as Barrie put on the nurse's uniform. Gray put his suit coat back on, then stepped into the overalls, zipped them up, and put a cap on his head. When Barrie finished dressing, she sat down on the bench. He passed her the satchel he'd retrieved from the bunk. In the semi-darkness, he saw that her eyes were wide and watchful. "That's the first time you've kissed me. So aren't we going to talk about it?" "No. Why not?" "Because we're about to attempt the kidnapping of the First Lady of the United States. We should be thinking about the operation." "The operation? I'm a woman, Gray, not one of your recons. You insisted on coming along. If you don't like the way I command the mission, you can stay behind, but I need to concentrate. So, one question, please. What is it? Was it good for you, baby?" He tried not to smile, but couldn't help it. He even uttered a passable laugh. "Shut up, Barrie. I thought so." Then she gave him that soft, smug, knowing smile that a woman gives a man when she knows she's got him where she wants him. After that, she obediently remained quiet. Not another word was spoken until the pickup began to slow down. The driver turned off the radio as he came to a stop at the guard gate. Gray looked across at her and whispered, "Well, we're here." Chapter 7 woe of the three men approached the driver's side of Daly's car. The other moved around to the passenger door. They were opened simultaneously. "Mr. Welsh, who wants to know?" He was taken by the arm and pulled from the front seat. He heard a pop and a swish of air and realized that Dolly was history, stabbed in the chest with a pocket knife. "Hey!" Daly shouted. "Was that necessary? Who the hell do you think you are?" It was hard to sound tough when breathing was an exertion. He sounded so goddamn weak he could have laughed at himself. The three men weren't laughing, however. In fact, they were the grimmest trio he'd ever had the displeasure of meeting. One more and they'd have reminded him of that merry band, the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. "We think we're the FBI. They flashed badges at him." "Yeah, right," he said sarcastically, knowing them to be Spencer Martin's heavies. "We've been following you all evening, Mr. Welsh," said the one who was obviously in charge. "Did you really 386 Sandra Brown? Think we'd fall for that stupid-looking doll? We're not idiots, you know. A woman who never speaks, never moves." Is that a legitimate question or a commentary on your sex life? His quip didn't amuse the man, who spun him around, flattened him against the fender, and pulled his hands together behind his back, securing them with a plastic cable tie as he Mirandized him. "What are you arresting me for? I haven't done anything, unless inflatable dolls have become illegal. What do you want with me?" "We want to talk to you about your house guests." What house guests? I bet he'll cooperate if you yank that tube out of his nose. One of the others suggested to the leader. Daly fought off panic. If they disconnected him from his oxygen tank, he'd be dead in no time. I don't think that'll be necessary, the leader said. Not yet. Daly's knees went weak with relief, but his next words indicated that Daly's reprieve was only short-term. Our boss is real pissed off at you and your cronies. As if I give a damn. Isn't Spencer Martin man enough to come pick me up himself? Or is he scared of Bondurant? Spencer Martin. The man repeated, playing dumb. Don't you watch the news? Mr. Martin is taking a brief leave of absence from his duties at the White House. Yeah. He's really scraping the bottom of the barrel, if you're the best he can recruit for his nasty little army. The three men shared a look among them. Daly guffawed. What? Surprised that I know? You thought it was a secret? Guess again. The leader said, Old man, you're way out of your exclusive 387 league. You'd be wise to cooperate with us. Where are Barrie, Travis, and Gray Bondurant tonight? And what are they up to? Suck my dick, asshole. The man took an angry step forward, but one of the others held him back. Where are they, Welsh? He shouted. Daly knew that he was up shit creek. Even if he told them what they wanted to know, he wasn't going to see another sunrise. These guys weren't just his interrogators, but his executioners. His assignment had been to keep the bad guys busy, providing Gray and Barrie time to liberate Vanessa Merritt from Tabor House. As long as he had breath, that's what he would do. It wasn't exactly like going out in a blaze of glory, but it was a spark anyway. Belligerence wasn't working very well, so he took another tack and faked a swoon. I don't feel so good. Tell us where they are, and we'll see that you get some rest. Yeah, permanent rest. Some motel, he mumbled. What motel? Where? I don't know. Where? Something with Washington in the name. Do you know how many motels there are around here with Washington in the name? No, Daly replied innocently. How many? The man grabbed him by his lapels and lifted him until the tips of his toes were barely touching the pavement. If you want to see Miss Travis and Mr. Bondurant alive, you'd better get your memory back real quick. It's out toward Andrews, Daly stammered. I went there with them once. I can't remember exactly where it is, but I'll know it when I see it. 388, Sandra Brown. Okay, let's go. The man shoved Daly forward with such impetus the cannula was jerked out of his nostrils. My oxygen, he cried. I've got to have it. He frantically and futilely struggled against the hand restraints. Relax, Mr. Welsh. We don't intend to let you suffocate. Not until we know what your friends have planned for tonight. The tubing was reinserted into his nostrils. His oxygen tank was taken from his car and transported along with him to the gray sedan. When they pushed him into the back seat, Daly was comforted to see that Dolly's remains also had been brought along. At least he wouldn't die entirely alone. If anyone stops you and asks, you're filling in for someone who's sick. Gray had been giving Barrie instructions for 10 minutes, ever since their adulterous driver had left his pickup to report for work. As anticipated, the guard at the gate had waved the truck through without checking the camper. They were on the grounds, but not yet inside the hospital. Gray had produced clip-on photo IDs with phony names for them to wear. They won't pass muster on close inspection, but at a glance they look authentic. Dolly Madison, she said, reading her name. Speaking of Dolly, I hope she and Daly are all right. He'll do okay. Remember, there will probably be monitored security cameras, so even when no one's around, someone could be watching Walk naturally and purposefully. I know, you've told me at least a dozen times. I just don't want us blown before we locate Vanessa. Will there be security guards on the inside, exclusive 389? I don't know. If there are, will they be armed? Possibly. The Secret Service. Definitely. But I'll take care of them. One more thing, once we have Vanessa, how do you plan on getting out of here? Plan A, I'll hotwire this truck. You and Vanessa can ride back here. What's plan B? Hell if I know. Great, she muttered. But it was she who opened the camper door and stepped out first. Tabor House was more extravagant than Gray's description of it. Built in a U shape around a center garden, the house had 3 floors. Avoiding the grandiose front entrance, they went to the employees' side entrance, which Gray had spotted during his reconnaissance the day before. Shifts were changing. Doctors, nurses, and other personnel were leaving as others were reporting in for the graveyard shift. "I'll go first," Gray said as they approached. "Wait a few minutes and then follow me." "Follow you where?" He shrugged. "Don't worry, I'll find you." He started off, then turned back. "Barrie, if something happens to me, get the hell out. Understand, hide in somebody's car and ride out the same way we rode in, okay?" She nodded. "You won't, will you?" "No," with a frown of disgust. He turned and disappeared through the employee entrance door. Trying to appear casual, she opened her satchel and, without taking out the video camera, checked all the mechanisms to make certain 390 Sandra Brown they were working properly. She also checked the tape deck to make sure she had remembered to load a cassette. It would be just like her to make history, but forget to put a tape in the camera as she headed for the entrance. She was assailed by 1,000 misgivings, but only one certainty. If she didn't do this, Vanessa Merritt would die in this building. So she kept her eyes focused on the floodlight above the entrance, letting it guide her as a lighthouse guides a sailor through a perilous reef. She entered through what had probably been a mudroom when Tabor House was a private residence. That anteroom led into a large, well-lighted, well-equipped commissary lounge where the staff took their breaks. There were various vending machines for food and drinks, a commercial coffee maker, an industrial ice maker, several microwave ovens, tables, and chairs, and 2 doors designating restrooms. A bank of metal lockers took up one wall. A roster of telephone extensions had been made into a poster large enough to be read from any point in the room. The shift change was almost complete, so the crowd had thinned out. One man, who was dressed like an orderly, was waiting for his meal to heat in the microwave. A nurse was talking into a pay telephone. Another was fiddling with something inside her locker. 2 men wearing jumpsuits like the one Gray had on were seated at a table drinking coffee and talking about turbine engines. No one paid her any attention. She walked through the room as though she did it every night at 11 o'clock. Beyond that room, the hospital underwent a drastic personality change. Outside the bright sterility of the commissary was a corridor suggestive of hushed voices and stiff formality. The walls had a wainscot, embossed pastel paper above, paneling below. Brass wall sconces provided sub-exclusive 391 dude lighting. The floor was carpeted. Barrie followed that hall to another that intersected it. Left or right, left or right. Don't look covert, look purposeful. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, right? The corridor she'd selected led toward the front of the building. Along it, she saw offices, dark now, a formal reception parlor area with a baby grand piano, and a solarium filled with tropical plants and ferns among cushioned rattan furniture. All very fancy, absent anything that looked clinical. The atrium entry was quite impressive, with its sweeping staircase and a skylight 50 feet above the marble floor. In the center of this rotunda was a round foyer table on which stood an enormous floral arrangement. The gladiolus stems upward of 4 feet tall. There was no one around except a janitor who was kneeling in front of a wall socket, tinkering with a screwdriver. Barrie went around the table to speak to him. "I might become a cokehead just to have the privilege of staying here." "You can't afford it," the janitor said as he came to his feet. "There's nothing on the first floor except offices and meeting rooms." "A records office?" "Undoubtedly, but I'm sure the files are locked, and I didn't bring the tools for picking them. Besides, it would take too much time." "Then what do you suggest?" "A computer terminal," he said. "There's bound to be a patient roster that's constantly updated." "Good idea. Onward and upward. You take the elevator. I'll use the stairs. Meet you on 2. The elevator was an iron cage that had more aesthetic properties than mechanical. Barrie was grateful that it made 392 Sandra Brown. It up 1 flight. She stepped through the wrought iron doors, turned to her left, and came face to face with a nurse who was as shocked to see Barrie as Barrie was to see her. What are you doing in that thing? It's a death trap. I'm new, Barrie said, laughing nervously, which under the circumstances wasn't hard to fake. Next time I'll take the express. Dolly Madison, she said, sticking out her hand. Please, no jokes about my name. Believe me, I've heard them all. Linda Arnold. Pleased to meet you. Barrie caught a peripheral glimpse of Gray as he reached the top of the staircase. Taking advantage of the diversion she'd created, he slipped behind the charge nurse's desk. There was no one else in sight. When did you start working here? The nurse asked. This is my first night. I'm assisting Dr. Hadley, she said, recalling one of the names she'd seen on the telephone roster in the commissary. I thought Dr. Hadley was on a 6-month sabbatical. Yes, he is, you mean she? I said she. Barrie placed her hand on Linda Arnold's arm and leaned in close. Between you and me, it's not going as the doctor planned. She's supposed to be working on a book, although I doubt she'll ever pull it together. Really? That's surprising. She's already so widely published. True, Barrie said, wishing writer's block upon Dr. Hadley, whoever the hell she was. But this time, she's struggling. I'm sorry to hear that. She has so much to share, and she's such a gifted doctor. She is a dear, isn't she? Barrie gushed. She had her exclusive 393 view of Gray's back. He was hunched over a desk. Had he found a computer terminal? What's all that? The nurse indicated Barry's heavy shoulder bag. Research materials I'm gathering for Dr. Hadley. All that? Yeah. And, well, I can't go anywhere without my Slim Fast. I never leave the house with less than 2 cans, just in case. Always an extra pair of shoes. I have awful bunions. Magazines, stuff. My husband teases me about my stuff all the time. Weren't you assigned a locker downstairs? Yeah, but the gizmo thing. She pantomimed working a combination lock. I couldn't get it to work. Until I get the hang of it, I thought I'd better cart this crap around with me. Nurse Linda Arnold tilted her head. You look familiar to me, but I can't quite place you. She recognizes me from TV. Where did you work before you became Dr. Hadley's assistant? Oh, a zillion places. I get bored with the same old job, so I sort of, go with the flow. Behind the nurse, Gray was giving her a thumbs up. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to meander around and try to get my bearings. Can I help you? No, I do better when I learn my way alone. She laughed. I already know not to take that creaky old elevator again. Excuse me? Gray had approached them and tapped Linda Arnold on the shoulder. She turned to him. Are you the one who called for the light bulb to be changed? 394 Sandra Brown. No, it wasn't me. Must have been the 3rd floor, I thought. She said second. Sorry. He doffed his cap and headed back to the staircase. By the time Nurse Linda Arnold turned back around, Barrie had slipped out of sight. They're not there. The report came back to the main man via one of his dour sidekicks, the one who'd so viciously ended Dolly's brief life. It had taken them an hour and a half to find the motel. This is it, Daly said, wheezing hard. I'm sure of it. The Washington Inn, room 122. There's a teamster in there mad as hell because I woke him up, the agent said, glaring at Daly. I don't get it, he said, looking helplessly from one to the other. She said she was meeting Bondurant here tonight? You dropped her in a parking garage, didn't you? How'd you guys know that? Where was she going? Here, that's what she told me anyway. Swear to God I was supposed to drive around with a dummy and be her decoy. This is bullshit, one of them said. He's been jerking us around all this time. To make his act more convincing, Daly began to beg, don't hurt me, please, I had to do it. I'm scared shitless of him. Who, Bondurant? He told me that if I fucked up, he'd kill me. And he will too. Have you ever looked into his eyes? They're spooky as hell. The man's a natural-born killer. If he finds out I brought you here, he'll kill me. Exclusive 395. Knock it off, the leader snapped. Please take me home, Daly pleaded. If they're not here, I don't know where they are. Bondurant probably lied to me. Maybe he lied to Barrie, too. He could have been setting a trap for her. Have you thought of that? But what do I know? I'm just an old man. I don't know anything. He's lying, one of the agents said. Hell yes, he's lying, said the leader. Let's go in the car. The leader used his cellular telephone. Welsh was lying about the motel. They weren't there. He listened for a moment, then said, Yes, sir. I'm sure you can get more out of him than we've been able to. Daly didn't like the sound of that. He liked even less what the gauge on his oxygen tank indicated. I haven't got much air left, he said as soon as the man was off the phone. Sounds like a personal problem to me. The other two didn't even bother to respond. From the floorboard, Dolly stared up at him with wide, dead eyes. It was a long drive back to the city. Their destination turned out to be an innocuous-looking office building. As they escorted Daly to an emergency exit door at the rear of the building, he looked up at the sky. No stars could be seen, of course, because of the city lights, but there was a pretty moon that was nice. They took a service elevator to the 7th floor. Their heels echoed along the deserted corridor as they marched Daly to the door at the end of it. The wheel on his oxygen trolley was squeaking. He never had gotten around to oiling the damn thing. One of the men moved out in front and knocked on the door. A voice ordered him to come in. He opened the door, then stood aside. As Daly crossed the threshold into the 396 Sandra Brown room, he had a fleeting thought as to what form his torture and death might take. His ominous host was backlit by the single lamp in the room, but Daly recognized him by his silhouette. Mr. Welsh, he said in a voice that was almost friendly. You've been awfully busy tonight. Aren't you almost out of oxygen by now? And Daly thought, oh shit. Chapter 7, he broken water pipe in the storage room on the third floor of Tabor House produced the desired effect. Nurses and aides congregated as near as they could get to the door of the flooding closet. For as many staff as were involved, there were that many suggestions on how best to solve the problem. A nurse said she'd seen a janitor working in the storage room a few minutes before the geyser erupted, but he couldn't be found to assist in the containment and cleanup. Barrie hadn't known what Gray intended when he left her in the stairwell, telling her to wait for him there and to look busy if anyone came by. When he returned several minutes later, his overalls and cap had been discarded, and he was once again in suit and tie. A water pipe had mysteriously burst. It wasn't too difficult to figure out what he'd been doing. Come on, was all he said. She followed his lead through the door to the 3rd floor. Because of the commotion in the south wing, nobody noticed them as they headed for the north wing. But when 398 Sandra Brown, they rounded a corner, they saw 2 Secret Service agents standing guard outside room 300. This is when we get shot, Barrie thought. But Gray was cool. Evening, gentlemen, he said crisply, walking right up to them. They recognized him immediately. Mr. Bondurant, one said. How are you? Gray flashed his grim smile. I thought you had retired. When did you? I'll be glad to tell you all about it later. But we've got to move Mrs. Merritt immediately. There's been a small accident in the other wing. I don't think it's serious. This is strictly a precautionary measure. The president doesn't want to take any chances. He held up his hand as though for silence and pressed his fingers against the portable earpiece he was wearing. They're ready downstairs, he said. Nurse? He nodded Barrie toward the door of the room. Yes, sir. She slipped past the 2 agents. Excuse me, sir, but nobody except Dr. Allen. The edge of Gray's hand connected solidly with the guy's larynx. Another swift blow, and he was down. The other had turned to detain Barrie. Gray gave him a karate chop on the back of the neck. He went down. Barrie held the door open while Gray dragged them inside. It had taken no more than a few seconds. Gray hastily switched his phony earpiece for the Secret Service agents. He listened for a moment, then bent down and spoke into the tiny microphone the unconscious agent was wearing under his lapel. Some excitement in the other wing, that's all. He paused to cough and clear his throat. Leaking water pipe. He listened again. No, we're under control. Exclusive 399. He clicked off the transmitter. To Barrie, he said, there's another agent on the roof. Won't he notice the voice change? I hope not. Working quickly, Gray divested one of the agents of his 2-way radio kit so that he would be clued to the actions of the agent on the roof and any others who might be in the area. Then he taped shut the agents' mouths and trussed them like turkeys, binding their hands and feet behind their backs with duct tape. For the time being, they were out of commission. But how long would it be before someone noticed they weren't at their post and came to check? Barrie had no time to entertain that concern. Gray had already moved across the dim room where Vanessa lay motionless on a hospital bed. Her slight form created barely any valleys and hills beneath the covers. Barrie moved to the opposite side of the bed. Mrs. Merritt. "Vanessa? Can you hear us?" Gray said with more force, shaking her shoulder. Vanessa. Her eyes fluttered open. When she saw Gray, there was a catch in her thready breath. "You've come? I'm going to get you out of here, Gray." When her eyes drifted closed again, she was smiling faintly, assured that now she was safe. She was so sedated that she didn't even flinch when he ripped the tape off her arm and slipped the IV catheter from her vein. Barrie didn't have to look very closely to see that Vanessa was seriously ill. Eye sockets looked like dark craters in her skull. Her lips were colorless. Gray slid his arms beneath her, catching her behind her knees and shoulders, and lifted her from the bed. She looked like a child in his arms. 400, Sandra Brown. "Barrie," he ordered, "take the pistol." He'd laid it on the bed when he picked up Vanessa. Barrie stared at the weapon, loath to touch it. The long silencer attached to the barrel made it look even more menacing. But Gray's expression looked more dangerous and deadly than the gun, so she did as he'd instructed. The weapon felt heavy and awkward in her hand. "Careful with it," he said. "It's ready to fire. The service elevator is at the end of the hall. We'll use that to get to the ground floor." He glanced toward the two unconscious agents. "If you're legit, I'm sorry," he muttered. "If you're Spence's men, fuck you." As they moved toward the door, Barrie asked, "What about security cameras?" "I haven't seen any, have you?" She shook her head. "What if somebody tries to stop us?" "Shoot them," he said, matter-of-factly. He motioned her with his head. "Check the hall." She opened the door and looked around. The corridor was empty, although from around the corner she heard laughing and chatter about the flooded storage room. Apparently, the absence of the Secret Service agents had not yet been noticed. "Clear," she told Gray. "Get the elevator." She stepped out into the hallway and punched the button on the wall. Lighted numbers on the panel indicated that it was on the first floor. Barrie was sure it had never taken it longer to rise those 2 floors. She kept her eye on the corner, but no one appeared. At last, the elevator arrived and it was empty. She stepped into it and pushed the open door button. Gray carried Vanessa across the hall in 2 long strides. Barrie pushed the closed door button, exclusive 401. Nothing happened. Not for several interminable moments. Finally, the door slid closed and they began their descent. Barrie stared at the crack where the 2 doors met when they reached the first floor, and those doors opened, and someone was standing there demanding to know just what the hell they thought they were doing. Could she shoot that person? She was thankful that her mettle wasn't tested. There was no one waiting for the elevator when it reached the ground floor. She stepped out and checked the corridor. "A lot of people are in the commissary," she told Gray. There were sounds of conversation coming from that area. "It must be break time." "Go the other way," he said. "That can't be the only exit. We'll go out through another door and circle around. I noticed French doors in the solarium." They threaded their way back through the first-floor corridors. The French doors in the solarium were locked, but the latch was on the inside. She hesitated. "It could be wired to a security system. We'll take our chances." She undid the latch and pushed open the door. The ensuring screech was ear-splitting. Barrie turned in the direction from which it came and reflexively fired the pistol. A tropical bird in a tall white cage sent up a terrible racket, although her shot had wounded only a Boston fern. The bird's ruff was standing on end, his multicolored wings were extended and flapping, and he was still screeching. "Shit," she said. They left the building at a dead run, although hospital personnel were obviously accustomed to the bird's temper tantrums because no one was pursuing them, keeping to the 402 Sandra Brown. Shadowed perimeter, they skirted the well-tended yard until they reached the parking area. "Hold it," Gray said. She stopped, turned. She was breathing heavily. He seemed barely winded as he listened to the voice in his earpiece. He clicked on his transmitter. "Something in the employee parking lot?" he said into the microphone. The other Secret Service agent, Barrie, had almost forgotten him. Her eyes automatically swung up to the roof, but she couldn't see him. Gray motioned her forward with his chin. She turned and began running again. Gray was right behind her, but she heard him say with feigned puzzlement, "No, she hasn't been disturbed." Then he shouted, "Damn, he's onto us, Barrie." She ran full out the rest of the way to the pickup. When they reached it, she opened the rear door of the camper and clambered inside, then assisted Gray as he stepped in and laid Vanessa on the bench along the wall. "Hold on," he said as he leaped out the door and slammed it behind him. Moments later, the pickup was gunned to life and they began to move. Seconds after that, a shrill alarm pierced the peaceful countryside surrounding Tabor House. Delicious pie, Amanda. Thank you. David smiled up at her as she picked up his empty dessert plate and placed it on a serving tray. "Thank you, David. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Would you care for more?" "No, thanks." He patted his belt. "Every calorie counts." Unsmiling, she asked if he would like more coffee. He accepted, watching her closely as she refilled his cup. Then, exclusive 403, she excused herself, taking the serving tray with her and leaving him and George alone in the Allens' comfortable living room. "Amanda never has warmed to me, has she?" David said. "Want something in that?" George was at the liquor cabinet adding a liberal amount of B&B to his coffee. "No, thanks." The president had invited himself over for the evening. George's two sons had reacted with predictable excitement. President Merritt had asked to see their homework and had written each a note to take to school the next day to share with their classmates. After taking them away to bed, Amanda had offered to serve him and George pie and coffee in the living room. Her manner bordered on hostility, but David was used to her cold shoulder, and as he had for years, ignored it and pitied poor George for being married to such an icicle. George returned to the sofa with his spiked coffee. David noticed that the doctor's hands were shaking enough to rattle the delicate china. "Why so nervous, George?" "If I didn't know better, I'd think you had a guilty conscience." In a desperate undertone, George asked, "Why'd you come here tonight?" "Aren't I welcome in the home of one of my closest and dearest friends?" "I didn't mean to imply that." "Good. I'm glad to hear it." David gave his fresh coffee a languid stir. "Now that we're alone, I'll get down to business, which is, I'd like your opinion of the health care bill Congress has submitted. I value your viewpoint as a physician." Taken completely off guard, George stammered, "I am only familiar with the major points." 404 Sandra Brown, which should give you a basis for an opinion. What do you think of it? When the telephone rang, George practically leaped from the sofa to answer it. "Hello, Dr. Allen speaking." He listened. "Yes, he's here." He turned and extended the telephone to David. "It's urgent," he whispered. "Put it on speakerphone." George gave him a puzzled look but did as requested. "This is the president," David said. He listened as the caller informed him that the First Lady had been taken from Tabor House. "What do you mean taken?" "Abducted, Mr. President. Kidnapped." David came slowly to his feet. "What?" he said tightly. The hapless messenger repeated the message. "Where was the goddamn Secret Service?" he barked. "The agents were overpowered, Mr. President. Mrs. Merritt was carried from her room, placed in a vehicle, and driven away. The operation was well rehearsed and executed, sir. The hospital security force and Secret Service agents did their best to stop the abductors at the gate. However, they couldn't risk shooting at the vehicle and wounding the First Lady. The pickup truck failed to stop despite the warning shots fired. It crashed through the barrier and, unfortunately, escaped." The loud conversation had drawn Amanda from another part of the house. David noticed that she didn't appear unduly surprised by the news. "Has anyone claimed responsibility? A terrorist group?" "Gray Bondurant and Barrie Travis have been identified as the suspects, Mr. President." Upon hearing that, David's breath left his body in a rush. Christ almighty, he plowed his fingers through exclusive 405, his hair. Has Bondurant gone completely around the bend? He boldly approached the Secret Service agents guarding Mrs. Merritt's room, sir, and pretended to be acting on your behalf. Well, he wasn't, David shouted, outraged by the suggestion. He's to be treated like any other criminal. Is that understood? Absolutely, Mr. President. The FBI's been notified. Local law enforcement has already located the vehicle. It was left parked at a truck stop several miles from the hospital. There was no sign of the First Lady or her kidnappers. Apparently, they switched vehicles, sir. More collected now, David said. I'm returning to the White House immediately. I can be reached in the car. Certainly, Mr. President. When the call was disconnected, David rounded on George. How could you let this happen? It wasn't my fault, the doctor cried. I wasn't even there. There must have been a breach in security, to say the very least, David shouted. It seems that every time I place Vanessa under your care, something dreadful happens. From the doorway, Amanda said, if anyone is to blame for this, it's you, David. Amanda, George exclaimed. David wanted to strangle the snooty bitch for speaking to him like that, but he had to admire the guts it took. Forget it, George, he said brusquely. I've got to get back to the White House immediately. Are you coming with me? Certainly. They went down the front walkway, flanked by Secret Service agents who obviously had been alerted to the latest emergency. The limo awaited at the curb, one car behind 406 Sandra Brown, one in front, 4 motorcycle policemen leading the motorcade. Speeding through the streets toward Pennsylvania Avenue, David checked to see that the tinted glass behind the driver was raised, then turned to George and began laughing. I told you he would do it. Didn't I tell you that Gray was noble enough, crazy enough to stage a dramatic rescue? George Allen stared into space. Yes, David, that's what you told me. I knew he'd try to get her out of there. And when Spence's men reported that the old man, Welsh, was being used as a decoy tonight, I figured the escape was on. It seems you were correct on all counts. Did you do your part, George? Yes, just before I left her tonight, and it'll work. It'll work. She'll die from a toxic level of lithium. This would, of course, be determined in the post-mortem. But neither the doctor nor the president would ever be suspected because they were having pie and coffee together when Vanessa fell into the hands of Gray Bondurant and his accomplice, Barrie Travis. They would be charged with kidnapping and murder. As an intimate friend, Gray would know that Vanessa's medication had to be carefully monitored and administered. Too small a dosage of lithium and her mood disorder couldn't be controlled. Too much could cause seizures, coma, or death, especially when combined with the sedatives she was being given at the hospital to ensure the rest that she needed. They'll want to know where Gray obtained the drug, George observed, a man of his resourcefulness. David said, dismissing that as a problem. A good prosecutor will have no trouble, exclusive 407, convincing a jury that he's clever enough to have obtained and destroyed all evidence of it. I'm unclear on their motive, George said. If they went to all that trouble to rescue Vanessa, why would they kill her? George was so dense sometimes, David wondered how he'd ever earned a medical degree. He also had an irritating tendency to make simple things difficult. Gray was Vanessa's spurned lover. He wore his heart on his sleeve for the whole damn country to see. At first he was content to leave Washington and nurse his wounded pride in seclusion, but his antagonism festered. Finally, his ego couldn't be assuaged until Vanessa was dead, and Barrie Travis is in love with Gray. She was happy to eliminate her competition. After the Shinlin incident, their public enemy number 1 and number 2, people will be ready to believe them capable of this heinous crime. The president leaned his head back and smiled. It's such a brilliant plan, George, so damn perfect. Spence always said it's better not to destroy your enemies, but to let them destroy themselves. Too bad he isn't here to see this. He would have loved it. Chapter 6, Inator Armbruster was waiting for Barrie and Gray at the prearranged spot. The rotors on the helicopter were already whirling. Thank God you made it, he said as Gray bounded out of the car. How is she? Alive? The senator had handpicked a team of medical personnel ready to administer whatever emergency treatment Vanessa might require on the flight back to Washington. As she was lifted from the car and laid on a gurney, the doctor in charge began issuing orders to those assisting him. Sweetheart, what have they done to you? Armbruster clasped his daughter's cold hand as he ran alongside the gurney toward the helicopter. Gray detained the doctor long enough to shout, "It was awfully easy to get her out of there. Too easy. The damage might already be done." Nodding that he understood, the doctor didn't wait to hear more. He jumped into the chopper, and within seconds, exclusive 409, it was airborne, leaving Barrie and Gray in the windy cross-currents on the empty shopping mall parking lot. Barrie had recorded the transfer on video, although the quality wouldn't be up to normal broadcast standards. It would be invaluable. They watched as the helicopter banked and headed back toward D.C. "What do you mean by that?" she asked Gray as she replaced the camera in her satchel. "What?" he said to the doctor. "I've got a feeling that the folks at Tabor House knew we were coming." She looked at him sharply. "Think about it," he said. "Except for a token show of force there at the end, we essentially walked in and walked out with the First Lady of the United States." His face set and tense, he stared after the chopper. "We might have been too late to save her life." "Freeze, FBI?" The shout came out of the darkness behind them. Reflexively, they spun around. 4 men were coming toward them at a run, handguns extended and aimed. Headlights flashed on. 2 cars roared onto the parking lot and screeched to a halt only yards from them. "Hands on your head, Bondurant." Apparently, he saw the advisability of complying. One of the agents came forward, found the pistol in his waistband, and took it. Another agent seized Barrie's satchel and patted her down. "I'm not armed." "Don't say anything," Gray told her as he was being handcuffed and read his rights. Following his lead, Barrie submitted to the arrest without a struggle. The story she had to tell along with the video would surely absolve her and Gray of any crimes committed during the rescue of the First Lady. But telling it, 410 Sandra Brown, now would be a waste of breath. She would wait until Senator Armbruster and Vanessa herself could corroborate the allegation that the president had killed his son and had planned his wife's death. Barrie was escorted to one of the cars, Gray to the other. The agent held the door for her and assisted her into the back seat. What she saw there lying on the seat filled her with such terror that she screamed and tried to back out of the open car door. "Gray!" But the agent had his hand on her back, pushing her inside. Through the car window, she saw Gray. He'd heard her scream, sensed her alarm, and was struggling with the agents who were trying to force him into the other car. But with his hands cuffed behind him, he couldn't fight back. He was shoved into the back seat. Doors were slammed shut with a squeal of tires. Both cars sped away. Barrie sobbed as she gazed at the other passenger in the back seat of the gray sedan, who stared back at her with sightless eyes, an obscenely vacant expression on her face, matted wig askew. "Dolly." George Allen looked down at his 2 sleeping sons, their heads barely visible above the covers. His younger son, in the bottom bunk, was the rascal, the athlete, the destined Tobe heartbreaker. His charm would glide him easily through life. The older boy had inherited Amanda's seriousness. Even in sleep, he seemed to be sorting through a problem of the 2. He was the smarter, the overachiever. His intellect and self-discipline would guarantee his success in whatever field he chose. George hoped it would be medicine. Exclusive 411, he kissed each of them softly, then closed the door behind him as he tiptoed from their room. The door to the master bedroom suite was ajar. Amanda had left the nightlight on for him. No matter how bitter their quarrel, how estranged they felt, they shared the same bed every night. It was as though she left the light on so that he could always find his way back to her. He gazed at her sleeping face. Strands of silky dark hair painted stripes across her pillow. Her breathing was slow and even. She looked lovely. He wanted to touch her, to kiss her, but he didn't, for fear of waking her. He backed out of the room, went down the hall to his office, and quietly closed the door. In desperate need of a drink, he poured himself one, carried it to his desk, and settled gratefully into the chair. It had been a long night. He had waited with David until they'd received word that Vanessa was safely with Clete in the hospital. George was very tired. He savored the drink, sipping it slowly, tracing the warmth that spread through his system. Its intoxicating properties were hampered by the sobering thoughts that haunted him, namely, what David had instructed him to do, as opposed to what he had done. He finished his drink and unlocked his lower desk drawer. It wasn't a high-caliber gun, but when fired into the roof of one's mouth, it was sufficient to do the job painlessly. He checked the chambers of the revolver and saw that each one was loaded, then snapped the cylinder back into place and laid the gun on his desk pad. Then he fished into his breast pocket and withdrew a small plastic bottle. The tamper-proof seal was intact, and the lithium was still inside, not flowing lethally through Vanessa's system as David believed. At the final showdown, George had defeated David by 412 Sandra Brown, stopping short of cold-blooded murder. He hoped that Amanda would view this as a victory. Perhaps this swan song of defiance would make up for his years of weakness. She might even love him for it, at least a little. He set the vial on his desk pad, picked up the gun, and placed the barrel in his mouth. E5412F5 during the long drive. Barrie tried to get news of Daly from the men who'd abducted her, but her screams, pleas, sobs, and threats didn't budge them from their resolute silence. Gray was as much in the dark as she when they reached their destination, an office building in downtown D.C. They were hustled into the service elevator, then led to the office at the end of the hallway on the 7th floor. Because Gray was giving them a fight every step of the way, they pushed him inside first. His blasphemous exclamation didn't bode well for what awaited Barrie. What she expected to see was Daly's bruised, battered, and possibly bloody body. Instead, he was semi-reclining on a sofa, looking fatigued. She was so grateful to see him. She stumbled across the dimly lighted office and knelt beside the sofa, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Daly, are you all right?" "I am now," he gasped. "Seeing that you're okay and didn't get yourself shot. They had Dolly in their car, I feared. They brought me a fresh tank of oxygen, so, for the time being, I'll live. Never mind me. Did you get Mrs. Merritt out?" "We did. She's in good hands now, although she looked very sick. We're not sure whether she'll survive." With the assistance of the agent who was removing her handcuffs, Barrie came to her feet and turned to face their host. Angrily, she thrust her wrists out in front of her to show exclusive 413 him the red rings around them. Was the rough stuff necessary, Bill? Attorney General William Yancey looked abashed. "Hello, Barrie." Mr. Bondurant Gray looked incredulous. "You two know each other? Since college?" Yancey replied. Barrie worked on the campus radio station as a reporter. "I was president of the Student Political Coalition. On slow days, she would come to me looking for a story. I still do sometimes. He's my source over at Justice." "He's your source?" "I don't impart anything confidential," Yancey explained. "Mostly, I just confirm or deny information she's received elsewhere. I keep her from going astray, which is sometimes tough to do," he added, glowering at her. "Bill, was this necessary?" Barrie repeated. "We had to make a formal arrest. You and Bondurant are wanted for kidnapping." He glanced at Daly. "Mr. Welsh has confessed that he was an accomplice. Daly was instrumental, but it wasn't a kidnapping. We rescued Vanessa Merritt. From what? From whom? From her husband?" Yancey looked gravely at Barrie, then at Gray. "I was afraid you'd say that." "You don't seem terribly surprised," she remarked. "I've been getting some very strange phone calls lately. From Armbruster, from Merritt. It seems Mr. Bondurant's reappearance in Washington has made everybody nervous. First I was urged to apprehend him, then I was urged not to. Turns out Bondurant has been keeping company with— Guess who you, by the way," he added dryly. "You gave my men quite an earful at Howie Fripp's funeral. Imagine them recounting for me the one about the freeway blowjob, 414 Sandra Brown." "The what?" Gray asked. "Long story," Barrie mumbled. "To Yancey," she said. "I laid it on pretty thick because I wasn't sure they were good guys. They were FBI agents." "I know, but I thought they might be." She looked at Gray with consternation, wondering how much she should reveal. From his position on the sofa, Daly relieved her of the decision. She thought they were working for Spencer Martin. Spencer Martin, Yancey repeated thoughtfully. Someone else had you under surveillance. My team intercepted them more than once. We wondered who it was. It was Spence, Gray said tightly. Yancey turned to him. And I'm supposed to take your word for that? You're supposed to be the chief law officer in the country. That means going after the bad guys. It also means protecting the rights of guys that people allege are bad for whatever reason. Sensing the hostility rising between them, Barrie quickly interceded. Bill, once the facts become clear to you, I'm sure you'll agree that Spencer Martin is a dangerous individual. I'm all ears. What are the facts, Barrie? Your name has been connected with the First Lady since your series on SIDS, and the First Lady has been mysteriously absent. Dalton Neely's blather is an insult to my intelligence. Dr. George Allen strikes me as incompetent. The Secret Service is respectfully mute. We knew you were up to something tonight when you pulled that switch in the parking garage. We picked up the old man. Hey, the interjection came from an insult to Daly, exclusive 415, so he wouldn't get hurt or killed by persons you tell me were working for Spencer Martin. Opening his suit jacket, he placed his hands on his waist. I want to know just what in hell is going on, and I've got to have the full story. That's why you were brought here instead of being taken straight to jail and booked on felony charges. I appreciate your trust, Bill, Barrie said. But before I talk to you, shouldn't I have a lawyer present? You may, if you want to go that route, or you can simply level with me. Off the record, off the record. For years, she'd known him to be a man of honor. More than once, his integrity had gotten in her way of a good story. She'd been angry with him for withholding information from her when it was a matter of national security, but he'd never steered her wrong either. She had no reason to mistrust him. All right, she said, but there's so much to tell, I don't know where to start. Let's start with Spencer Martin. How much do you know about him? He's careful, Barrie. Gray nodded toward Yancey. He might be your former classmate, and maybe he's proved to be a reliable and fair source, but before you spill your guts, remember who appointed him and who he works for. Affronted, Yancey replied, I remember who appointed me, Mr. Bondurant, but I work for the people of the United States, and I take my job and the responsibility that goes with it very seriously. True, I owe my job to David Merritt, but I'm not immune to the stink emanating from the White House these days. As for Spencer Martin, I know about his personal army. He's got informers and operatives planted in just 4016 Sandra Brown about every department of the federal government, including, I'm ashamed to admit, those that fall under the auspices of the Department of Justice. More dangerous than that, however, is the influence he wields over the president. I want to know why and to what extent Merritt relies on him. Frankly, Bondurant, I was afraid for Barrie to be spending so much time with you. That's why I tipped her on your recent visit to the White House. I figured you were one of Martin's facilitators. You figured wrong. Probably you got out because of Mrs. Merritt, I think. Gray nodded. She's also why I got dragged back in. The Attorney General looked steadily at Gray for several moments, then turned back to Barrie. You started all this with that piece about SIDS, didn't you? Actually, Vanessa Merritt started it by inviting me to coffee. It's a long story, and by telling it, I'll be accusing the president of unspeakable crimes. That's why you were brought here, Yancey said. No matter how long and involved the story is, no matter who's implicated, I want to hear it all. Chapter 6 Heedy, this whole thing is falling apart. Barrie and Gray haven't been caught yet. Vanessa's in the goddamn hospital. In the hospital. I was supposed to be receiving the horrible news that she died. Instead, I get the happy news that she's being treated at GWU Hospital. Calm down, David. He rounded on Spence, his eyes as hard as diamonds. Don't patronize me, Spence. If I'm fucked, then so are you. Remember that when you give me those smug platitudes of yours? I wasn't being patronizing or smug. I'm as concerned as you, but losing our heads will only make the situation worse. I don't think it could get any worse. Of course it could. David slammed his fist into his opposite palm. How could this happen? I don't know. Everything at Tabor House went according to plan. My men swallowed their pride and let Bondurant overcome them. But how could we have known, 418 Sandra Brown, that Cleet had a helicopter standing by only a few miles from there? Well, you should have known. That's what I pay you for. And where the hell is George? He sneaked out and must have gone home. Call him there. Ask him if the doctors at the hospital will be able to undo what he's done. I've called his house several times. The line's been busy, and he hasn't responded to my page. He's Vanessa's doctor of record. Maybe he's been summoned to the hospital, David said, hopefully. That's highly unlikely, David. After this, Cleet won't let him within a mile of her. Christ, if this doesn't work, we'll think of something else, Spence said smoothly. What we mustn't lose sight of is that Vanessa has become a threat to the administration. She, you, and I are the only ones who know what happened in the nursery that night. George must suspect, but there's no way he can be sure. One way or another, we must guarantee Vanessa's silence. Then no one will know, except, David said thoughtfully regarding Spence, me and you. Dawn was breaking when President Merritt arrived at the hospital to see his wife. Instead of his usual suit, he had chosen to wear casual clothes and a windbreaker, believing that the more disheveled he appeared, the more convincing his anxiety would be. Secret Service had appeared in advance of his arrival. The hospital was in a state of barely controlled chaos. The media was out in full force, vying for the latest news in the ongoing saga of the First Lady's health. The president entered the hospital through the kitchen-exclusive 419 and, using an elevator reserved for staff, was escorted up to her room. When he went in, his father-in-law was standing at her bedside. "How is she, Cleet?" he asked worriedly. "Why don't you ask her?" Vanessa appeared to be sleeping, but when David lifted her hand, her eyes came open. He beamed a smile on her. "Hello, darling. Thank God you're all right." "Hello, David. How good of you to come," she said, her voice dripping sarcasm. "Mr. President, this is Dr. Murphy." He absently acknowledged Cleet's introduction to the attending physician. "What's the matter with my wife, doctor?" "In my opinion, Mr. President, she was receiving an inappropriately high dosage of lithium, especially since it was combined with Haldol and other sedatives. I thought her blood levels were constantly being monitored." The doctor shrugged. "Doctor, Leopold has faxed me her chart from Tabor House. The levels recorded are what they should be, but they're inconsistent with what our lab here has found to be the case. How could Dex Leopold's staff make such an error?" No one ventured a guess. In fact, there was an embarrassed silence coming from Dr. Murphy's side of the patient's bed. "What's her prognosis?" David asked briskly. "She's toxic. I've got IVs flushing out her system. That will take several days. Then I'll readjust the dosages of her medication to an effective but safe level. She shouldn't be reduced to a zombie as she was when she arrived. But she'll be all right?" "Yes, Mr. President." 420 Sandra Brown. Thank God. David squeezed Vanessa's hand and pressed it to his lips, then bent down and kissed her softly. Her lips were no warmer and no more responsive than those of a mannequin. The doctor excused himself, leaving the three of them alone. Before Cleet had an opportunity to launch an attack, David went on the offensive. "I'll have Dex Leopold's ass for this." Cleet said, "Before you get too involved with somebody else's ass, I suggest you start thinking about covering your own." David feigned surprise. "What do you mean?" There was a knock at the door. Spencer Martin walked in. Vanessa drew a quick breath, showing more animation than she had up to this point. Cleet said, Well, the bad penny has finally come around again." Spence seemed impervious to the insult. He looked past Cleet to speak to Vanessa. "I'm glad to hear that you're on the mend." Then to David, he said, "Dalton Neely is having a difficult time convincing the media that Mrs. Merritt's prognosis is positive. I think you should address them yourself, sir, and assure the nation that the First Lady will soon be back in commission." "That's a good idea," David agreed. "Cleet, why don't you come with me? Your presence there will underscore the good news." Cleet looked down at Vanessa. "Is that okay with you, sweetheart? Do you mind being left alone?" "I'm not alone any longer, Daddy," she said softly. "You're surely not." He leaned down and kissed her forehead. When he straightened, he swept his arm toward the door. After you, Mr. President? David didn't like the senator's complacency. Not at all. He liked even less the pure loathing with which his wife, exclusive 421, looked at him. Nevertheless, he told her goodbye, promised that he would return for another visit later in the day, and kissed her hand tenderly before releasing it. From the beginning, David Merritt had been a hands-on president, eager to press the flesh of the people who had elected him. His friendliness challenged the men sworn to protect him. Today was no exception. To the dismay of the Secret Service, the impromptu press conference was held on the ground floor of the hospital, with media and hospital personnel crowding against the nylon rope that provided a tenuous barricade. A harried Dalton Neely gratefully stood aside for the president, whose arrival had whipped the media into a frenzy. He was immediately bombarded with shouted questions. He held up his hands for quiet. When the clamor subsided, he announced that he and Senator Armbruster had just come from Mrs. Merritt's room. We've both spoken with her. She's lucid, she's doing well, and she's in very good spirits. Senator Armbruster and I have every confidence in the care she's receiving from this excellent staff of doctors, nurses, and medical technicians. It was amazing to Cleet that David could handle himself with such aplomb no matter what the situation. Objectively, he could stand back and admire the president he'd cultivated almost single-handedly. But he'd also created a monster. And like in Mary Shelley's classic story, it fell to the creator to destroy his creation. The president dodged a question about Dr. George Allen by saying that Dr. Allen was presently unavailable. To questions about Mrs. Merritt's so-called kidnapping from Tabor House, he answered that he would have no comment. 422 Sandra Brown until he'd been fully briefed on the incident. Reports have been conflicting, he said. Then he begged their understanding for the brevity of the press conference, thanked them profusely for their concern, and made his way toward the exit. Cleet declined to answer the questions flung at him, but he did ask David for a lift to his house. David was nonplussed by the request, but he consented and informed the chauffeur that they would be making the unscheduled stop before returning to the White House. "Take another one," Cleet said brusquely to Spence when he tried to join them in the president's limo. Spence looked to David for instruction. "Please, Spence," he said. Cleet could tell that Spence didn't like it, but he went along to save face. When did he resurface? Cleet asked as the motorcade filed out of the hospital parking lot. "When you made up that ridiculous story about what was it? Adelicate personal matter, something to that effect." Cleet chuckled. "Frankly, I regret that Bondurant didn't kill the son of a bitch when he had a chance. Is that why you asked me for a ride? So you could once again give me your unsolicited negative opinion of my advisor? No. What I have to say is much more important than him. Out with it, Cleet. You've been dropping juicy little hints that I'm on the brink of doom and only you can save me. Actually, that's not too far off the mark, David. I'm the only thing standing between you and a shithole so deep you'll never find bottom." David whistled. "That does sound serious." Exclusive 423 mocking me, David. Try this on for size. Cleet cranked up his intimidating gaze to full throttle. "Vanessa's baby wasn't yours, so you killed it, and you've tried at least twice to kill her." As Cleet had known they would, the statements wiped the smile off David's face. "If Vanessa told you that, she's sicker even than we thought, and we both know she's a fruitcake." Cleet controlled his temper, not wishing to give David even that much advantage. "I'm not going to waste a lot of time on this, David. For every accusation I make, you'll have a dozen lying denials, explanations, or justifications. I know how you operate because I'm the one who taught you. So let's make this easy on both of us. I can guarantee you something you want and need." "What's that?" "My silence and Vanessa's in exchange for what? Uncontested divorce." David didn't bat an eye. "You must be going senile, Cleet. I promise you I'm not. You've suggested a quick, uncontested divorce from Vanessa." "Not suggested, mandated, or else." David Merritt's derisive smile returned. "Or else what?" Cleet reached for his briefcase and withdrew a sealed mailing envelope. "Or else I call up Bill Yancey and surrender this to him. He passed the envelope to his son-in-law, who opened it and removed several color photographs. David dropped them as though they were live cobras. Turns your stomach, doesn't it? She bled like hell. But one thing Becky Sturgis did not do was die accidentally. She, 424 Sandra Brown, didn't fall backward during a scuffle with you and hit her head on the corner of a table. As you told me that night, you beat her to death, David. As these photographs of her will attest, David recovered his shock with remarkable ease. This is a bluff, Cleet. One unworthy of you. I'm not in the photographs. These could be the pictures of any corpse. For that matter, you could have beaten this girl to death yourself. I could have, but I didn't. There's more in that envelope than the pictures. David shook it, and an audio cassette fell into his lap. You killed her, David. You admitted as much in a tearful confession. Remember? If not, it's all there on the tape. Softly, Cleet added, I record everything, David. I later erase what's inconsequential and keep anything that might someday prove useful. After I saw what you did to that poor defenseless girl and her baby, I decided to keep this particular tape. It was gratifying to see beads of sweat forming on David's forehead. He said, You'd never use this, Cleet, because you're just as guilty as I am. I wouldn't want to, he conceded. My life of public service would end in disgrace. Instead, I would much rather leave you to the devil and live out the rest of my days revered as an effective statesman with my daughter at my side. This nasty incident from your past, he said, nodding down at the photographs, can vanish, poof, like that. All you have to do is let Vanessa go without a hassle and without any undue explanations to the media. How do you propose I do that? Cleet shrugged. The two of you have irreconcilable differences, period. The death of the child put a strain on the marriage. Millions of couples in America will empathize. Exclusive 425, the honesty with which you approach the divorce might even win you a few sympathy votes. David clenched his jaw. Do you think I'm an idiot? A divorce before an election year would be political suicide. The party probably wouldn't even put me on the ticket. You don't know that. Divorce isn't a crime, however. Double murder is, and there's no statute of limitations. He gave his son-in-law time to reflect on the ghastly repercussions should the Becky Sturgis story come to light. After a time, he said, I'm offering you a generous deal, David. Even if I didn't have a vested interest, I'd advise you to accept it. Those pictures don't prove a goddamn thing, and neither does the tape. Doesn't matter whether it's proved, Cleet said blandly. The mere hint of a scandal of this magnitude would eliminate your chance for a second term. In fact, you'd become a pariah. No matter what you tried to do, this would haunt you for the rest of your life. David looked on the verge of imploding, but Cleet knew he'd won this first round. He would win plenty more rounds before David was on the mat, pleading for mercy. This was the big granddaddy scandal, but there were others, a whole bag full of them. One by one, he would draw them out and expose them. There were enough to last for years, enough to last long after Cleet Armbruster was moldering in his grave. But he would die happy knowing that David Merritt would never know another minute's peace. But for the time being, Cleet was satisfied. It was enough for one morning. You may keep those copies, David. I have others. By the way, in case you're thinking of sending Spence or one of his thugs after me, my attorney also has copies of the photos and the tape. He's been instructed to release them to the 426 Sandra Brown media in the event of my death by anything other than natural causes. The chauffeur pulled the limo to a stop at the curb in front of the senator's home. Wait a minute, David said, grabbing Cleet's arm as he was about to alight. You've guaranteed your silence, but what about Barrie Travis and Gray Bondurant? Aren't you in with them? Cleet bristled at the thought. With the airhead journalist and the man who seduced my daughter. Hardly. I caved them to me. He patted David on the knee. Think over everything I said and get back to me. I'm sure you'll come around to my way of thinking. Chapter 7. The Attorney General stood at the window, his fists pressing against the small of his back, stretching. Barrie wished she knew what he was thinking. Did he believe her during the telling of her story? He'd interrupted occasionally to ask her to clarify a point, but when she finished, he'd stood up and begun to pace the room without giving any indication of whether he thought she was telling the truth. Gray had separated himself from them and was now watching the TV, on which the big news story of the day was being documented. He cursed beneath his breath when the president made his brief statement to the media at the hospital. But when a doctor reiterated that the First Lady would enjoy a full recovery, Gray couldn't hide his profound relief. Naturally, Barrie shared it, but she wouldn't be human if she hadn't felt a twinge of jealousy. At some point during Barrie's monologue, Daly had fallen asleep. She was glad he was able to rest. He looked completely done in. "What I don't understand," said the Attorney General, 428, Sandra Brown, turning to face the room, "is why Mrs. Merritt didn't blow the whistle on him herself." Barrie replied without a moment's thought. "Fear. She was afraid of him, Bill. The day we met for coffee, she was about to jump out of her skin." "I don't think all her jitters could be attributed to her manic depression. That's when she first began to suspect that her days were numbered and that he would try something like this. Making that appointment with me was the first smoke signal she sent up." Yancey looked over at Gray. "What about George Allen? He's David's puppet. He hasn't got the balls to be anything else. David's got him by the short and curlies." Mrs. Allen admitted as much to us. "That's right, Bill," Barrie said. "I'm sure she would substantiate your case." "Case," he repeated, snorting. "I don't have a case. I've got nothing except the word of 2 fugitives who are being sought for kidnapping." "But you believe us," she said. "I know you do, or you wouldn't have brought us here in the first place." She joined him at the window. "Is it so hard to believe that a chief executive is capable of murder? Look out there." In the early morning sun, they could see the tip of the Washington monuments to presidents. Some were scoundrels, some were good and honorable men, tall, short warriors, statesmen. But their one common denominator, besides the office to which they were elected, is that they were human. History has exalted them, made them larger than life, in some instances elevated them to demigods, but they weren't. They were men, mortals with character flaws. They laughed, cried, got mad, got constipated. They had no immunity from pride or pain or heartache or she looked at Gray, or jealousy. David Merritt knew that his wife had exclusive 429 cheated. She bore another man's child. He couldn't tolerate that, so he did something about it. He's done it before. The thought struck her so hard she shuddered. The words were so clear she thought someone had spoken out loud. "What?" Yancey looked at her. "I didn't say anything." Gray said, "You were saying that. Wait." She held up her hand for quiet. The sudden revelation had so much impact, it was almost biblical. Its power brought her to her knees. Literally, she sank to the floor. "Barrie." Gray shoved Yancey aside and knelt down in front of her. He took her by the shoulders and looked worriedly into her eyes. "Barrie, what is it?" His voice seemed to come from a great distance, barely heard above the roaring inside her head. He's done it before. Where had she heard those words, or had she read them? Why had they popped into her head now? Why did they seem vitally important? Then, in a blinding moment of clarity, she remembered where she'd read them, and she knew the answers to those questions, and the back of her neck began to itch. "Barrie, are you all right?" Bill Yancey was crouched beside Gray, his concern evident. "Say something, damn it," Gray said. "What's happening?" Daly sat up and scratched his scruffy head. "What's going on? What's the matter with her?" "Daly." God bless him. Hadn't he told her 1,000 times that a good reporter dug deep, that there was always another layer to unfold, that you should never discount anything, no matter how seemingly unimportant and valueless? The best leads, the ones that made a story sensational, 430 Sandra Brown, that elevated a so-so story into one that rocked the world, were the ones found in the most unlikely places you'd never think to look for them. It had been there all the time, all the damn time. Among the scraps of paper and notes that she'd taken from her desk at WWE. She had checked out the lead, but only superficially. She hadn't dug deep enough. She cautioned herself against getting too excited. Now, she could be wrong. This could still prove to be a blind alley, but gut instinct was telling her otherwise. In any case, she had to find out. Pushing the men aside, she surged to her feet. "I've got to go. Go where? I'd rather not say. Not until I know. You want to leave, but you don't know where you're going? Of course I know where I'm going, she said impatiently. I don't know what I'll find when I get there. Maybe nothing, maybe something, but I've got to go. Bill Yancey said, Barrie, I can't let you walk out of here. Please, Bill, send someone with me. A U.S. Marshal, let him handcuff me. I don't care, just please let me do this. It could bust this thing wide open. What could, that's what I can't say. Why can't you tell me? Because I don't want to look like a fool if I'm wrong. A long silence followed her shout, then let her go. It was Gray who'd spoken, and when Barrie turned to him with surprise, his eyes were on her, communicating 1,000 things, not the least of which was absolute faith in her. Exclusive 431, in that instant she knew she loved him. Damn it, she loved him very much. Let her go, he repeated. Holding her stare, she knows what she's doing. Could have knocked me over with a feather when you showed up with a letter of introduction from the Attorney General. Deputy Warden Foote Graham was as disarming as his name. He belied the bully stereotype portrayed in prison movies. He was mild-mannered, slender as a reed, and wore wire-rimmed glasses. He was sensitive enough not to express any curiosity about the soiled nurse's uniform she was wearing. She hadn't taken time to change. Barrie thanked him for seeing her without an appointment. I left Washington in such a hurry, there wasn't time to notify you that I was coming. Bill Yancey had greased the skids after agreeing to the trip to Mississippi. He'd placed a private jet at her disposal. At the Jackson airport, there'd been a car and escort waiting to drive her to the prison in Pearl. Foote Graham was in awe of his well-connected guest and had readily agreed to assist in any way he could. I assume your interview with Charlene Waiters is of an urgent nature, he asked. I'm sorry, Warden Graham. That's confidential. I can't figure it, he said, shaking his head in bafflement. But if you and Attorney General Yancey say it's a matter of national security, whom I to question it? He ushered her through a door that was opened for them by a uniformed female guard. She's waiting for you, the guard said, and mad as a hornet to be pulled away from rock time. 432 Sandra Brown. The prisoner was drinking a can of Dr. Pepper and did indeed look put out when Warden Graham and Barrie Travis approached her. Charlene Waiters was a tiny woman with a bony concave chest and spindly arms and legs. Her white, overpermed hair formed a frizzy halo around her small head. Her snapping black eyes and the quick, abrupt manner in which she moved reminded Barrie of a sparrow. Giving Barrie a once-over, she snorted with disdain. Well, it certainly took you long enough. Barrie extended her right hand. I'm pleased to meet you, Mrs. Waiters. Crazy Charlene shook hands with her, then addressed the warden condescendingly. We got private things to discuss, do you mind? Although she had challenged his authority, Foote Graham smiled. Of course not. I'll make myself scarce. He joined the female guard who was standing at a discreet distance. Barrie and Charlene took chairs on either side of a small table. I understand I'm interrupting your recreation time. I apologize. You got any cigarettes? Barrie dug into her satchel and produced the same pack she had offered to Vanessa Merritt a few weeks ago. Charlene shook one from the pack and placed it between her thin lips. Barrie lighted it for her, then asked if Charlene had any objections to her recording the interview. Not if you'll leave the cigarettes. Barrie smiled in agreement. Once she'd checked the cassette recorder, she began. You left several intriguing messages on my voicemail at WVUE. You thought I was a kook. Well, otherwise you would have called me back exclusive 433. Charlene was going to be an exacting dance partner who wouldn't tolerate a single misstep. Barrie took another tack. You're absolutely right, Mrs. Waiters. I thought you were a kook. In fact, I still think you might be. Leaning forward, Charlene winked mischievously. I got them believing I am loony. I found Jesus right after I got here, but it was getting crazy that worked miracles. Crazy people can get away with just about anything. You'd be amazed. Charlene Waiters was crazy. All right. Crazy like a fox. The first time you called me, Barrie said you left the message he's done it before. To whom were you referring? Well, who do you think, dimwit? The president, of course. David Malcolm Merritt. She stabbed the tabletop with a broken yellow fingernail. He killed that baby boy, that little robber Rushton. Sure as I'm sitting here. What makes you think so? Are you dense or what? Don't you listen? Like I told you. He's done it before. He killed another baby years ago. This was the information Barrie had come to Mississippi to hear. I'm afraid you'll have to be more specific than that. Charlene exhaled a plume of smoke. David Merritt was working for Senator Armbruster. Good-looking hotshot, he had women by the dozens. One of them got knocked up. Her name was Becky Sturgis. She had a baby boy while Merritt was off in Washington. When he come back, she sprung the kid on him. He didn't cotton to the idea of being a daddy and husband. But Becky, she'd made up her mind to marry him and kept pestering him about it. So one night when her little baby was only a few weeks old, he went over to her trailer house to have it out with her. They got into one hell of a shouting match. The kid was squalling. He choked it to death. 434 Sandra Brown. Maybe he didn't intend to kill the kid. Maybe he just wanted to hush his crying. But since he had killed him, I guess he figured he ought not to leave any witnesses. He beat Becky Sturgis to a fare thee well, snorting her sinuses clean. Charlene twirled the cigarette like a miniature baton. There's no excuse for that sort of violence against women, none whatsoever. Even if I weren't a convicted felon, he wouldn't have got my vote on account of it. The tale was too much to absorb all at once, so Barrie cushioned her mind by thinking how interesting life was. The nation's history could very well be altered by this comically bird-like septuagenarian who was serving a life sentence for armed robbery and murder. But who would ever believe it? Did she believe it? Charlene's credibility was as thin as rice paper. She could have invented this story to help fill her idle time. Robert Rushton Merritt's death had sparked her interest. Barrie's Sid series had fanned the flames of her imagination. She'd found a sucker who would listen, who had come all the way to Mississippi to speak with her. Making up this story could be the best entertainment Charlene had enjoyed in years. Or it could be true. Either way, Barrie decided to proceed with caution. This could be the story of the century. If she blew it, not only her future, but the nation's would be sacrificed to her ineptitude. It all sounds very unbelievable, Charlene said when Barrie faltered. You don't have to believe me. Ask of Cletus Armbruster, the senator. Charlene screwed up her wizened features in disgust. He's the crookedest politician ever to walk the face of the earth, and that's saying something. Exclusive 435, he knows about Becky Sturgis? Knows? Hell, girl, who do you think made the problem go away? Charlene exclaimed. Merritt went to him that very night. The senator took care of it. Senator Armbruster is a powerful man, but even he couldn't make two bodies disappear, Barrie argued. Wasn't there a criminal investigation? If you want to call it that, Charlene said with a contemptuous flick of her cigarette in the general direction of the ashtray. Armbruster's pockets were crowded with city and state officials. He called in favors is all. Becky and her little baby didn't mean shit to them good of boys down to the courthouse. Barrie shook her head in disbelief. Armbruster couldn't have been involved. He wouldn't have allowed Vanessa to marry David Merritt, knowing that he was capable of what planet you been living on. Course he would have allowed her to marry him. He fancied his daughter being first lady. She hawked up a glob of phlegm and spat it on the floor. Sons of bitches, all of them, they think they can do anything they want and get away with it. Folks like me and my old man, we had to pay for our crimes. But not people like Merritt and Armbruster. I'm afraid you're right, Barrie said. If everything you've told me is true, it took place, 20 years ago? If Armbruster successfully covered a double murder, he would have covered his tracks equally as well. There's no way to prove it ever happened. Charlene slapped the tabletop, startling Barrie and causing her to jump. You're the stupidest gal the good Lord ever gave breath to. You think I'd spend my money calling you up there in Washington, D.C. and put my scrawny neck on the line if I didn't have no proof? Chapter 7T's better than you deserve. Bill Yancey leaned over the table, placing his hands flat on its smooth surface. Provide us with evidence that the president smothered Vanessa's baby and was attempting to kill her, and you'll be granted immunity from prosecution." Spencer Martin maintained his silence. Throughout the interrogation, he'd been admirably stoic, staring straight ahead, remote as a statue, as though detached from the circumstances in which he found himself. The office was now cluttered with rubbish from several carry-out meals and empty coffee cups. It was almost steamy with the tension generated during the long night and following day. Despite his protests, Daly had been taken to a hotel. 2 FBI agents had accompanied him and were ordered to stay with him and see to his needs until further notice. William Yancey and Gray Bondurant had spent all day in that office, anxiously awaiting word from Barrie. When she'd finally called from the Mississippi prison and recounted for them her conversation with Charlene Waiters, Yancey had said, "We can't proceed without some exclusive 437 inside help, and Spencer Martin is as inside as you can get." He'd ordered that Spence be brought in for questioning. Spence had come peaceably but had not yet cooperated. Gray, who was against Spence's getting immunity, was being vindicated by Spence's stubborn silence. He had warned the Attorney General that he'd have better luck getting statements from a turnip, and he'd been right. "I told you this would be an exercise in futility," he said now. "That's why he declined your offer to call an attorney. He knew he wasn't going to say a goddamn word. You could torture him to death before he'd rat on David Merritt." But Yancey wasn't yet ready to give up. "Mr. Martin, some of your former operatives are willing to testify against you to avoid prosecution themselves. You're implicated in several serious crimes, good for years in federal prison." Nothing. Howard Fripp, that name strike a bell, Mr. Martin? It should. You're a suspect in his murder case. Spencer didn't even flinch. "He's not going to tell you a thing," Gray said. "He won't even tell you that I shot him and locked him in a root cellar. If he did, he would have to explain what he was doing out there." "You're wasting your time." Yancey ran a hand over his balding head. "Very well, Mr. Martin. This offer is good only for the next 30 seconds. If you reject it, you'll be subjected to a congressional investigation, the likes of which will be unrivaled in American history." Spencer Martin came to his feet. "If you had evidence of any wrongdoing on my part, I'd be under arrest. Don't try to strong-arm me again, Bill. It doesn't dignify either of us." Yancey grumbled a curse. Spence gave him a smirking smile, then headed for the door. 438 Sandra Brown, Yancey. "All right with you if I have a private word with him?" It was clear that Yancey didn't like the idea, but he granted permission. Gray followed Spence out into the hallway. As soon as the door closed behind them, Spence's nonchalance vanished. He grabbed Gray by the throat and slammed him against the wall. His face was ugly and flushed with fury. "I'd like to kill you for putting me in that fucking cellar." Gray threw off Spence's hands and shoved him away. "But you won't, because killing me would be stupid, and no one's ever accused you of being stupid, Spence. Not until now." A flicker of interest appeared in his eyes. It was fleeting, soon replaced by his characteristic cynicism. "Who are you, the good cop?" Gray shrugged. "Take this for what it's worth. You should have accepted Yancey's deal. Do you really think he or anyone could bring down David's administration?" Spence chuckled. "It'll never happen, Gray. You'll all be made to look like idiots for trying. You've aligned yourself with the wrong side, pal. We've been scrupulously careful. David's airtight. You know that. Whether or not his administration collapses is inconsequential to you, Spence. You'll never know one way or the other, because you'll be long dead." Spence's smirk lost some of its insolence. "Beginning to catch on now, Spence. You were in on David's plans for Vanessa, probably for the baby as well. So as long as you're alive, he's not airtight. Once that occurs to him, you're history. David will find himself another Ray Garrett. Remember him? That nice young Marine assigned to assassinate me when I became an embarrassment to the Oval exclusive 439 office. Too bad you're so goddamn self-assured you can't see the hazardous position you're in. Yancey's deal would have afforded you some protection. Go fuck yourself." "Perfect. Spence." The defensive comeback of every dumb schmuck who has no other defense to offer. Gray opened the office door, saying over his shoulder, Watch your back, pal. It was mid-afternoon of the next day when Barrie returned to Washington. A lot had happened in her absence. Dr. George Allen's attempted suicide had been reported on the front page of the Post. He was in a coma, his wife at his side. How'd they manage to keep it under wraps for 2 days? Barrie asked. Out of deference to his family, Gray told her. That was Neely's line anyway. They were guests of the federal government in a comfortable hotel suite, U.S. Marshals were posted outside the door. Bill Yancey was on the telephone in the adjoining room. Every once in a while, they caught snatches of his intense conversations. Poor Amanda. It must have been horrible for her to find him like that. The gunshot woke her up. She rushed into his office. If she hadn't, he would have died at his desk. I hope for her sake he makes it, and that if he makes it, he's not a vegetable. Either way, it's rough for her and the kids, Gray said. What was the son of a bitch thinking? I guess he was desperate and didn't know what else to do. There's always an alternative to that for Crissack. 440, Sandra Brown, he said angrily. Yancey probably would have offered him a deal to turn state's witness. If he pulls through, she said, I'm sure that's exactly what Bill will do. She saw the consternation in Gray's face and remembered that he'd lost both parents when he wasn't much older than the Allen sons. He also looked tired and haggard, unshaven and irritable. They were all frazzled. It had been an eventful 48 hours, and there was no respite in sight. At least Daly was out of harm's way and resting peacefully. He was in comparative luxury in another suite of the hotel. When she stopped in to see him, he'd grumbled about not being allowed to go home, but he was enjoying cable TV, room service, and the companionship of the 2 young FBI agents who'd been assigned to guard him. They were a captive audience for his tall tales about his years as a newsman. Barrie glanced down at the copy of the Post on the coffee table and referenced another front-page story. Would Spence be offended by the small write-up he received? Flattered, more likely, Gray said. He cultivated his mysterious persona. The less anyone knew about him, the better he liked it. I can't believe it. Barrie scanned the concise story again. I tried to warn him, but he wouldn't listen. It was only a matter of time before David took him out. The only thing that surprises me is how swiftly he struck. You really think Merritt arranged this mugging? Mugging my ass. Gray shot her a retiring look. Spence was dropped outside his apartment by 2 guys who all but had feds tattooed on their foreheads. What kind of muggers select a victim who's got that kind of heat around him? Spence was always armed. Besides his knife, exclusive .441, he carried a pistol in an ankle holster. Whoever mugged him was aware of that. They knew exactly how to disarm him. After what Barrie had learned in Mississippi, she didn't doubt Merritt's ruthlessness. Without a qualm, he could have his most loyal friend killed. Shivering with fear, she hugged her elbows. We're on his hit list too, aren't we? No doubt. Then what does he think of this? She indicated the 3rd big news story on the front page, which involved her and Gray. Vanessa Merritt had gone on record saying that she had prevailed upon her friends Barrie, Travis, and Gray Bondurant to remove her from Tabor House. They'd been clandestine because of the hospital's strict policy against visitors. The confusion resulting in Barrie and Gray being suspected of kidnapping was absurd, she'd said from her hospital bed. Travis and Bondurant had delivered her directly to her father, who'd had a helicopter waiting. Did that sound like a kidnapping? I'm sure Cleet scripted it and that David isn't happy about it. Gray said of Vanessa's statement, it would have been convenient for him if we'd been shot as fugitives, but now he has no choice except to back his wife's account of the event. No one's going to disbelieve Vanessa and Cleet. If I were John Q. Public, I wouldn't believe anything positive they said about us, not after the incident in Shinlen. He shrugged. We've all kissed and made up. So it seemed, particularly when the Attorney General walked in and gave them the latest update. Senator Armbruster wants to see you, me? Barrie exclaimed. What for? Gray asked suspiciously. He wants to give her an exclusive. He says she's owed one. Exclusive about what? Barrie asked. What could it be? 442 Sandra Brown. Don't get excited, Gray said. You're not going. The hell I'm not. I can't pass up an exclusive. You've already got one. Doesn't mean I can't have another. Gray turned to Yancey. Ever since Barrie got back, all you've done is talk on the telephone while we've been sitting here with our thumbs up our asses. Why aren't we doing something? With what you have, you can end this thing now. March into the Oval Office, handcuff the bastard, read him his rights, and get it the hell over with. It's not that simple. We're talking about the President of the United States. I know who we're talking about, Gray shouted, and he's a murderer. Calm down, Yancey shouted in turn. Then, in a more reasonable tone, we all understand your desire to exact vengeance for Mrs. Merritt and her baby. If the President is guilty of the crimes attributed to him and all evidence points in that direction, he added when he saw that Gray was about to interrupt, then we must tread very carefully. We make one mistake, and he's scot-free. While we're waiting for lab reports, I see no harm in having Barrie talk to Armbruster. I'll tell you what the harm is, Gray said angrily. He's as much a criminal as David. You heard what that waiter's woman said. The list of charges against Cleet is as long as my arm. Barrie could be walking into a trap that'll get her killed. The Attorney General shook his head. Armbruster said that Mrs. Merritt is being released from the hospital this afternoon. She'll be there too, so he couldn't have violence in mind. Yancey turned to Barrie. I gather you're game? Absolutely. Where and when? Gray snapped. The Senator's house. 8 o'clock, Chapter 2. 2, precisely 8 o'clock. Barrie rang the doorbell. It was answered by a Secret Service agent who asked politely to see her satchel. He searched it, then handed it back to her and ran a portable metal detector over her. Senator Armbruster came forward to greet her. He pressed her hand between both of his and said effusively, I hope we can put all our misunderstandings behind us after tonight, Miss Travis. I've already spoken to your former employer at VVI-1E. As a personal favor to me, he's agreed to reinstate you. You can have your job back. Thank you, Senator, but I no longer wish to be employed at WWE, especially as a charity case. He smiled magnanimously. Frankly, I don't blame you. After tonight, you'll be able to sell your story to the highest bidder. I'm curious about the nature of this exclusive you've promised. Then I won't keep you in suspense any longer. He led her into a lovely, tastefully furnished parlor. A cheery fire was burning in the marble fireplace. Vanessa, 444, Sandra Brown, wearing a ruffled dressing gown and looking like takey, frail heroine of a Victorian novel, reclined on a divan. She was still attached to an IV. Standing before the fire, one arm propped on the mantel, was the President of the United States. No one had suggested that he would be here. There'd been no waiting motorcade or entourage outside the house. The only Secret Service agents in sight were the two who'd been in the entry when she came in, and she had supposed they were guarding Vanessa. She tried to mask her trepidation. Hello, Miss Travis. She unglued her tongue from the roof of her mouth and said, Good evening, Mr. President. She could barely hear her own words over the drumming of her heart. Hello, Barrie. Barrie looked down at Vanessa. Mrs. Merritt, she smiled. After all we've been through together, I think you should call me Vanessa. Thank you. Taking the chair the senator indicated, Barrie faced the three of them like a witness on the stand or a condemned woman facing a firing squad. You appear to be feeling much better than you were the last time I saw you, she said to Vanessa. I'm much better. How's Gray? Barrie shot a glance toward Merritt, but his expression didn't change. He's shocked by what happened to Spencer Martin last night. As we all are, Armbruster said with insincere sorrow. Gray sends his regards, Barrie said to Vanessa. I can't thank the two of you enough for taking me out of Tabor House. Under George's care, I would have died there. Barrie felt like thumping her temple with the heel of her hand. What was this wonderland? Was she Alice, who'd, exclusive 445, just tumbled through her mirror into an otherworldly tableau since stepping across Senator Armbruster's threshold? Nothing had been as she'd expected it. For all the sense it made, their dialogue could have been gibberish. Surely Vanessa didn't believe that George Allen, acting singly, had devised to kill her. Barrie saw no alternative but to go along with this bizarre script and see where it led. Thank you for clearing up the matter of the kidnapping. It was a mix-up that needed straightening out. As simply as that, Vanessa dismissed it. The senator interrupted an awkward silence by offering Barrie a drink. "What can I get you?" "Nothing, thanks. What I'd really like is to get down to business. Why'd you invite me here? We, the three of us, felt that we owed you this courtesy. Miss Travis." The senator was apparently the mouthpiece for the proceedings. Since greeting her, Merritt had said nothing, but she was constantly and uneasily aware of his baleful gaze. As I said earlier, Armbruster continued, "We want to clear up this unfortunate misunderstanding, lay it to rest. Because of all the ill will felt by both sides, we're offering you an olive branch in the form of an exclusive story." "What story?" Armbruster looked at David, who glanced down at Vanessa, then at Barrie. "Vanessa and I are getting a divorce." Barrie was too stunned to speak, but she didn't have to. He went on to explain, "Dalton Neely will make a statement to the media tomorrow at noon, although he doesn't know it yet. He'll read this letter from me to the American people. I'm giving you an advance copy." He removed an envelope from the breast pocket of his suit jacket and handed it to Barrie. 446, Sandra Brown. "May I read it now?" He nodded. She opened the envelope and took out 2 sheets of stationery bearing the presidential seal. After a sugary salutation, she reached the body of the letter and began to read aloud. "The death of our son took a terrible toll on Mrs. Merritt and myself. The demands of this office also have contributed largely to her unhappiness. Neither of us blames the other for the dissolution of the marriage. We accept our individual blame for its breakdown, although I must assume the larger share of responsibility. Countless times, being president superseded being an attentive husband. Vanessa is an incredibly unselfish woman. None other would have endured as much as she has for as long as she has. I have nothing but deep admiration and affection for Vanessa Armbruster Merritt." Barrie stopped reading and raised her head. She might just as well have been looking at 3 formal portraits. Their features were frozen into perfect, perpetual pleasantness. She returned to the letter. "Vanessa and I realize that you, the American people, will be as disillusioned and saddened as we by this turn of events. But no one is immune to this dilemma, which is experienced by millions of families in our world community. We ask only that you make no harsh judgments and that you appreciate the honesty with which we're dealing with this unhappy situation. Following the example set by my father-in-law, Senator Armbruster, Vanessa and I have dedicated ourselves to public service. We plan to continue serving you in whatever capacity you'll allow us. Speaking for myself, more than at any other time as your president, I need your wholehearted support. Thank you." It was signed David Malcolm Merritt, President of the United States. Barrie folded the letter and replaced it in the exclusive 447 official envelope. "Very eloquent, Mr. President," she said. After a beat, she added, "and very fraudulent. I beg your pardon." Barrie took a deep breath and mentally leaped off the high diving board. "You're not heartsick over this divorce, Mr. President. You're relieved, because I'm certain it's part of a deal, right? A deal struck with Senator Armbruster and Vanessa. This is an outrage." Armbruster blustered. "You've surpassed even your audacity, young lady. We invited you here tonight too, hoping that you could purchase my silence with an exclusive story about the divorce in the first family. Sorry, Senator. No trade, no deal, Mr. President." She stood up and approached the divan on which Vanessa was reclined. "How could you settle for this?" she said, smacking the envelope against her palm. "When he killed your baby, I'm calling the Secret Service." "No, Cleet," David ordered, halting his father-in-law at the door of the parlor. "Let's have this out. Miss Travis has been slinging mud at me for weeks, influenced no doubt by Gray. It's time she heard my side of the story." Facing her, he said, "I did not kill Robert Rushton Merritt. I don't know how you reached that ridiculous and slanderous conclusion, but you're wrong. Vanessa intimated to me that you did. After the events of these last few days, I believe her. You mistakenly inferred that from something she said at a time when she was so depressed she couldn't think straight." Barrie kneeled down so that she and Vanessa were on eye level. "When you contacted me that first time, were you clinically depressed or were you afraid? Did he smother the child while you were in the room, or did you find him standing over the body, pillow in his hand?" 4:48, Sandra Brown. The baby died of SIDS. Ignoring the president, Barrie grabbed Vanessa's hand. Going to let him get away with murdering your baby and trying to murder you? I'm warning you, Miss Travis. One more word and your father talked you into this deal, didn't he? Wasn't it he who suggested that you maintain your silence in exchange for a peaceful divorce? Do you know why he urged you to accept that deal? Because he knows I'm afraid, Vanessa said faintly. I want out of my marriage to David. Be quiet, Vanessa, David shouted. Don't tell her a goddamn thing. Barrie appealed to her. Why do you think the president agreed to a divorce when it could impede his chances for re-election? What reason would be compelling enough for him to grant you a divorce? Vanessa looked distraught, but her wide blue eyes were fixed on Barrie. I don't know. Because your father threatened to expose a terrible secret if your husband said no. I'm warning you for the last time. David, let me call in the Secret Service, Cleet implored. Barrie spoke above them. Your father knows where the body is buried, Vanessa. In this instance, that isn't simply an expression. There really is a buried body of another baby born years ago to a woman named Becky Sturgis. That baby wasn't wanted either, so your husband killed it, and your father helped him cover it up. Vanessa looked at her father. Daddy, is this true? Of course not. The woman's a lunatic. Vanessa, everybody knows it. You can't trust a word she says. You can't bluff your way out of this, gentlemen. Exclusive 449, Barrie said. Shutting me up won't help. Too many people know it's over. Like hell it is. Responding to the president's angry shout, the Secret Service agents opened the door. Mr. President? Merritt impatiently motioned for them to leave. Get out, he yelled. This is private. Who's going to do your dirty work this time, Mr. President? Barrie asked. Doctor. Alan tried to kill himself because of his contribution to your treachery. He tried to kill himself because of his own inadequacy. He's the Barrie Travis of medicine, a total screw-up. He couldn't even blow his own brains out successfully. What about Spencer Martin, she said. You had him killed last night because he knew too many secrets? Was he in the room when you smothered the baby? You had Spence killed? Vanessa cried. David shot her a venomous look. Then he said to Barrie, I did not kill the baby. How many times do I have to say it? If Spence was here, he'd tell you the same thing. I did not kill him. She did, he exclaimed, jabbing his finger toward Vanessa. Vanessa cried out in shock and outrage. Vanessa didn't kill her child, Barrie said. No more than Becky Sturgis killed her baby son. You strangled him. Oh, my God, Vanessa wailed. That's right, Barrie told her. Then he beat that young woman unmercifully. At least he learned one lesson from that experience. He learned to use more subtle tactics. Vanessa rounded on her father again. Is this true, Daddy? Did you know? Looking as flaccid as a deflated inner tube, the senator backed into a chair and plopped down on the seat. His posture was indicative of the guilt weighing down his shoulders. 20 years' worth of it. 450, Sandra Brown, Vanessa cried out as though in agony. It is true. Oh, God. Why'd you let me marry him? Why'd you encourage me to have his baby? She sobbed. I wanted a baby so much she looked at her husband as though looking into the embodiment of evil. How could you kill him? He was so helpless, so sweet. Merritt barked a harsh laugh. You're such a sentimental fool, Vanessa, and so false. The baby was driving you to distraction. You couldn't stand his crying. You were inept at taking care of him, just as you are at everything. You didn't love that baby. The stuff that Gray squirted into you, and which you've so ridiculously romanticized now, was slime. It should have been flushed. That would have saved us both a lot of trouble. Barrie was stunned by the ugliness of the president's words. Armbruster, too, was shocked into speechlessness, but Vanessa was not. Eyes blazing, she came to her feet. She swayed weakly, but gripped the back of the divan for support. You son of a bitch, it wasn't Gray, it was Spence. Spence? Merritt exclaimed. Spence, Barrie's mind reeled. Seemingly unmindful of the IV tube in her arm, Vanessa moved toward her husband, dragging the wheeled rack behind her. Yes, Spence, Spence, she virtually spat the name in his face. You thought Gray was my lover because you wanted to think it was him? A man of gray Bondurant's inflexible sense of duty and right and wrong, sleeping with his best friend's wife, she laughed tauntingly. Get real, David. Gray was only nice to me because he knew about your other women. It never occurred to you that it was Spence who was fucking your wife, she said, in that same gloating voice, happy to destroy his illusions about the man in whom he'd placed so much trust, exclusive 451. But he did fuck me, and I wanted him to. Only thing, the joke was on me. He wasn't any better at it than you are. He was a cold, heartless bastard just like you. He was actually glad that the baby died. Her voice cracked. Spence wanted no part of him, and that broke my heart. But at least my son wasn't yours. At least I didn't have your baby. Merritt slapped her, that launched Armbruster from his chair, roaring like an old lion. He charged his protege, but with very little effort, Merritt shoved him aside. You're a joke, Cleet. David laughed. You've got no power, figuratively or literally. You're a eunuch. You don't have the balls to bully me into making any decision. Then, looking at his wife, he said, I've changed my mind about the divorce, Vanessa. Not about granting it, but about the reason. I think it's time the world discovered what a cunt their sweetheart really is. As for you, he said to Barrie, if you know what's good for you, you'll fuck off. And fuck Bondurant too while you're at it, although no doubt you already have. He strode to the door and flung it open. Gray Bondurant was standing on the other side of the door with Attorney General Yancey and a phalanx of federal agents. Mr. President, you have the right to remain silent. What the hell are you doing here, Bill? Gray pushed past Yancey and Merritt and leaned down over the two women. Are you all right? Holding the weeping Vanessa against her chest. Barrie nodded. She's okay. What about you? I'm fine, shaken. He looked ready to kill me with his bare hands. I'd have killed him first, Gray said. His eyes held hers 452 Sandra Brown for a 5 count. Then he turned away and assisted in the business at hand, arresting the president and Senator Armbruster. Merritt wasn't responding in a dignified, peaceable manner. In fact, he was raving like a maniac. He screamed invective at Yancey, but to Yancey's credit, he maintained his cool while reading the president his rights. Then Merritt began ranting that Vanessa, not he, had killed their son, and that anything he'd done since then had been to protect her. She smothered him. It was her, not me. She's the crazy one. I caution you to say nothing more, Mr. President, Yancey said. You're implicated in another crime in Mississippi. I don't know what you're talking about. Cleet, tell them how sick Vanessa is. Armbruster opened his mouth, but his lips were slack. His jowls jiggled when he tried but failed to form words. Senator Armbruster will have a chance to testify, Yancey told Merritt. His testimony will be as valuable to us as that of the eyewitness. There was no one in the nursery except Spence, Vanessa, and me. Spence is dead, and she's lying. I'm not talking about the death of Robert Rushton, Merritt, Yancey explained. We have an eyewitness to the murder in Mississippi. Finally, the Attorney General's words seemed to penetrate the red curtain of David Merritt's rage. For the first time, he seemed to grasp the bleak reality of his situation. He glared long at Yancey, then turned to Cleet. Cleet gazed back at the man he had made and had now destroyed, but at tremendous personal cost. Merritt's eyes narrowed to malicious slits. You sly son of a bitch, he hissed. What did you do? Exclusive 453 Zinconator Armbruster was there when I regained consciousness. Becky Sturgis's soft drawl filled the otherwise silent TV studio. The floor crew had locked down the cameras. They were as immersed in her story as the millions of people watching it on 1V around the world. She was staring down at her hands, which were clasped tightly in her lap. When I came to, I remember hoping that I was waking up from a terrible nightmare, but it was real. My baby was dead. His little body was still lying on the floor where David had dropped it. There was a lot of blood. I guess it was mine. David had hit me very hard. David Merritt, the president? Yes, ma'am. Only he wasn't president then. She wore a scarf to cover the permanent depression in her temple, where her scalp had been crudely sewn over her crushed skull. She was very self-conscious of the disfigurement. When Barrie met her, she'd been dressed in a prison jumpsuit. Tonight, she was wearing a simple dress. Other than the scarf, she was unadorned. After he hit me that first time, I don't remember anything until I woke up, and Senator Armbruster was kneeling, 454 Sandra Brown beside me, feeling for a pulse in my neck. He was startled that I was still alive because David had told him I was dead. He'd also told Senator Armbruster that you killed the baby. I didn't, she said fiercely. David did, and I told the senator the truth. He was very kind. He told me not to worry, that he would take care of it. What did he do? He called a doctor who came to the trailer and sewed up my scalp and gave me a shot for the pain. You weren't taken to a hospital? No, ma'am. When were the police called? Senator Armbruster called the sheriff's office. When the officers got there, she began to cry. Barrie didn't probe. She gave her time to compose herself before starting again. Senator Armbruster lied to them. He told them I'd killed my baby. He told them to arrest me. They took me downtown and started questioning me. They wanted me to sign a confession saying I'd committed manslaughter. I refused for a while, and then you did. Yes, ma'am. Just so they'd leave me alone. My head was hurting so bad. I'd vomited a couple of times. I was bad off, so I signed a paper saying that I'd killed my baby. But I didn't. David Merritt killed him, and he left thinking he had killed me, with Barrie offering very little guidance. Becky Sturgis told of the miscarriage of justice orchestrated by Senator Armbruster. He called in political favors. Within a matter of days, a judge sentenced her to life in prison. She was transferred from the county jail to the state prison, and there she had remained until 2 days ago, when Barrie learned of her exclusive 455 existence from Charlene Waiters. Attorney General Yancey had interceded with Mississippi authorities to have her brought to Washington. Barrie asked, "Do you think Senator Armbruster believed David Merritt over you? In your opinion, did the senator honestly believe he was seeing justice served by putting you in prison?" "I don't know," she replied, honestly. "But I suspect he double-crossed me so David wouldn't get into trouble. You're aware that David Merritt has believed you dead all these years?" "I didn't know that until yesterday. I guess the senator double-crossed him, too. To protect her objectivity, Barrie refrained from stating the obvious. Senator Armbruster had kept Becky Sturgis in abeyance should he ever need to use her as leverage against his son-in-law. Barrie had discovered her before Armbruster became desperate enough to need her. "You've been in prison all this time, Miss Sturgis?" "Yes, ma'am. My parole's been denied twice. Why?" "According to your records, you've been an exemplary prisoner." "I don't know why, ma'am. The board just rejects me." Barrie let the silence stretch out so that her audience could reach another obvious conclusion. Armbruster had seen to it that Becky Sturgis would never get paroled. "A few years ago, you shared a cell with a woman named Charlene Waiters. You told her your story." Becky Sturgis nodded. "It was after David became president. At first, Charlene didn't believe me, thought I was making it up, but when his baby died in the White House nursery, she began to think maybe I had told her the truth, especially after she saw your series on SIDS. It got Charlene to thinking that maybe Robert Rushton Merritt was one of 456 Sandra Brown, those babies who'd been murdered, and it was made to look like SIDS. Miss Sturgis, this is the most difficult question I'll ask you tonight. I'm sure everyone wants to know why you didn't come forward all these years you've been in prison. Why didn't you bring it to someone's attention that you'd been framed and then coerced into signing a false confession?" She shrugged, as though fully accepting the inconsequentiality of her life. "Nobody gave it a second thought when I disappeared. Nobody ever came looking for me. I hadn't lived in that town long. I guess folks figured I'd drifted out just like I drifted in. I don't have a family. Who was I going to tell? Didn't you have a lawyer?" "Yes, ma'am. They appointed me one that night in the sheriff's office, but he kept telling me that I'd be better off signing a confession. He said they might upgrade the charge to murder if I didn't confess to manslaughter. In a murder trial, he said I might lose and get the death penalty. And besides, I was sick for a long time. I had headaches that would put me in the prison infirmary for days at a time. Sometimes I had blackouts and couldn't remember sections of time. It was a couple years before I felt like my head was on straight. That's when I started writing letters to the lawyer, but he only answered a few of them. Then he stopped writing back altogether. I tried reaching him by phone, but I was always told he wasn't there, and he never returned my calls. One day, this other lawyer, I've got his name written down somewhere, came to the prison to see me. He said my lawyer had died and that I wasn't to bug them no more. If I did, there'd be hell to pay from Armbruster, he said. By that time, David was a congressman. I didn't see the point in car exclusive 457 tying on about it. Who would believe me over David Merritt and Clete Armbruster? That's a good question, Miss Sturgis. Why should we believe you? What proof do you have that David Merritt killed your baby, beat you, and left you for dead? None. But I can prove that he was my baby's daddy, she said proudly, the day my baby was killed. I clipped a curl from his hair and trimmed his fingernails. I've kept them all these years in a little papier-mâché box. Mr. Yancey has them now. He said they can run tests on them that'll prove whether or not David's the daddy. I didn't want to let him go, because that's all I have of my baby, but Mr. Yancey promised to give them back soon as the lab is finished with them. People might think I'm lying, but my baby will tell them the truth. Barrie couldn't think of a more fitting note on which to end the interview. Thank you, Miss Sturgis. She turned and faced the studio camera as it rolled in for a close-up. According to Attorney General Yancey, preliminary DNA testing of the hair and fingernail pairings has indicated that David Merritt fathered Becky Sturgis's son. This should go a long way toward getting her arrest and confession reviewed. Officials indicate that she'll be granted a long overdue trial. It's as yet undetermined whether David Merritt will be prosecuted for murder, although he's already been charged with obstruction of justice, along with Senator Armbruster. Senator Armbruster has been placed under house arrest. He officially resigned his Senate seat this afternoon. President Pietsch was sworn into office after Congress impeached David Merritt and demanded his resignation. The former president is also under arrest inside Blair House, where he will remain until Attorney General Yancey has had an opportunity to organize 2 full-scale Investiga 458 Sandra Brown chins, one involving the crimes in Mississippi, the other the death of Robert Rushton Merritt. It's too early to speculate what the final outcome of this incredible story will be. Over the course of our nation's history, other presidents have weathered scandals, but there has been none to rival this. Whether or not his alleged crimes are proved, David Merritt fled the scene of a crime in Mississippi to escape the giving of testimony and possible prosecution. That in itself is a federal offense and was cause enough to bring his administration as President of the United States to an end. This is Barrie Travis. Good night. Hi, come on in. Barrie stood aside and ushered Gray into the hotel suite where she'd taken up temporary residence. Thanks. I'm honored to be in the same room with you. You're a hot ticket. My celebrity hasn't impressed room service. It still takes them forever to deliver a club sandwich. She checked the clock, 40 minutes and counting. Meanwhile, I'm starving. What's wrong with the lights? Nothing. It seemed more restful this way. The suite was in darkness, save for one dim lamp near the window. The draperies were open, revealing the beauty of the Capitol at night. Barrie was fresh out of a long, hot shower, wrapped from earlobes to ankles in a white terry cloth robe. Compliments of the hotel. Her hair was still wet, hooked behind her ears. Saw your interview? He dropped casually. She looked at him expectantly, holding her breath. It was good, Barrie. Exclusive 459, while warming beneath his approving smile. She downplayed her success. I didn't do anything. The story told itself. If not for you, there'd be no story. If not for Merritt and Armbruster, there'd be no story. I didn't particularly enjoy what Becky Sturgis had to tell the world. Where is she now? In a hotel. Bill has a couple of female marshals with her. She'll be returned to the prison tomorrow and will have to remain there until her case is reviewed by a judge in Mississippi. The interview was so touching, there'll be a public outcry for her release. At the very least, she'll be granted a jury trial. I'll be surprised if she's convicted. If she is, she'll probably be sentenced to time already served. After a thoughtful moment, he asked, "What did CNN do to get you?" "They topped everybody else's bid. What can I say?" she said, batting her eyelashes. "I can be bought." "There's your sandwich," he said as he went to answer the door. He signed the bill and set the tray on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Amanda Allen called, she told him. George is showing some signs that have encouraged the doctors. She's optimistic, she loves him very much and is willing to forgive him anything if he survives. I would expect that of her, he said. How's Daly? I'm covering his hotel tab now. I don't want him ever to go back to that dreary house. It's bad enough that he's dying. He shouldn't have to die there. Besides, I don't think any of us could go back without remembering those last terrifying days we spent there. Where will he live? 460 Sandra Brown. She picked at the bread crust. I'm thinking of buying a house, something in the suburbs, with a mother-in-law room for Daly to live in. The insurance settlement on my townhouse was more than fair, and with the salary I'm negotiating, I'll be able to get almost anything I want. I could get a dog to keep him company when I'm not there. I think I'm ready to love another one, although I'll never replace Cronkite, of course. Have you bounced this idea off Daly? He snarled something about his not being a fucking charity case, but he'll come around, she said, smiling fondly. Having eaten a quarter of her sandwich, she pushed the plate away. I thought you were starving. Guess I wasn't? What's wrong, Barrie? Nothing, she said impatiently. Then reluctantly, I don't know. You're right where you always wanted to be, on top of your profession with every network in the country clamoring to get you under contract. You can name your price. You had the interview of the century. I thought I'd find you guzzling champagne. That's what I thought I'd be doing too, she said ruefully. But you'd be surprised what a downer it is to be the person responsible for toppling a president. You aren't the person responsible. David brought about his own downfall. You're right, of course, up here, she said, tapping her head. I know you're right. Maybe I'm ambivalent because of Howie. He was a casualty, and he shouldn't have been. I feel I'm indirectly to blame. Spence is to blame. She gave a despairing sigh. I guess it's sort of like exclusive 461 postpartum after a hard labor. I've delivered the baby, but I'm not sure I love it yet, averting her eyes, she said. Pursuant to that, Vanessa called me this afternoon. Gray looked at her inquisitively. She thanked me for handling the Becky Sturgis interview in such a low-key manner when I could have exploited the story, made it more tabloid. She paused and thought about that for a moment. I suppose my restraint shows that I'm maturing. I've grown a lot, personally and professionally, without a doubt. Anyway, she said, shaking off the introspective tone, Vanessa's moving out of the White House tonight, but she's not sad to be leaving because it holds such terrible memories for her. Naturally, she's shattered by Becky Sturgis's story. She kept repeating that she couldn't understand how her father could have had a hand in something so nefarious. My word, not Vanessa's. He not only covered up a violent crime, he allowed her to marry David. He encouraged it. She feels betrayed. Where has she left it with Cleet? Gray asked. She claims she'll never forgive him. Her rejection is no better than he deserves, but it'll kill him. Barrie nodded. She's promised Bill Yancey her full cooperation when he begins his investigation into Robert Rushton's death. Now that she doesn't have to fear for her life, she can tell the truth. David killed the baby, but it was Spence's idea to blame it on Sid's. Sounds like him. Keeping things simple was Spence's forte. Was Vanessa in love with him? With Spence? No. She wanted from him what she wants from every man: attention and protection. Out of 462 Sandra Brown, spite, she gave David a taste of his own medicine, with a man whose loyalty David thought was incorruptible. But when Spence turned his back on her, she took the rejection hard and turned to you for friendship. Barrie rose and made a restless circle around the coffee table. I'm not sure that's all she wanted. That's all she got. You could have told me there was nothing to tell. That's what you could have told me. I didn't want Vanessa, and I never had her. There? Satisfied? Yes. Was that so hard? He steepled his fingers and placed them across his lips, then studied her until she squirmed beneath his stare. What? She demanded. I think what's really got you down is that I haven't pledged my undying love. She expelled an unladylike guffaw. There you go, flattering yourself again. You have a bad habit of doing that, Bondurant. I'm here with you, Barrie, he said quietly. Then he reached out, grabbed hold of the belt of her robe, and slowly pulled her to him. This house you intend to buy, how big is it going to be? Why? I've been offered a job in the Justice Department, sort of a freelance job. Sounds interesting. I'll be spending a lot of time in Washington and will need a place to stay, I see. Her heart had picked up its pace. Her appetite had returned. In fact, she was ravenous. What about Rocket, Tramp, and Doc exclusive 463? I'll get somebody to watch them in the place while I'm away. There'll be plenty of downtime with this job. I'll get back to Wyoming frequently. You've got it all planned, pretty much. He tugged on the ends of the belt, opening her robe, then sliding his hands inside and resting them on her waist. His eyes held her transfixed. You told me once not to look through you as though you don't matter. You matter, Barrie. Throw out all that emotional garbage your parents left you with. Your father cheated nobody except himself. You matter a hell of a lot. Then he drew her down to straddle his lap, curved his hand around her neck, brought her close, and kissed her, sliding his tongue erotically into her mouth, sending her tummy plummeting and her spirit soaring. His fingertips found her nipples tight and supersensitive. He pressed them, feathered them, molded her breasts while she wrangled with his clothing. His lips closed around one nipple as she took him inside her. She rode him with unabashed lust. Where had she learned to move like this? How had she come by this carnal skill to draw out his pleasure? From what pagan ancestor had she inherited this dark knowledge? Nothing in her experience matched the way her body responded to his or her need to pleasure him. Seconds away from her orgasm, he sensed it. Going to start yelling like you did last time? Unless you stop it. Not a chance in hell, he groaned. He gripped her hips and held them in place. She gasped from the delicious pressure that created deep inside her. I mean, unless you stop me, I might yell. 464 Sandra Brown, his mouth captured hers in another kiss which disintegrated at the onset of their simultaneous orgasms. He buried his face in the cleft of her breasts. Soft, staccato sighs made dash marks of erotic sound in the darkness. Then she collapsed onto his chest. Nuzzling his neck, he held her for a long time. When eventually he set her away from him, he brushed her wet hair from her face, traced her cheekbone with the tip of his index finger, stroked her damp lips with his thumb. He'd never demonstrated so much tenderness, and tears came to her eyes. She whispered a single word. Bondurant, you know, he said, your voice alone makes me hard. It gets embarrassing. Laughing softly, she leaned forward to take love bites out of his throat. So it's accurate to say that you're definitely in lust with me? When he didn't respond, she pulled back to look into his face. He squinted, indicating she hadn't quite nailed it. Love? She ventured weakly. He merely looked at her, his eyes answering with their trademark blue intensity. Really? She whispered. Don't get too excited. I'll never remember your birthday or Valentine's Day or anniversaries, he told her. I'm not the hearts and flowers type. She placed her hands on his cheeks. Will you cheat? No. His tone left no room for doubt. Never. Then I don't need hearts and flowers. What about sex? Sex I need. Later they lay together on their sides, spoon fashion on the wide bed. The cool, smooth skin of her bottom was nestled against the fuzzy warmth of his middle. His chin rested, exclusive 465, on the crown of her head. His arm was around her, his hand possessively covering her breast. Occasionally his thumb drifted across her nipple. Occasionally she raised his hand to her lips and kissed the spot that still bore faint teeth marks where she'd bitten him weeks ago. She grew drowsy. Then, just before falling asleep, she spoke his name. You want to hear something ironic? He didn't say anything, but she knew by his stillness that he was listening. I loved my father desperately. Softly, into her hair, he whispered, I know, epilogued. 7, he telephoned on Barrie's desk rang. She glanced at the clock, 5 minutes until she was due on the set. Time to take one quick call. It might be Gray. Frequently, he called just before airtime to tell her to break a leg, preferably his, as soon as she got home. Smiling at the possibility, she picked up the phone. Barrie Travis, saw you on TV yesterday. Did you color your hair? It was Charlene Waiters. I had it highlighted. Do you like it? No. You ought to change it back the way it was. Barrie smiled. Charlene was almost as famous as she. Her name had appeared in every story, broadcast or print, about the collapse of the Merritt administration. The prison inmate now considered herself Barrie's colleague. "How are you, Charlene? I've got gas. They fed us beans at lunch." "I'm sorry to hear that. Listen, I'm due on the set and you must be walking on air on account of what all you started." 6 months had passed since Becky Sturgis's resurrection. Trials were pending for Merritt and Armbruster, exclusive 467. Prosecutors were still organizing their cases. Defense attorneys were trying to scrape together a defense against overwhelming evidence and witnesses willing to give incriminating testimony in exchange for immunity or leniency. "I don't take any pleasure in lives being destroyed," Barrie said, "although I hope this will serve to prevent such unconscionable abuse of power in the future. I wouldn't count on it, people being what they are." Barrie glanced at the clock 3 minutes. She placed the phone in the crook of her neck and took a mirror and powder puff from her desk drawer. There'd be no time for makeup. "It's been great talking to you, Charlene, but for myself, I wish they'd take the bastards out and hang 'em. After what they did to Becky, they shouldn't be allowed to go on breathing another day. If they're convicted, the justice system will punish them appropriately." Charlene snorted her contempt of the system. "At least when I told you about Becky, you did something. It took you a while, but you finally got busy." "Yes, well, not like her. She didn't do a damn thing. Well, she was in prison. As she said, there wasn't much. Not Becky, nitwit, Mrs. Merritt." Barrie set down her mirror and took the telephone receiver back into her hand. "Mrs. Merritt? Ain't that what I said? Vanessa Armbruster Merritt?" Surely she'd missed something. With one eye on the clock, one on her mirror, and Charlene chattering in her ear, she'd missed a vital segue. "Are you saying you told Vanessa Merritt about Becky Sturgis? 468 Sandra Brown. When, Charlene? When did you speak with her? When did you tell her about Becky Sturgis and her baby?" "Let's see now. It was after Becky told me, of course. Must have been shortly after Mrs. Merritt became First Lady." "Charlene, if this is one of your tales, you're my friend. I don't tell tales to my friends," Barrie's mind was spinning. "Let me be sure I understand. You told Mrs. Merritt, the First Lady, about Becky Sturgis, about her involvement years ago with David Merritt?" "All of it. Just like I told you. I told her that David Merritt had killed Becky's kid and that the senator had covered it up for him." Barrie placed her elbow on her desk and rested her forehead in her palm to stop the room from whirling. "I wrote her letter after letter," Charlene went on, "warning her that she was married to a killer, but she ignored me. At least I thought she did. Then one day she calls me up here at the prison. Gave a false name, of course, but left a number where I should call her back, collect. We talked for half an hour or more, pissed off the ladies waiting in line to use the phone, but I told them to screw off." The clock on Barrie's desk was ticking, but not as loudly as her heart. She swallowed a surge of nausea. An assistant producer poked her head through the door of her office. "Barrie, 90 seconds?" Barrie acknowledged the notice. "Charlene, didn't you tell anyone that the First Lady had called you?" "Course I did," she exclaimed. "But you think they believed me? Exclusive 469, the woman who'd been Robert Redford's college sweetheart and had borne Elvis's love child, who would have believed her?" So Barrie couldn't hold a thought. "So, Barrie," the assistant producer reappeared, "you okay? We're on in 1 minute. I'll be right there." Then she said to Charlene, "So after you told her the Becky Sturgis story, what did she say?" "She said to keep it between us and stop writing her letters or she'd sick the FBI on me. I said she could come down here, meet Becky, and hear the story for herself, but she said no, she couldn't do that. She said it had happened a long time ago and that it probably wasn't true anyway. Made me mad as hell, me going to all that trouble to get in touch with her, and her not even heeding my warning. Less than 2 years later, she comes up pregnant. After what I told her, she still went and had a baby with that man. She must be crazy. Vanessa Armbruster Merritt was anything but crazy. Barrie, please help me. Don't you know what I'm trying to tell you? What if her motive was plain old, everyday spite? I did not kill Robert Rushton. She did about that. David Merritt had been telling the truth. She's the crazy one. And in the words of Charlene Waiters, jailhouse philosopher, crazy people can get away with just about anything. You'd be amazed in a voice barely audible. Barrie asked, "Did you ever hear from Vanessa Merritt again, Charlene?" "Only once, when she called and suggested that I call you."